zum 10. Dezember von Edward Mörike. Recorded for the LibriVox 10th Anniversary Collection by tovarisch. Sie ist mündig. Sagt mir, Leute, wie versteh ich dieses Wort? Ach, ein Kind war sie bis heute, bleibt sie das nicht immerfort? Hingen denn vor einem Jahre dies Morgenangesicht kindlicher die blonden Haare und in goldenerem Licht? Zögen heut zu diesem Herzen, fromm geartet, hold und rein, andre Freuden, andre Schmerzen, ganz ein neues Wesen ein. Und zu glänzen alle Orten, würde sie der großen Welt an Gebärde, Sitt und Worten ihren Schwestern gleichgestellt? Nein, ein Engel dieser Erden, ohne Wandel bleibet sie, eine Fürstin kann sie werden, eine Dame wird sie nie. This recording is in the public domain.
"10 Years Deep" by L.J. Beeston. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ed Humpal. When he heard that announcement, those simple words, "A person to see you, sir," the weight which had been pulling his heart down for so long became suddenly doubled, bringing a physical pang which burned the health in cheeks and lips to ashes, and the color of ashes. "A person," echoed Filson Straws, after his servant. "Yes, sir." He would not give a name, but insisted on seeing you. Of course, it was Legree. Harney Legree. It was not that the servant had used the non-committal word which would describe him. It was rather a swift intuition which stabbed Filson with the realization that the thing he had so long eluded would be eluded no more. "Let him come up, James," said he, briefly. Immediately, upon the soft closing of the door, the occupant of the study laid his half-finished cigar upon a groove in the brass ashtray on the huge and magnificently carved ebony desk before him. Then he got up and stepped swiftly to the mirror over the mantelpiece. He put his eyes close to the ghostly image which the crystal presented to him. He pinched his cheeks, set his strong teeth into his lips to call up the reluctant red of his blood. The door-handle rattled in a grasp, and Filson Straws turned. With a firm, strong step, his visitor entered the room. He wore a square-cut dark blue serge, coarse welted shoes, and held a bowler hat in his right hand. His face was formed on rather strong lines, and the cold blue of his eyes did not suggest that many things could frighten this man. Right enough, it was Harney Legree. But Filson did not call him so, for he nodded a half-smile and said, "You have come to see me on a chilly night, Jason. Take a chair." He accompanied this invitation with a nod to a straight-backed chair against a wall, but the visitor chose that one as a place of rest for his hat. He came forward to expand his numbed palms to the fire, then dropped, not without a certain natural ease of manner, into a big divan chair by the side of the blaze. Slowly his keen blue eyes travelled round the room. "It is very nice here," said he, in a deep, slow voice. "The noise of the West End traffic does not pass through those heavy curtains. You might be in the heart of the country." The other drew a long, a deep breath. He had to force a frown to assume a reprimand of familiarity. "Jason," he began severely, "I do not expect—" "Cut out the Jason," was the interrupting response. "You have used that long enough. You know perfectly well that I am Harney Legree." Straws put out his hands and gripped the edge of the mantelpiece. The fire warmth streamed over his cold face. He looked sideways at his visitor, who was staring calmly and reflectingly into the blaze. He went back to his chair by the huge ebony desk and sank into it. A pallid and quivering thread from his still burning cigar rose up straight as a column between him and his visitor. The latter looked round at last. He repeated, "You know that I am Harney Legree's straws?" "Certainly I know it." "You found that out just 15 months ago, I believe." "Approximately, yes." "And all that means to you. You have not attempted to deceive yourself in regard to that?" "Not for one moment." "You understand clearly that all this ease and comfort which surrounds you is not really yours at all?" "It is not." "And that I have a right to call it mine?" "Unquestionably." "Under the terms of Anthony Legree's will?" "Under those terms." "And no doubt my reason for keeping out of all these good things is known to you?" "Perfectly." "That for nearly 3 years I have been escaping the law?" "I am aware of it." "And that it is impossible for me to claim my right without disclosing the fact that I am not a dead man, as is believed?" "Quite impossible." "Which disclosure would mean anything between 5 and 10 years in an American penitentiary?" "Certainly that." "Good. I see we have got the preliminaries." Harney stretched out his legs on the rug and produced a pipe and tobacco pouch from a side pocket. Straws sat watching him. Suddenly the sound of a pianoforte came down from the room above this one. Someone was executing, with a rare, a mobile touch, the barcarolle of Moskowski. Legree lifted his head, listening intently. "That is very nice," said he. "Who is the player?" "My daughter, Olive." "Ah, I saw her with you one afternoon in the Green Park. She is a beautiful slip of a girl, that. But why does she impart a sadness to that thing?" "Then you have a boy, Straws, I believe. Where is he?" "At Cambridge. So was I. Did you know that?" "I have heard so." "At Caius. Oh, what an infernally long time ago that seems. Heaven and earth, what draughts of life I have drunk since then. But I didn't come here to utter sentiment. Far from it. You and I have been dodging the point at issue for too long. I propose to settle it everlastingly before I leave this room. In fact, I mean to." He screwed his shoulders into the back of his chair, tossed one leg over the other, gritted his teeth on his pipe. "The situation is unique," he went on. "It bristles with perplexity. The bristles warded me off for 15 months because I didn't want to prick myself. Now, just you listen with both ears. When I got into that sad mess in the States, we need not discuss that unpleasantness. I dived into obscurity like a scared rabbit. You see, I had got into a bank after office hours, and unluckily I had been given away. I was wanted bad. The police were sniffing on my trail. The one way to get them off was to make them abandon it. I contrived that by working an idea, which was quite one of the smartest of the many questionable ideas I have developed. It made me a dead man. The police found what they thought was the remains of poor me in a hut on a deserted ranch, dead of smallpox, in the fly season, with the glass steady over 100 in the shade. You know, no foul play, bear in mind. Only the police made a mistake which I meant them to make. I came to England a year and a half later, very much incog, and intending to remain so naturally. But I couldn't resist 1 or 2 inquiries into the old life I had left here. I soon got a high-tension shock that made me sit up. It seems that I needn't have quit the Sunday school side of the law at all in that bank-busting business, since, on the very eve of the adventure, Uncle Anthony had expired, and left me this more than snug nest in which you are so nicely coiled. True, his will stated that everything should pass to you, should I die, without any family of my own. But then, as you perceive, I am most uncommonly alive. Yes, I discovered that I am entitled to all this I see around me. But between me and this niceness is an abyss, impossible to jump across. Let Harney Legree claim his property, and the police in America will be looking after an extradition order. I say, one can't jump across this infernal abyss, but one can pass through it. You get me, of course. Well, I am coming to that. The next thing I discovered when poking my nose about here was that you had seen and recognized me. You would do that more easily than others. And then there is a picture or two of me in this house, which doubtless helped to jog your memory. And I soon knew you were on the scent, Straws, because you employed a man to find out as much as he could about me. I spotted him first time. All he found out was that I was playing Jason, an engineer's assistant, Shoreditch way, which was a job I got, having to live. By James, I was more than interested in the situation. I wondered ever so what you would do. The bank bustin' was known here, having drifted across. Was I afraid? Not much I wasn't. You could never expose me, for that would mean your own ruin. By all the rules of the card, Straws, you ought to have dropped me like a white-hot bar. Yet you didn't. My presence in London worried you fearfully, or else you have a conscience. What does a conscience feel like, Straws? Or perhaps you were nervous, scared, unable to make up your mind. Anyhow, you used your man as a sort of intermediate, and without showing your hand you managed to materially improve my position. That was your conscience. Good. Perhaps you were not sleeping well of nights. Now, it was perfectly clear to me that you believed I was ignorant of the fact that I had been left to find property. I had presumably dived into the underworld, had cut myself off from all who knew me, from old associates, had become a dead man, in short. You argued that the truth of my good fortune had not drifted down to me. You must have argued on those lines, because otherwise you would have expected me round earlier to do a little blackmailing. But I've never got quite down to blackmail. In the meantime, you regarded yourself enjoying all these good things, which you had no real right to handle. I guess you said, I can adjust this affair. I can pass on the property all right, but shall I, who am doing only good things with it, educating my children, putting my name to permanent contributions, hand it over for a criminal to waste? Besides which, the handing over process will send this poor devil head first into long imprisonment. This was the sort of sop you spooned to yourself. Suddenly the worst happens. The bomb bursts. Your felon tears off his mask. Here he is, sitting in your chair, before your fire. Pardon, in his chair, before his fire. And to all this Filson Straws had listened in stillness and in silence. Each rising word he crushed back. The smallest bodily movement he controlled. What sort of duel was this he was called upon to face? The thrill and the terror of it demanded all the composure he could muster. He was silent for a long time, and then he said, I will not question the general statement of the case. You have, of course, something further to say. Everything. I have spent hours, days, weeks in considering whether it would be worth while for me to face the music, to declare myself Harney Legree very much alive, to swallow all the gruel I shall receive, and then to claim all this. Now, I can make up my mind pretty smartly in most things, but the devil take me if I can come to a lasting decision in this. It isn't that I mind shoving you out. Good Lord, no. And the prospect of becoming a man of comfortable means is a live prospect, with a good big kick in it. Still, they'd send me up the river in the States for a tidy long term of years before I could enjoy what would come after. That would be exceedingly unpleasant. I reckon I should get 7 years of prison. He turned sociably to his listener. Do you think they'd serve me out more than 7? Possibly. Thank you for nothing. Suppose we call it 10. Now, I don't want to do 10 years. I shouldn't be so young when I came out. And then there's a girl across the Atlantic I want to marry. I should lose her. And she counts a good deal in this transaction. In fact, it was thinking so much of her lately that made me decide to come to you and have a heart-to-heart talk. You mean to make a proposition. I have been waiting for it. Give me a couple £1,000, and I'll let you alone to enjoy the rest. I refuse. 1,500 then. Certainly not. 1,000. The limit, mind. I will not give you 50. What? Not out of my own estate? Not out of your own estate. But, man alive, I can claim the whole boiling if I choose. Claim it. Ah, I see your drift, Straws. You think I cannot prove it. I am certain you can. Certainly I would not combat your claim. I will even help it, if that be necessary. At that, Legree sat up and stared at the other. The eyes of the two men met, and for a full minute they just looked at each other in profound silence. Legree grunted, and leaned forward to knock the ashes from his pipe. Very slowly and meditatively he reloaded the bowl. It was a pause in the duel, both opponents falling back with lowered points. "Obviously, you don't trust me," said Harney. "Put yourself in my place," was the quiet answer. "But I assure you that when I ask for £1,000, I am very much in earnest." "That I believe." "Well, having that amount, I shall be entirely satisfied, and you will never be troubled by me again." "Hang it, man, this is not in the nature of blackmail. I am asking for a bit of my own, and a beggarly trifle at that." For the first time, Filson Straws shifted his position. He wheeled his chair round so that he faced his desk, resting his arm upon it, and steadfastly regarding Legree. "You mean that," he responded, quietly. "You will be satisfied, for the present. But as sure as you are sitting there, the time will come when you will want a bigger handful. The knowledge that all this is yours will never let go of your brain. And then you will come for more, I know it. In a fashion, I allow that this is not pure blackmail. But then, in another fashion, it is. You will want a second 1,000, then a third, and so on. You will bleed me slowly and surely." "Of what is not yours," cut in Legree. "Admitted. I never denied that. But I strongly object to being bled through years and years of my life. It will lead to an intolerable situation, which will inevitably destroy my peace of mind, which will strike at the happiness of my wife and children, which will end in utter disaster. Remember also that I could possibly be acting illegally in helping you, a wanted man. Yet that scruple would not necessarily govern me, since your wrong was not against the laws of this country. But to talk of that is to waste time." Harney Legree gripped the arms of a chair. Into his eyes came a fierce, a searing glare. He half rose, then allowed himself to sink back slowly. The heat of the sudden fury faded. He even laughed softly. "All right," said he, coolly. "This refusal makes up my mind for me. I will go through the fire and enjoy my fortune later." Straws, pale as death, made no response. "Do you think I'm afraid?" flashed Legree. Filson was silent. "Answer, curse you!" "Candidly, I think you are. Understand, however, if you can, that I do not want to build upon your fear." "You liar, Straws! But I'll make you disgorge, hanged if I let you keep a mouldy penny." There was no answer. "If you are so confoundedly virtuous, then why didn't you give me to justice when you saw me in England alive?" "Pardon, I have not pleaded virtue." "Or perhaps, yes, I see the card up your sleeve," exclaimed Harney. "You fancy that the will, in the special circumstances, will be quashed. You imagine that my crime and what will follow will oust me from my right." "Why should it? I have yet to learn that is the law. You will have purged your offence." "Then I will sell you my claim. I'll let you buy, for £1,000, all that is due me." "You cannot, without disclosing yourself." "Oh, curse you and your cold-blooded reasons! I wonder how long it would have taken you to give me away if it hadn't meant the loss of a fortune to you." Straws uttered a long and shuddering sigh. "That simple cutting of the rope is the only way," he answered despondingly. "We may talk and talk, but undo this knot we never shall." "Hear him!" cried Legree. "Why didn't you save yourself these pangs by communicating with the police?" Stung to the quick, Straws sprang from his chair, and leaning toward Harney, his palms upon the table, he said, with intense earnestness, "Behind your back I couldn't, but I'll do it now if you give me permission. Give me that, and I'll end for both of us this intolerable situation." "Heroic!" snarled the other. "Say the word, Harney." "And you'll fling away your property? You liar! You are not capable of it. No man would be." "Am I not? Will you give me your permission to communicate with the police?" "Yes." Legree spat out the word, fixing a look of blazing defiance upon Filson. At that moment the pianist over their heads entered upon the autumn of Chaminade. Involuntarily both men listened. Down upon their excited passion floated the rising moan of the after-summer gale, the scurry of the yellowed leaves, the lament of the trees, and that wild, bizarre chorus of bereavement. And all this insurgence of sound beat upon Filson's heart, and he felt a dew break upon his forehead, upon his hands, and for that instant things rocked this and that way before his eyes. This moment he stood a man of means, with full appreciation of all that meant. His son's career was dawning full of promise, his wife and daughter as happy as they were unconscious of the sword impending. 10 seconds later, no more, and the gibing voice whipped him again. "You liar," repeated Harney. Straws straightened himself. He gave the other a single glance, then stepped across the room to the telephone, on a bookshelf in a recess. He lifted the receiver. "Give me the police station," said he curtly. Legree laughed. He called out, "Don't merely ask them to send an officer round. Tell them who is here. Tell them to send for me." "Very good," answered Straws. The connection was made. "Is that the police station?" questioned Straws. "I want to speak to the inspector in charge." "That is the inspector? Well, I have—" "Stop!" rapped out Legree. "I have thought of something. Put him off." Straws handled the situation with presence of mind. He continued, "Will you be on duty for an hour, Inspector? I should like to come round and see you about a certain matter." "Many thanks." He hung up the receiver, not easily, for in his shaking grip it rattled against the clips. He turned and resumed his seat by the table. Harney stood in front of the fire, his hands clasped behind him, puffing very composedly at his short briar. A few moments ago he had been on the brink of a precipice 10 years deep. Yet it did not appear to have jarred his nerve. He said with a laugh, "I take back the liar, Straws. You meant to do it, and I didn't think it possible. You're game, I admit. Mind you, I think you are a fool, but you are not without pluck." Filson merely replied with a curious glance at the other's easy attitude. Harney went on in growing good humor. "By now we have taken each other's measure." "You have got mine," answered Straws with indifference. "By James, I have, and I mean to return the compliment. Just now I named £1,000 as my rock bottom limit. I'll knock a chunk off even that. I'll call it 700. "I cannot agree." 500 then. "You are wasting your time." "Oh, be hanged to your obstinacy," growled Harney. He turned and spat into the fire. A long silence ensued, broken only by a gurgling sound from Legree's overheated pipe. "Is it possible," continued the visitor, reflectively, "that it is the cash you are considering? Is it possible that you, having all, cannot bear to part even with that beggarly fraction?" "You are wrong there. We are going round and round in a circle," answered Straws, very weirdly. "Is it simply that you are afraid of me?" "It is simply that I steadfastly decline to admit the thin edge of a blackmailing wedge." "But I am not a blackmailer. I abhor that sort of crawler as much as you do. Do the handsome thing by me, and you shall not see my pretty face again this side of the doom crack. That I swear." "And again I answer that I cannot accept your word." "But see how hard it is on me." "That I admit. I am in your shoes here, Harney, but what can I do? It is for you to act. The remedy is in your own hands. I have shown you that I do not shrink, but you... Ah, you think that I am less plucky in the matter than you." Filson wiped his pallid forehead. "Because I interrupted your phone call, you put it down to cowardice. Now, I am going to show you, my son, that it was nothing so yellow. We will conduct this business like sportsmen. What is wanted to solve the riddle is a little respect for each other. By Jove, that is it. Look, you Straws, if you could trust me, as I want you to, would you really give me £1,000 out of the estate?" "No, I would be more just. I would give you 5,000, was the instant rejoinder. "You would?" flashed Legree. "Yes, I would. It would be a somewhat crooked arrangement, but the nature of the case is so extraordinary. I am enjoying what is not my own, yet I cannot end it without putting you in a prison." Legree put his pipe down upon the mantelpiece. "Good," said he brusquely. "We have now arrived at the idea which came to me when you were phoning the inspector. I am bound to say I admired your display of grit, and I want to compel a like compliment from you, without absolutely damning myself, for sure. You shall see I am as earnest and consistent as you. Give me a sheet of writing paper and an envelope, and a stamp for postage. Full of wonder and perplexity, Straws obeyed. The other jerked a chair to the table, and for a couple of minutes was busy with a pen. When he had finished, he read out loud, as follows. To the Superintendent of the Criminal Investigation Department, New Scotland Yard. This is to inform you that the writer of this note is George Harney Legree, wanted in the United States of America for a bank robbery committed in Indiana 3 years back, and wrongly believed to be dead. His address is number 22, Harkeby Street, Shoreditch, known there as William Jason. Harney folded and placed this message in an envelope, which he directed and sealed, and pushed forward for Straws to see. He continued coolly, If Scotland Yard gets this, it will know what steps to take. I shall not run away from that address, which you know is mine. But it would not help me to bolt, for they would soon get after me. Now, I want you, Straws, to write me a cheque for £5,000. You probably haven't that much at your bank, on your running account, but you can date it ahead for a few days, during which time you can place the cash ready for me to withdraw. To say that I trust you is to pay you an idle compliment. Please put the slip in an envelope like this, and address it to my poor but honest residence at Harkeby Street. For half a minute Filson hesitated, frowning and perplexed. Then he obeyed. Legree took both addressed and sealed envelopes, and placed them side by side on top of the bookcase by the side of the telephone. He then laid a sheet of blotting paper upon the 2 envelopes. After this he went back to his pipe. Here it is, said he curtly. Press your bell and call your man. Tell him to lift the paper, take up one of the 2 letters underneath, without asking a single question, and to go straight across the road to the pillar box at the corner, and drop it in. You get me? I imagine that I do, murmured Filson, very white. Good, man. You perceive that I am not a whit more afraid than you are. It is only that I hate to go to jail for 10 years, if the matter between us can be arranged otherwise. But if it can't be arranged otherwise, then I'll go to prison, and that is my ultimate last and final word. My scheme gives you a chance, and it gives me an equal chance. Nothing but it will show you how much in earnest I am, and yet leave open a way out for us both. If you regard it as the method of a blackmailer, as the idea of one who will come again and again to bleed you white, then tear up both cheque and letter. If not, call your man. And Harney reloaded his pipe with care, and lighted it with still more care. Filson Straws touched the button of an electric bell. James appeared 5 seconds later. James, said Straws, in a tone which he endeavoured in vain to absolutely control, there is a sheet of blotting paper by the side of the phone. Yes, sir. There are 2 letters beneath it. Yes, sir. Please take one of them, whichever one you like, without asking questions. Take it instantly to the pillar box across the road and drop it in. You perfectly understand me, James? Yes, sir. Then do as I tell you. Without a moment of hesitation, the well-trained servant stepped to the bookcase. The action brought his back between him and the others. He lifted the covering blotting paper, picked up one of the envelopes, put back the blotting paper over the other, and went out, closing the door softly. Straws pulled at his collar. Excitement was touching his heart. Harney blew an immense cloud. Both men went slowly to a window overlooking the street. Straws drew the blind aside, and in a few moments they saw James, hatless, crossing the road. He stopped at the pillar box at the corner. He dropped in the letter. Did you think I'd get cold feet at the last second? Laughed Legree. Straws turned and stared at the bookcase. You look, he whispered huskily. As you will, answered the other easily. He stepped across the room and picked up the sheet of blotting paper. I'm a lucky swine, he laughed. I'm £5,000 richer than when I came in. He handed the letter to the police to Filson, who tore it across and dropped it into the fire. Goodbye, Straws, said Legree. I'm going to marry my girl, who is worth all the rest of the money. He held out his hand, and Filson put his into it. Goodbye, Harney, said he, tremulously. When Straws found himself alone, he looked round vacantly, absently. He was dazed. What an ordeal it had been! He thought of the inspector at the local police station, who was waiting. Well, he might wait. Mechanically, he moved toward his dead cigar, which was resting on a groove in the brass ashtray on his table, and mechanically he applied a light to it. It tasted stale, spent, exhausted. But Straws did not notice that detail, for he inhaled deeply its pungent smoke, which seemed to him, in his rapture of relief, like those spicy breezes which waft over Ceylon's isle. End of 10 Years Deep by L.J. Beeston.
The Last 10 Minutes by Hazel L. Jennings. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oh dear, it's 10 minutes of 7, and here comes a new patient. It had been a very busy day on Ward B, and Grace Emerson's pretty face wore a slight frown as she looked down the corridor and observed the office attendant bringing a new patient to her floor. She had scarcely realized that she had spoken aloud until one of her fellow nurses told her, "Room 12 is ready for her, Miss Emerson." "Thank you. You run along now," Grace told her, "because I know you're going out tonight." "This way," Grace said to the new patient, as the attendant handed her the admission card. She led the way to the room, which was very clean and looked rather severe and uninviting in the grey twilight, but Grace did not notice this. She was in a hurry to get her patient admitted and to finish her other duties. She glanced at the card in her hand and noticed that the patient had been sent in by Dr. G for an operation the following morning. "Here is the closet. I'll hang your things away, Mrs. Richards. Yes, you had better go to bed. Dr. G always wants his patients to go to bed as soon as admitted. Just let me take your temperature, please." Grace worked swiftly, and the patient was soon in bed. "If you want anything, you can call the night nurse. She will be in later to give you some medicine. Yes, your husband can come in now. I'll call him." With a sigh of relief, Grace hurried from the room. She called Mr. Richards from the waiting room, finished her other duties, and had soon joined the other nurses in the home. "Here's a letter for you, Grace," called Evelyn Thompson, a light-haired, rosy-cheeked girl who admired Grace immensely and was always following her about. "Thank you, Eve. It's from Mother." Grace sat down in one of the cosy chairs and opened her letter. "Dear Grace, I got your letter today, and I'll send the dress you want this afternoon, after I have changed the band on it, so it will be all ready to wear. I am also sending you some jelly, a cake, and some good things to eat, so you can have a spread. Your father and I expect to drive over a week from Friday for the weekend, and we can have a good visit then. Your Aunt Ellen has had an operation and is getting along very nicely. I didn't want to tell you until it was all over with, because I thought you would worry. Everything was fine. But, Grace, dear, why can't some of the nurses learn to be a little more thoughtful? When we went to the hospital, a girl from the office took us to the floor where Aunt Ellen's room was. A very trim nurse, who reminded me of a perfectly working piece of machinery, nodded to us to indicate that we were to follow her. She helped Aunt Ellen undress without comment, took her pulse and temperature, and told her if she wanted anything to call a nurse. Of course, it is routine work for the nurse, but for your aunt, who had never been in a hospital before, it was a very momentous occasion. A little word of encouragement from one who sees operative cases every day would have helped so much. We had driven in and it was very cold. A hot drink, while not really necessary, would have been very much appreciated, for we hadn't any idea whether she could have a little lunch that night or not. While I was out in the corridor in search of the bathroom, so I could tell Aunt Ellen where it was, the nurse had come to take her rings, money, etc., and to put them in the safe, and I found her crying because she had never had her wedding ring off before. After I had her quieted, I went down to the office to inquire about visiting hours, telephone messages, etc. When I got back, it was after 7, and the night nurse had come on duty. I liked her as soon as I saw her. She had dark hair and twinkling blue eyes. It wasn't long before she came in with some medicine. "This doesn't taste very good," she said, "so we'll get it over with as soon as possible." She stopped to talk a minute or two and told us, "I had a patient recently who had the same operation you're going to have, Mrs. Graham, and she is getting along beautifully. Don't worry, you'll be so much better after it is over. I'll get you a glass of water and a blanket, and if you want anything before I get back, just push this little button," indicating a little call bell. "I'll be in again in a little while." After the nurse had gone, Ellen told me to go home because she knew that the night nurse would be good to her. She had taken a great fancy to her, and I promised to come up early in the morning and started home. On the way out I met the nurse, and she said, "Good night," and told me I mustn't worry, because my sister would surely get along nicely, and that they would take good care of her. She certainly did her part in taking good care of Aunt Ellen after the operation. She seemed to know just where a pillow or a little rubbing with alcohol would help to relieve the pain, and Ellen certainly adores her. I must stop now, dear. Your father is waiting to take this to the mail. I'll just take time to add that I'm thankful that you chose nursing, and that I'm very proud to know that my little girl is the kind of nurse whom the patients will all love. Lots of love and kisses, Mother. Grace sat very still after she had read the letter. 2 big tears were standing in her eyes. She had failed her patients, and she had betrayed the trust which her mother had placed in her. With a sudden determination she decided to go back on her floor and see her new patient. She walked softly into the room and found her crying quietly. Going up to the bed, Grace laid her hand on Mrs. Richards' shoulder and explained in a rather shaky voice that she had been thinking about her and had come back to see if there were anything she wanted. "Why, bless your heart, child," exclaimed Mrs. Richards. "That is awfully good of you, and here I was thinking nobody here cared whether the patients live or die. I guess I'm silly to cry, but I'm just a little worried about tomorrow. There's no one to look after my children if I shouldn't come through all right." Grace explained to Mrs. Richards that since her general condition was good, there seemed to be no reason why she shouldn't stand the operation very well. She talked with her for a few minutes until the patient told her that she was getting sleepy and would go to sleep immediately in order to be well rested. As Grace was leaving, Mrs. Richards told her, "You don't know how much you have helped me, Miss Emerson. I feel lots better about tomorrow, and I'll try not to worry a bit. I hope when my little girl grows up that she will train and become as fine a nurse as you are." Grace walked slowly back to the home and joined some of the other girls who were having a spread. "What happened, Gracie?" asked one of the girls. "You look as if someone had presented you with $100. "It was better than that," replied Grace with a happy little laugh, although there was a suspicion of tears in her eyes. End of The Last 10 Minutes by Hazel L. Jennings. Read by Dr. Beth Thomas.
The 10th of January by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Part 1. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 10th of January. Part 1. The city of Lawrence is unique in its way. For simoons that scorch you and tempests that freeze, for sand heaps and sand hillocks and sand roads, for men digging sand, for women shaking off sand, for minute boys crawling in sand, for sand in the church slips and the gingerbread windows, for sand in your eyes, your nose, your mouth, down your neck, up your sleeves, under your chignon, down your throat, for unexpected corners where tornadoes lie in wait, for bleak, uncomforted sidewalks where they chase you, dog you, confront you, strangle you, twist you, blind you, turn your umbrella wrong side out, for Democrats and bad ice cream, for unutterable circus bills and religious tea parties, for uncleared ruins and mills that spring up in a night, for jaded faces and busy feet, for an air of youth and incompleteness at which you laugh, and a consciousness of growth and greatness which you respect. I believe when I commenced that sentence, I intended to say that it would be difficult to find Lawrence's equal. Of the 25,000 souls who inhabit that city, 10,000 are operatives in the factories. Of these 10,000, 2/3 are girls. These pages are written as one sets a bit of marble to mark a mound. I linger over them as we linger beside the grave of one who sleeps well, half sadly, half gladly, more gladly than sadly, but hushed. The time to see Lawrence is when the mills open or close. So languidly the dull-colored, inexpectant crowd wind in. So briskly they come bounding out. Factory faces have a look of their own, not only their common dinginess and a general air of being in a hurry to find the wash-bowl, but an appearance of restlessness, often of envious restlessness, not habitual in most departments of healthy labor. Watch them closely. You can read their histories at a venture. A widow, this, in the dusty black, with she can scarcely remember how many mouths to feed at home. Worse than widowed, that one. She has put her baby out to board, and humane people know what that means, to keep the little thing beyond its besotted father's reach. There is a group who have just come over. A child's face here, old before its time. That girl, she climbs 5 flights of stairs twice a day, will climb no more stairs for herself or another by the time the clover leaves are green. The best thing about one's grave is that it will be level, she was heard once to say. Somebody muses a little here. She is to be married this winter. There is a face just beyond her whose fixed eyes repel and attract you. There may be more love than guilt in them, more despair than either. Had you stood in some unobserved corner of Essex Street at 4 o'clock one Saturday afternoon towards the last of November, 1859, watching the impatient stream pour out of the Pemberton Mill, eager with a saddening eagerness for its few holiday hours, you would have observed one girl who did not bound. She was slightly built and undersized. Her neck and shoulders were closely muffled, though the day was mild. She wore a faded scarlet hood which heightened the pallor of what must at best have been a pallid face. It was a sickly face, shaded off with purple shadows, but with a certain wiry, nervous strength about the muscles of the mouth and chin. It would have been a womanly, pleasant mouth had it not been crossed by a white scar, which attracted more of one's attention than either the womanliness or the pleasantness. Her eyes had long, light lashes, and shone through them steadily. You would have noticed as well, had you been used to analyzing crowds, another face, the two were side by side, dimpled with pink and white flushes, and framed with bright black hair. One would laugh at this girl, and love her, scold her, and pity her, caress her, and pray for her, then forget her, perhaps. The girls from behind called after her, "Dell, Dell Ivory, look over there." Pretty Dell turned her head. She had just flung a smile at a young clerk who was petting his mustache in a shop window, and the smile lingered. One of the factory boys was walking alone across the common in his factory clothes. "Why, there's Dick. Sina, do you see?" Sina's scarred mouth moved slightly, but she made no reply. She had seen him 5 minutes ago. One never knows exactly whether to laugh or cry over them, catching their chatter as they file past the show windows of the long, showy street. "Look at that pink silk with the figures on it. I've seen them as is better nor that in the old country. Patsy Malorne, let alone hanging on to the shawl of me." "That's Mary Forster getting out of that carriage with the 2 white horses, she that lives in the brown house with the cupola." "Look at her dress trailing after her. I'd like my dresses trailing after me." "Well, may they be good, these rich folks." "That's so. I'd be good if I was rich, wouldn't you, Moll?" "You'd keep growing wilder than ever if you went to hell, Meg Match. Yes, you would, because my teacher said so." "So then he wouldn't marry her after all, and she—" "Going to the circus tonight, Bess?" "I can't help crying, Jenny. You don't know how my head aches. It aches, and it aches, and it seems as if it would never stop aching. I wish I was dead, Jenny." They separated at last, going each her own way. Pretty Dell Ivory to her boarding place by the canal, her companion walking home alone. This girl, Asenath Martin, when left to herself, fell into a contented dream not common to girls who have reached her age, especially girls who have seen the phases of life which she had seen. Yet few of the faces in the streets that led her home were more gravely lined. She puzzled one at first glance, and at second. An artist, meeting her musing on a canal bridge one day, went home and painted a Mayflower budding in February. It was a damp, unwholesome place, the street in which she lived, cut short by a broken fence, a sudden steep, and the water, filled with children. They ran from the gutters after her as she passed, and filled to the brim. It tipped now and then like an over-full soup plate, and spilled out 2 or 3 through the break in the fence. Down in the corner, sharp upon the water, the east winds broke about a little yellow house, where no children played. An old man's face watched at a window, and a nasturtium vine crawled in the garden. The broken panes of glass about the place were well mended, and a clever little gate, extemporized from a wild grapevine, swung at the entrance. It was not an old man's work. Asenath went in with expectant eyes. They took in the room at a glance, and fell. "Dick hasn't come, father?" "Come and gone, child. Didn't want any supper," he said. "You're an hour before time, Senath." "Yes. Didn't want any supper, you say? I don't see why not." "No more do I, but it's none of our concern, as I knows on. Very like the pickles hurt him for dinner. Dick never had an over-strong stomach, as you might say. But you don't tell me how it happened that you're let out at 4 o'clock, Senath," half complaining. "Oh, something broke in the machinery, father. You know you wouldn't understand if I told you what." He looked up from his bench. He cobbled shoes there in the corner on his strongest days, and after her as she turned quickly away and upstairs to change her dress. She was never exactly cross with her father, but her words rang impatiently sometimes. She came down presently, transformed, as only factory girls are transformed, by the simple little toilet she had been making. Her thin, soft hair knotted smoothly, the tips of her fingers rosy from the water, her pale neck well toned by the grey stuff dress and cape. Asenath always wore a cape. There was one of crimson flannel with a hood that she had meant to wear tonight. She had thought about it coming home from the mill. She was apt to wear it on Saturdays and Sundays. Dick had more time at home. Going upstairs tonight, she had thrown it away into a drawer and shut the drawer with a snap, then opened it softly and cried a little, but she had not taken it out. As she moved silently about the room, setting the supper table for 2, crossing and recrossing the broad belt of sunlight that fell upon the floor, it was easy to read the sad story of the little hooded capes. They might have been graceful shoulders. The hand which had scarred her face had rounded and bent them, her own mother's hand. Of a bottle always on the shelf, of brutal scowls where smiles should be, of days when she wandered dinnerless and supperless in the streets through loathing of her home, of nights when she sat out in the snowdrifts through terror of her home, of a broken jug one day, a blow, a fall, then numbness and the silence of the grave. She had her distant memories. Of waking on a sunny afternoon in bed, with a little cracked glass upon the opposite wall, of creeping out and up to it in her nightdress, of the ghastly twisted thing that looked back at her. Through the open window she heard the children laughing and leaping in the sweet summer air. She crawled into bed and shut her eyes. She remembered stealing out at last, after many days, to the grocery round the corner for a pound of coffee. Humpback, humpback, cried the children, the very children who could leap and laugh. One day she and little Dell Ivory made mud houses after school. "I'm going to have a house of my own when I'm grown up," said pretty Dell. "I shall have a red carpet and some curtains. My husband will buy me a piano." "So will mine, I guess," said Sina simply. "Yours?" Dell shook back her curls. "Who do you suppose would ever marry you?" One night there was a knocking at the door, and a hideous sodden thing borne in upon a plank. The crowded street, tired of tipping out little children, had tipped her mother staggering through the broken fence. At the funeral she heard someone say, "How glad Sina must be." Since then, life had meant 3 things: her father, the mills, and Richard Cross. "You're a bit put out that the young fellow didn't stay to supper, eh, Senath?" the old man said, laying down his boot. Put out? Why should I be? His time is his own. It's likely to be the Union that took him out. Such a fine day for the Union. I'm sure I never expected him to go to walk with me every Saturday afternoon. I'm not a fool, to tie him up to the notions of a crippled girl. Supper's ready, Father." But her voice rasped bitterly. Life's pleasures were so new and late and important to her, poor thing. It went hard to miss the least of them. Very happy people will not understand exactly how hard. Old Martin took off his leather apron with a troubled face, and as he passed his daughter, gently laid his tremulous, stained hand upon her head. He felt her least uneasiness, it would seem, as a chameleon feels a cloud upon the sun. She turned her face softly and kissed him, but she did not smile. She had planned a little for this holiday supper, saving 3 mellow-cheeked Louise Bons, expensive pears just then, to add to their bread and molasses. She brought them out from the closet and watched her father eat them. "Going out again, Zenith?" he asked, seeing that she went for her hat and shawl, "and not a mouthful of you eaten. Find your old father dull company, eh? Well, well." She said something about needing the air. The mill was hot. She should soon be back. She spoke tenderly, and she spoke truly, but she went out into the windy sunset with her little trouble and forgot him. The old man, left alone, sat for a while with his head sunk upon his breast. She was all he had in the world, this one little crippled girl that the world had dealt hardly with. She loved him, but he was not, probably would never be, to her exactly what she was to him. Usually he forgot this. Sometimes he quite understood it, as tonight. Asenath, with the purpose only of avoiding Dick, and of finding a still spot where she might think her thoughts undisturbed, wandered away over the eastern bridge and down to the river's brink. It was a moody place, such a one as only apathetic or healthy natures, I wonder if that is a tautology, can healthfully yield to. The bank sloped steeply. A fringe of stunted aspens and willows sprang from the frozen sand. It was a sickening, airless place in summer. It was damp and desolate now. There was a sluggish wash of water underfoot, and a stretch of dreary flats behind. Belated locomotives shrieked to each other across the river, and the wind bore down the current the roar and rage of the dam. Shadows were beginning to skulk under the huge brown bridge. The silent mills stared up and down and over the streams with a blank, unvarying stare. An oriflamme of scarlet burned in the west, flickered dully in the dirty, curdling water, flared against the windows of the Pemberton, which quivered and dripped, Asenath thought, as if with blood. She sat down on a grey stone, wrapped in her grey shawl, curtained about by the aspens from the eye of passers on the bridge. She had a fancy for this place when things went ill with her. She had always borne her troubles alone, but she must be alone to bear them. She knew very well that she was tired and nervous that afternoon, and that if she could reason quietly about this little neglect of Dick's, it would cease to annoy her. Indeed, why should she be annoyed? Had he not done everything for her, been everything to her, for 2 long, sweet years? She dropped her head with a shy smile. She was never tired of living over those 2 years. She took positive pleasure in recalling the wretchedness in which they found her, for the sake of their dear relief. Many a time, sitting with her happy face hidden in his arms, she had laughed softly, to remember the day on which he came to her. It was at twilight, and she was tired. Her reels had troubled her all the afternoon. The overseer was cross. The day was hot and long. Somebody on the way home had said, in passing her, "Look at that girl. I'd kill myself if I looked like that." It was in a whisper, but she heard it. All life looked hot and long. The reels would always be out of order. The overseer would never be kind. Her temples would always throb, and her back would ache. And people would always say, "Look at that girl." "Can you direct me to—" She looked up. She had been sitting on the doorstep with her face in her hands. Dick stood there with his cap off. He forgot that he was to inquire the way to Newbury Street when he saw the tears on her shrunken cheeks. Dick could never bear to see a woman suffer. "I wouldn't cry," he said simply, sitting down beside her. Telling a girl not to cry is an infallible recipe for keeping her at it. What could the child do but sob as if her heart would break? Of course he had the whole story in 10 minutes, she his in another 10. It was common and short enough. A down-east boy, fresh from his father's farm, hunting for work and board, a bit homesick here in the strange, unhomelike city, it might be, and glad of someone to say so to. What more natural than that, when her father came out and was pleased with the lad, there should be no more talk of Newbury Street, that the little yellow house should become his home, that he should swing the fantastic gate and plant the nasturtiums, that his life should grow to be one with hers and the old man's, his future and theirs unite unconsciously. She remembered. It was not exactly pleasant, somehow, to remember it tonight. Just the look of his face when they came into the house that summer evening, and he for the first time saw what she was, her cape having fallen off in the full lamplight. His kindly blue eyes widened with shocked surprise, and fell. When he raised them, a pity like a mother's had crept into them. It broadened and brightened as time slid by, but it never left them. So you see that after that life unfolded in a burst of little surprises for Asenath. If she came home very tired, someone said, "I'm sorry." If she wore a pink ribbon, she heard a whisper, "It suits you." If she sang a little song, she knew that somebody listened. "I did not know the world was like this," cried the girl. After a time there came a night that he chanced to be out late. They had planned an arithmetic lesson together which he had forgotten, and she sat grieving by the kitchen fire. "You missed me so much then," he said regretfully, standing with his hand upon her chair. She was trying to shell some corn. She dropped the pan, and the yellow kernels rolled away on the floor. "What should I have if I didn't have you?" she said, and caught her breath. The young man paced to the window and back again. The firelight touched her shoulders, and the sad white scar. "You shall have me, always, Asenath," he made answer. He took her face within his hands and kissed it, and so they shelled the corn together, and nothing more was said about it. He had spoken this last spring of their marriage, but the girl, like all girls, was shyly silent, and he had not urged it. Asenath started from her pleasant dreaming just as the oriflamme was furling into grey, suddenly conscious that she was not alone. Below her, quite on the brink of the water, a girl was sitting, a girl with a bright plaid shawl and a nodding red feather in her hat. Her head was bent, and her hair fell against a profile cut in pink and white. "Dell is too pretty to be here alone so late," thought Asenath, smiling tenderly. Good-natured Dell was kind to her in a certain way, and she rather loved the girl. She rose to speak to her, but concluded, on a second glance through the aspens, that Miss Ivory was quite able to take care of herself. Dell was sitting on an old log that jutted into the stream, dabbling in the water with the tips of her feet. Had she lived on the avenue, she could not have been more particular about her shoemaker. Someone, it was too dark to see who distinctly, stood beside her, his eyes upon her face. Asenath could hear nothing, but she needed to hear nothing to know how the young fellow's eyes drank in the coquettish picture. Besides, it was an old story. Dell counted her rejected lovers by the score. It's no wonder, she thought in her honest way, standing still to watch them with a sense of puzzled pleasure, much like that with which she watched the print windows. It's no wonder they love her. I'd love her if I was a man. So pretty, so pretty. She's just good for nothing, Dell is. She would let the kitchen fire go out and wouldn't mend the baby's aprons, but I'd love her all the same. Marry her, probably, and be sorry all my life. Pretty Dell. Poor Dell. Asenath wondered whether she wished that she were like her. She could not quite make out. It would be pleasant to sit on a log and look like that. It would be more pleasant to be watched as Dell was watched just now. It struck her suddenly that Dick had never looked at her like this. The hum of their voices ceased while she stood there with her eyes upon them. Dell turned her head away with a sudden movement, and the young man left her, apparently without bow or farewell, sprang up the bank at a bound, and crushed the undergrowth with quick, uneasy strides. Asenath, with some vague idea that it would not be honourable to see his face, poor fellow, shrank back into the aspens and the shadow. He towered tall in the twilight as he passed her, and a dull umber gleam, the last of the sunset, struck him from the west, struck it out into her sight, the haggard, struggling face. Richard Cross's face. Of course you knew it from the beginning, but remember that the girl did not. She might have known it, perhaps, but she had not. Asenath stood up, sat down again. She had a distinct consciousness for the moment of seeing herself crouched down there under the aspens and the shadow, a humpbacked white creature with distorted face and wide eyes. She remembered a picture she had somewhere seen of a little chattering goblin in a graveyard, and was struck with the resemblance. Distinctly, too, she heard herself saying with a laugh, she thought, "I might have known it, I might have known." Then the blood came through her heart with a hot rush, and she saw Dell on the log, smoothing the red feather of her hat. She heard a man's step, too, that rang over the bridge, past the toll-house, grew faint, grew fainter, died in the sand by the Everett mill. Richard's face, looking, God help her, as it had never looked at her, struggling, God pity him, as it had never struggled for her. She shut her hands into each other and sat still a little while. A faint hope came to her then, perhaps, after all. Her face lightened greyly, and she crept down the bank to Dell. "I won't be a fool," she said. "I'll make sure. I'll make as sure as death." "Well, where did you drop down from, Sina?" said Dell, with a guilty start. "From over the bridge, to be sure. Did you think I swam, or flew, or blew?" "You came on me so sudden," said Dell petulantly. "You nearly frightened the wits out of me. You didn't meet anybody on the bridge," with a quick look. "Let me see," Asenath considered gravely. "There was one small boy making faces, and 3 dogs, I believe. That was all." "Oh." Dell looked relieved, but fell silent. "You're sober, Dell. Been sending off a lover, as usual?" "I don't know anything about its being usual," answered Dell, in an aggrieved, coquettish way. "But there's been somebody here that liked me well enough." "You like him, maybe? It's time you liked somebody, Dell." Dell curled the red feather about her fingers and put her hat on over her eyes. Then a little cry broke from her, half sob, half anger. "I might, perhaps. I don't know. He's good. I think he'd let me have a parlour and a doorbell. But he's going to marry somebody else, you see. I shan't tell you his name, so you needn't ask." Asenath looked out straight upon the water. A dead leaf that had been caught in an eddy attracted her attention. It tossed about for a minute, then a tiny whirlpool sucked it down. "I wasn't going to ask. It's nothing to me, of course. He doesn't care for her, then, this other girl?" "Not so much as he does for me. He didn't mean to tell me, but he said that I looked so pretty. It came right out. But there, I mustn't tell you any more." Dell began to be frightened. She looked up sideways at Asenath's quiet face. "I won't say another word," and so chattered on, growing a little cross. Asenath need not look so still and sure of herself, a mere humpbacked fright. "He'll never break his engagement, not even for me. He's sorry for her and all that. I think it's too bad. He's handsome. He makes me feel like saying my prayers, too. He's so good. Besides, I want to be married. I hate the mill. I hate to work. I'd rather be taken care of, a sight rather. I feel bad enough about it to cry." 2 tears rolled over her cheeks and fell on the soft plaid shawl. Dell wiped them away carefully with her rounded fingers. Asenath turned and looked at this Dell ivory long and steadily through the dusk. The pretty, shallow thing, the worthless, bewildering thing. A fierce contempt for her pink and white and tears and eyelashes and attitudes came upon her. Then a sudden sickening jealousy that turned her faint where she sat. What did God mean? Asenath believed in God, having so little else to believe in. What did he mean, when he had blessed the girl all her happy life with such wealth of beauty, by filling her careless hands with this one best last gift? Why, the child could not hold such golden love. She would throw it away by and by. What a waste it was! Not that she had these words for her thought, but she had the thought distinctly through her dizzy pain. "So there's nothing to do about it," said Dell, pinning her shawl. "We can't have anything to say to each other, unless anybody should die or anything, and of course I'm not wicked enough to think of that. Sina, what are you doing?" Sina had risen slowly, stood upon the log, caught at an aspen top, and swung out with it its whole length above the water. The slight tree writhed and quivered about the roots. Sina looked down and moved her marred lips without a sound. Dell screamed and wrung her hands. It was an ugly sight. "Oh, don't! Sina, don't! You'll drown yourself. You will be drowned. You will be. Oh, what a start you gave me! What were you doing, Senath Martin?" Sina swung slowly back and sat down. "Amusing myself a little. Well, unless somebody died, you said. But I believe I won't talk any more tonight. My head aches. Go home, Dell." Dell muttered a weak protest at leaving her there alone, but with her bright face clouded and uncomfortable, she went. Asenath turned her head to listen for the last rustle of her dress, then folded her arms, and with her eyes upon the sluggish current, sat still. An hour and a half later, an Andover farmer, driving home across the bridge, observed on the river's edge, a shadow cut within a shadow, the outline of a woman's figure, sitting perfectly still with folded arms. He reined up and looked down, but it sat quite still. "Hallo there," he called. "You'll fall in if you don't look out." For the wind was strong, and it blew against the figure, but it did not move nor make reply. The Andover farmer looked over his shoulder with the sudden recollection of a ghost story which he had charged his grandchildren not to believe last week, cracked his whip, and rumbled on. Asenath began to understand by and by that she was cold, so she climbed the bank, made her way over the windy flats, the railroad, and the western bridge, confusedly with an idea of going home. She turned aside by the toll gate. The keeper came out to see what she was doing, but she kept out of his sight, behind the great willow and his little blue house, the blue house with the green blinds and red moulding. The dam thundered that night, the wind and the water being high. She made her way up above it and looked in. She had never seen it so black and smooth there. As she listened to the roar, she remembered something that she had read. Was it in the Bible or the Ledger? About 7 thunders uttering their voices. "He's sorry for her and all that," they said. A dead bough shot down the current while she stood there, went over and down and out of sight, throwing up its little branches like helpless hands. It fell in with a thought of Asenath's, perhaps. At any rate, she did not like the looks of it, and went home. Over the bridge and the canal and the lighted streets, the falls called after her. "He's sorry for her and all that." The curtain was drawn aside when she came home, and she saw her father through the window, sitting alone with his gray head bent. It occurred to her that she had often left him alone. Poor old father! It occurred to her also that she understood now what it was to be alone. Had she forgotten him in these 2 comforted, companioned years? She came in weakly and looked about. "Dick's in and gone to bed," said the old man, answering her look. "You're tired, Zenith." "I am tired, father." She sunk upon the floor. The heat of the room made her a little faint, and laid her head upon his knee. Oddly enough, she noticed that the patch on it had given way, wondered how many days it had been so, whether he had felt ragged and neglected while she was busy about that blue necktie for Dick. She put her hand up and smoothed the corners of the rent. "You shall be mended up tomorrow, poor father." He smiled, pleased like a child to be remembered. She looked up at him, at his grey hair and shriveled face, at his blackened hands and bent shoulders and dusty, ill-kept coat. What would it be like if the days brought her nothing but him? "Something's the matter with my little gal. Tell father, can't you?" Her face flushed hot, as if she had done him wrong. She crept up into his arms and put her hands behind his rough old neck. "Would you kiss me, father? You don't think I'm too ugly to kiss, maybe, you?" She felt better after that. She had not gone to sleep now for many a night unkissed. It had seemed hard at first. When she had gone halfway upstairs, Dick came to the door of his room on the first floor and called her. He held the little kerosene lamp over his head. His face was grave and pale. "I haven't said good night, Zena." She made no reply. "Asenath, good night." She stayed her steps upon the stairs without turning her head. Her father had kissed her tonight. Was not that enough? "Why, Zena, what's the matter with you?" Dick mounted the stairs and touched his lips to her forehead with a gently compassionate smile. She fled from him with a cry like the cry of a suffocated creature, shut her door and locked it with a ringing clang. "She's walked too far and got a little nervous," said Dick, screwing up his lamp. "Poor thing." Then he went into his room to look at Dell's photograph a while before he burned it up, for he meant to burn it up. Asenath, when she had locked her door, put her lamp before the looking-glass and tore off her grey cape, tore it off so savagely that the button snapped and rolled away. 2 little crystal semicircles like tears rolled upon the floor. There was no collar about the neck of her dress, and this heightened the plainness and pallor of her face. She shrank instinctively at the first sight of herself, and opened the drawer where the crimson cape was folded, but shut it resolutely. "I'll see the worst of it," she said, with pinched lips. She turned herself about and about before the glass, letting the cruel light gloat over her shoulders, letting the sickly shadows grow purple on her face. Then she put her elbows on the table and her chin into her hands, and so, for a motionless half-hour, studied the unrounded, uncolored, unlightened face that stared back at her, her eyes darkening at its eyes, her hair touching its hair, her breath dimming the outline of its repulsive mouth. By and by she dropped her head into her hands. The poor mistaken face. She felt as if she would like to blot it out of the world, as her tears used to blot out the wrong sums upon her slate. It had been so happy, but he was sorry for it and all that. Why did a good God make such faces? She slipped upon her knees, bewildered. "He can't mean any harm, nohow," she said, speaking fast, and knelt there and said it over till she felt sure of it. Then she thought of Dell once more, of her colours and sinuous springs and little cries and chatter. After a time she found that she was growing faint, and so stole down into the kitchen for some food. She stayed a minute to warm her feet. The fire was red and the clock was ticking. It seemed to her homelike and comfortable, and she seemed to herself very homeless and lonely. So she sat down on the floor with her head in a chair and cried as hard as she ought to have done 4 hours ago. She climbed into bed about 1 o'clock, having decided in a dull way to give Dick up tomorrow. End of the 10th of January, Part 1, by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Read by Maria Kasper. The 10th of January by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Part 2. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 10th of January, Part 2. But when tomorrow came, he was up with a bright face, and built the kitchen fire for her, and brought in all the water, and helped her fry the potatoes, and whistled a little about the house, and worried at her paleness. And so she said nothing about it. I'll wait till tonight, she planned, making ready for the mill. Oh, I can't, she cried at night. So other mornings came, and other nights. I am quite aware that according to all romantic precedents, this conduct was preposterous in Asenath. Florisita in the novel never so far forgets the whole duty of a heroine as to struggle, waver, doubt, delay. It is proud and proper to free the young fellow. Proudly and properly she frees him, suffers in silence, till she marries another man, and, having had a convenient opportunity to refuse the original lover, overwhelms the reflective reader with a sense of poetic justice and the eternal fitness of things. But I am not writing a novel, and, as the biographer of this simple factory girl, I am offered few advantages. Asenath was no heroine, you see. Such heroic elements as were in her, none could tell exactly what they were, or whether there were any. She was one of those people in whom it is easy to be quite mistaken. Her life had not been one to develop. She might have a certain pride of her own, under given circumstances, but plants grown in a cellar will turn to the sun at any cost. How could she go back into her dark? As for the other man to marry, he was out of the question. Then none love with the tenacity of the unhappy. No life is so lavish of itself as the denied life. To him that hath not shall be given, and Asenath loved this Richard Cross. It might be altogether the grand and suitable thing to say to him, I will not be your wife. It might be that she would thus regain a strong shade of lost self-respect. It might be that she would make him happy and give pleasure to Dell. It might be that the two young people would be her friends and love her in a way. But all this meant that Dick must go out of her life. Practically, she must make up her mind to build the fires and pump the water and mend the windows alone. In dreary fact, he would not listen when she sang, would not say, "You're tired, Zena," would never kiss away an undried tear. There would be nobody to notice the crimson cape, nobody to make blue neckties for, none for whom to save the bonne de Jersey, or to take sweet tired steps, or make dear dreamy plans. To be sure, there was her father, but fathers do not count for much in a time like this on which Zena had fallen. That Dell Ivory was Dell Ivory added intricacies to the question. It was a very unpoetic but undoubted fact that Asenath could in no way so ensure Dick's unhappiness as to pave the way to his marriage with the woman whom he loved. There would be a few merry months, then slow worry and disappointment. Pretty Dell accepted at last not as the crown of his young life, but as its silent burden and misery. Poor Dick, good Dick, who deserved more wealth of wifely sacrifice. Asenath, thinking this, crimsoned with pain and shame. A streak of good common sense in the girl told her, though she half scorned herself for the conviction, that even a crippled woman who should bear all things and hope all things for his sake might blot out the memory of this rounded Dell, that no matter what the motive with which he married her, he would end by loving his wife like other people. She watched him sometimes in the evenings as he turned his kind eyes after her over the library book which he was reading. I know I could make him happy. I know I could, she muttered fiercely to herself. November blew into December. December congealed into January, while she kept her silence. Dick, in his honourable heart, seeing that she suffered, wearied himself with plans to make her eyes shine. brought her 2 pails of water instead of 1, never forgot the fire, helped her home from the mill. She saw him meet Dell Ivory once upon Essex Street with a grave and silent bow. He never spoke with her now. He meant to pay the debt he owed her down to the utmost farthing, that grew plain. Did she try to speak her wretched secret, he suffocated her with kindness, struck her dumb with tender words. She used to analyze her life in those days, considering what it would be without him. To be up by 5:30 o'clock in the chill of all the winter mornings, to build the fire and cook the breakfast and sweep the floor, to hurry away, faint and weak, over the raw, slippery streets, to climb at 6:30 the endless stairs and stand at the endless loom and hear the endless wheels go buzzing round, to sicken in the oily smells and deafen at the remorseless noise, and weary of the rough girl swearing at the other end of the pass, to eat her cold dinner from a little cold tin pail out on the stairs in the 3/4 of an hour recess, to come exhausted home at 6:30 at night and get the supper and brush up about the shoemaker's bench and be too weak to eat, to sit with aching shoulders and make the buttonholes of her best dress or darn her father's stockings till 9 o'clock, to hear no bounding step or cheery whistle about the house, to creep into bed and lie there trying not to think, and wishing that so she might creep into her grave. This not for one winter, but for all the winters. How should you like it, you young girls with whom time runs like a story? The very fact that her employers dealt honorably by her, that she was fairly paid and promptly for her wearing toil, that the limit of endurance was consulted in the temperature of the room and her need of rest in an occasional holiday, perhaps, after all, in the mood she was in, did not make this factory life more easy. She would have found it rather a relief to have somebody to complain of, wherein she was like the rest of us, I fancy. But at last there came a day, it chanced to be the 9th of January, when Asenath went away alone at noon, and sat where Merrimack sung his songs to her. She hid her face upon her knees, and listened and thought her own thoughts, till they and the slow torment of the winter seemed greater than she could bear. So, passing her hands confusedly over her forehead, she said at last aloud, "That's what God means, Asenath Martin," and went back to work with a purpose in her eyes. She asked out a little earlier than usual, and went slowly home. Dick was there before her. He had been taking a half-holiday. He had made the tea and toasted the bread for a little surprise. He came up and said, "Why, Sina, your hands are cold," and warmed them for her in his own. After tea she asked him would he walk out with her for a little while, and in wonder he went. The streets were brightly lighted, and the moon was up. The ice cracked crisp under their feet. Sleighs, with 2 riders in each, shot merrily by. People were laughing in groups before the shop windows. In the glare of a jeweller's counter, somebody was buying a wedding ring, and a girl with red cheeks was looking hard the other way. "Let's get away," said Asenath. "Get away from here." They chose by tacit consent that favourite road of hers over the eastern bridge. Their steps had a hollow, lonely ring on the frosted wood. She was glad when the softness of the snow in the road received them. She looked back once at the water, wrinkled into thin ice on the edge for a foot or two, then open and black and still. "What are you doing?" asked Dick. She said that she was wondering how cold it was, and Dick laughed at her. They strolled on in silence for perhaps a mile of the desolate road. "Well, this is social," said Dick at length. "How much farther do you want to go? I believe you'd walk to Reading if nobody stopped you." She was taking slow, regular steps like an automaton, and looking straight before her. "How much further? Oh!" She stopped and looked about her. A wide young forest spread away at their feet, to the right and to the left. There was ice on the tiny oaks and miniature pines. It glittered sharply under the moon. The light upon the snow was blue. Cold roads wound away through it, deserted. Little piles of dead leaves shivered. A fine, keen spray ran along the tops of the drifts. Inky shadows lurked and dodged about the undergrowth. In the broad spaces the snow glared. The lighted mills, a zone of fire, blazed from east to west. The skies were bare, and the wind was up, and Merrimack in the distance chanted solemnly. "Dick," said Asenath, "this is a dreadful place. Take me home." But when he would have turned, she held him back with a sudden cry and stood still. "I meant to tell you. I meant to say. Dick, I was going to say—" But she did not say it. She opened her lips to speak once and again, but no sound came from them. "Sina, why, Sina, what ails you?" He turned and took her in his arms. Poor Sina. He kissed her, feeling sorry for her unknown trouble. He wondered why she sobbed. He kissed her again. She broke from him and away with a great bound upon the snow. "You make it so hard. You've no right to make it so hard. It ain't as if you loved me, Dick. I know I'm not like other girls. Go home and let me be." But Dick drew her arm through his and led her gravely away. "I like you well enough, Asenath," he said, with that motherly pity in his eyes. "I've always liked you, so don't let us have any more of this." So Asenath said nothing more. The sleek black river beckoned to her across the snow as they went home. A thought came to her as she passed the bridge. It is a curious study what wicked thoughts will come to good people. She found herself considering the advisability of leaping the low brown parapet, and if it would not be just like Dick to go over after her, if there would be a chance for them, even should he swim from the banks, how soon the icy current would paralyze him, how sweet it would be to chill to death there in his arms, how all this wavering and pain would be over, how Dell would look when they dragged them out down below the machine shop. "Sina, are you cold?" asked puzzled Dick. She was warmly wrapped in her little squirrel furs, but he felt her quivering upon his arm like one in an ague all the way home. About 11 o'clock that night her father waked from an exciting dream concerning the best method of blacking patent leather. Sina stood beside his bed with her gray shawl thrown over her nightdress. "Father, suppose sometime there should be only you and me." "Well, well, Sina," said the old man sleepily. "Very well." "I'd try to be a good girl. Could you love me enough to make up?" He told her indistinctly that she always was a good girl. She never had a whipping from the day her mother died. She turned away impatiently, then cried out and fell upon her knees. "Father, Father, I'm in a great trouble. I haven't got any mother, any friend, anybody. Nobody helps me. Nobody knows. I've been thinking such things, oh, such wicked things, up in my room, that I got afraid of myself. You're good. You love me. I want you to put your hand on my head and say, 'God bless you, child, and show you how.'" Bewildered, he put his hand upon her unbound hair and said, "God bless you, child, and show you how." Asenath looked at the old withered hand a moment as it lay beside her on the bed, kissed it, and went away. There was a scarlet sunrise the next morning. A pale pink flush stole through a hole in the curtain and fell across Asenath's sleeping face, and lay there like a crown. It woke her, and she threw on her dress and sat down for a while on the window-sill to watch the coming on of the day. The silent city steeped and bathed itself in rose tints. The river ran red, and the snow crimsoned on the distant New Hampshire hills. Pemberton, mute and cold, frowned across the disk of the climbing sun, and dripped, as she had seen it drip before, with blood. The day broke softly, the snow melted, the wind blew warm from the river. The factory bell chimed cheerily, and a few sleepers in safe, luxurious beds were wakened by hearing the girls sing on their way to work. Asenath came down with a quiet face. In her communing with the sunrise, helpful things had been spoken to her. Somehow, she knew not how, the peace of the day was creeping into her heart. For some reason, she knew not why, the torment and unrest of the night before were gone. There was a future to be settled, but she would not trouble herself about that just now. There was breakfast to get, and the sun shone, and a snowbird was chirping outside of the door. She noticed how the tea-kettle hummed, and how well the new curtain with the castle and waterfall on it fitted the window. She thought that she would scour the closet that night and surprise her father by finishing those list slippers. She kissed him when she had tied on the red hood and said good-bye to Dick, and told them just where to find the squash pie for dinner. When she had closed the twisted gate and taken a step or two upon the snow, she came thoughtfully back. Her father was on his bench mending one of Meg Match's shoes. She pushed it gently out of his hands, sat down upon his lap, and stroked the shaggy hair away from his forehead. "Father?" "Well, what now, Sina, what now?" "Sometimes I believe I've forgotten you a bit, you know. I think we're going to be happier after this, that's all." She went out singing, and he heard the gate shut again with a click. Sina was a little dizzy that morning. The constant palpitation of the floors always made her dizzy after a wakeful night, and so her coloured cotton threads danced out of place and troubled her. Del Ivory, working beside her, said, "How the mill shakes! What's going on?" "It's the new machinery they're hoisting in," observed the overseer carelessly. "Great improvement, but heavy, very heavy. They calculate on getting it all into place today. You'd better be tending to your frame, Miss Ivory." As the day wore on, the quiet of Asenath's morning deepened. Round and round with the pulleys over her head she wound her thoughts of Dick. In and out with her black and dun-coloured threads she spun her future. Pretty Dell, just behind her, was twisting a pattern like a rainbow. She noticed this and smiled. "Never mind," she thought. "I guess God knows." Was he ready to bless her and show her how, she wondered? If indeed it were best that she should never be Dick's wife, it seemed to her that he would help her about it. She had been a coward last night. Her blood leaped in her veins with shame at the memory of it. Did he understand? Did he not know how she loved Dick and how hard it was to lose him? However that might be, she began to feel at rest about herself. A curious apathy about ways and means and decisions took possession of her. A bounding sense that a way of escape was provided from all her troubles, such as she had when her mother died, came upon her. Years before, an unknown workman in South Boston, casting an iron pillar upon its core, had suffered it to float a little, a very little more, till the thin, unequal side cooled to the measure of 1/8 of an inch. That man had provided Asenath's way of escape. She went out at noon with her luncheon, and found a place upon the stairs, away from the rest, and sat there a while with her eyes upon the river, thinking. She could not help wondering a little, after all, why God need to have made her so unlike the rest of his fair handiwork. Dell came bounding by, and nodded at her carelessly. 2 young Irish girls, sisters, the beauties of the mill, magnificently coloured creatures, were singing a little love song together while they tied on their hats to go home. There are such pretty things in the world, thought poor Sina. Did anybody speak to her after the girls were gone? Into her heart these words fell suddenly. He hath no form nor comeliness. His visage was so marred more than any man. They clung to her fancy all the afternoon. She liked the sound of them. She wove them in with her black and dun-coloured threads. The wind began at last to blow chilly up the staircases and in at the cracks, the melted drifts out under the walls to harden. The sun dipped above the dam. The mill dimmed slowly. Shadows crept down between the frames. "It's time for lights," said Meg Match, and swore a little at her spools. Sina, in the pauses of her thinking, heard snatches of the girls' talk. "Going to ask out tomorrow, Meg?" "Guess so, yes. Me and Bob Smith, we thought we'd go to Boston and come up in the theatre train." "Del Ivory, I want the pattern of your Zouave." Did I go to church? No, you don't catch me. If I slave all the week, I'll do what I please on Sunday. Hush, shh, there's the boss looking over there. Kathleen Donovan, be still with your ghost stories. There's one thing in the world I never will hear about, and that's dead people. Dell, said Sina, I think tomorrow... She stopped. Something strange had happened to her frame. It jarred, buzzed, snapped. The threads untwisted and flew out of place. Curious, she said, and looked up. Looked up to see her overseer turn wildly, clap his hands to his head and fall, to hear a shriek from Dell that froze her blood, to see the solid ceiling gape above her, to see the walls and windows stagger, to see iron pillars reel, and vast machinery throw up its helpless giant arms, and a tangle of human faces blanch and writhe. She sprang as the floor sunk. As pillar after pillar gave way, she bounded up an inclined plane, with the gulf yawning after her. It gained upon her, leaped at her, caught her. Beyond were the stairs and an open door. She threw out her arms and struggled on with hands and knees, tripped in the gearing, and saw, as she fell, a square oaken beam above her yield and crash. It was of a fresh red color. She dimly wondered why. As she felt her hands slip, her knees slide, support, time, place, and reason go utterly out. At 10 minutes before 5 on Tuesday, the 10th of January, the Pemberton Mill, all hands being at the time on duty, fell to the ground. So the record flashed over the telegraph wires, sprang into large type in the newspapers, passed from lip to lip, a 9 days' wonder, gave place to the successful candidate and the muttering South, and was forgotten. Who shall say what it was to the 750 souls who were buried in the ruins? What to the 88 who died that death of exquisite agony? What to the wrecks of men and women who endure unto this day a life that is worse than death? What to the architect and engineer, who, when the fatal pillars were first delivered to them for inspection, had found one broken under their eyes, yet accepted the contract and built with them a mill whose thin walls and wide unsupported stretches might have tottered over massive columns and on flawless ore? One that we love may go upon battle ground, and we are ready for the worst. We have said our goodbyes. Our hearts wait and pray. It is his life, not his death, which is the surprise. But that he should go out to his safe, daily, commonplace occupation, unnoticed and uncaressed, scolded a little, perhaps, because he leaves the door open and tells us how cross we are this morning, and they bring him up the steps by and by, a mangled mass of death and horror, that is hard. Old Martin, working at Meg Match's shoes, she was never to wear those shoes, poor Meg, heard, at 10 minutes before 5, what he thought to be the rumble of an earthquake under his very feet, and stood with bated breath waiting for the crash. As nothing further appeared to happen, he took his stick and limped out into the street. A vast crowd surged through it from end to end. Women with white lips were counting the mills. Pacific, Atlantic, Washington. Pemberton? Where was Pemberton? Where Pemberton had winked its many eyes last night and hummed with its iron lips this noon, a cloud of dust, black, silent, horrible, puffed 100 feet into the air. Asenath opened her eyes after a time. Beautiful green and purple lights had been dancing about her, but she had had no thoughts. It occurred to her now that she must have been struck upon the head. The church clocks were striking 8. A bonfire which had been built at a distance to light the citizens in the work of rescue cast a little gleam in through the debris across her 2 hands, which lay clasped together at her side. One of her fingers, she saw, was gone. It was the finger which held Dick's little engagement ring. The red beam lay across her forehead, and drops dripped from it upon her eyes. Her feet, still tangled in the gearing which had tripped her, were buried beneath a pile of bricks. A broad piece of flooring that had fallen slantwise roofed her in and saved her from the mass of ironwork overhead which would have crushed the breath out of Titans. Fragments of looms, shafts, and pillars were in heaps about. Someone whom she could not see was dying just behind her. A little girl who worked in her room, a mere child, was crying between her groans for her mother. Dell Ivory sat in a little open space, cushioned about with reels of cotton. She had a shallow gash upon her cheek. She was wringing her hands. They were at work from the outside, sawing entrances through the labyrinth of planks. A dead woman lay close by, and Sina saw them draw her out. It was Meg Match. One of the pretty Irish girls was crushed quite out of sight. Only one hand was free. She moved it feebly. They could hear her calling for Jimmy Mahoney. Jimmy Mahoney! And would they be sure and give him back the handkerchief? Poor Jimmy Mahoney. By and by she called no more, and in a little while the hand was still. On the other side of the slanted flooring someone prayed aloud. She had a little baby at home. She was asking God to take care of it for her. For Christ's sake, she said. Sina listened long for the amen, but it was never spoken. Beyond, they dug a man out from under a dead body, unhurt. He crawled to his feet and broke into furious blasphemies. As consciousness came fully, agony grew. Sina shut her lips and folded her bleeding hands together and uttered no cry. Dell did screaming enough for two, she thought. She pondered things, calmly as the night deepened, and the words that the workers outside were saying came brokenly to her. Her hurt, she knew, was not unto death, but it must be cared for before very long. How far could she support this slow bleeding away? And what were the chances that they could hew their way to her without crushing her? She thought of her father, of Dick, of the bright little kitchen and the supper table set for three, of the song that she had sung in the flush of the morning. Life, even her life, grew sweet now that it was slipping from her. Dell cried presently that they were cutting them out. The glare of the bonfires struck through an opening. Saws and axes flashed. Voices grew distinct. "They can never get at me," said Sina. "I must be able to crawl. If you could get some of those bricks off of my feet, Dell." Dell took off 2 or 3 in a frightened way, then, seeing the blood on them, sat down and cried. A Scotch girl, with one arm shattered, crept up and removed the pile, then fainted. The opening broadened, brightened. The sweet night wind blew in. The safe night sky shone through. Sina's heart leaped within her. Out in the wind and under the sky she should stand again after all. Back in the little kitchen where the sun shone and she could sing a song. There would yet be a place for her. She worked her head from under the beam and raised herself upon her elbow. At that moment she heard a cry. "Fire! Fire! God Almighty, help them! The ruins are on fire!" A man working over the debris from the outside had taken the notion, it being rather dark just there, to carry a lantern in with him. "For God's sake," a voice cried from the crowd, "don't stay there with that light." But before the words had died upon the air, it was the dreadful fate of the man with the lantern to let it fall, and it broke upon the ruined mass. That was at 9 o'clock. What there was to see from then till morning could never be told or forgotten. A network 20 feet high of rods and girders, of beams, pillars, stairways, gearing, roofing, ceiling, walling, wrecks of looms, shafts, twisters, pulleys, bobbins, mules, locked and interwoven, wrecks of human creatures wedged in, a face that you know turned up at you from some pit which 24 hours' hewing could not open, a voice that you know crying after you from God knows where, a mass of long fair hair visible here, a foot there, 3 fingers of a hand over there, the snow bright red underfoot. charred limbs and headless trunks tossed about, strong men carrying covered things by you, at sight of which other strong men fainted, the little yellow jet that flared up and died in smoke, and flared again, leaped out, licked the cotton bales, tasted the oiled machinery, crunched the netted wood, danced on the heaped-up stone, threw its cruel arms high into the night, roared for joy at helpless firemen, and swallowed wreck, death, and life together out of your sight. The lurid thing stands alone in the gallery of tragedy. "Dell," said Sina presently, "I smell the smoke." And in a little while, "How red it is growing away over there at the left." To lie here and watch that hideous redness crawling after her, springing at her, it had seemed greater than reason could bear at first. Now it did not trouble her. She grew a little faint, and her thoughts wandered. She put her head down upon her arm and shut her eyes. Dreamily she heard them saying a dreadful thing outside, about one of the overseers. At the alarm of fire, he had cut his throat, and before the flames touched him he was taken out. Dreamily she heard Dell cry that the shaft behind the heap of reels was growing hot. Dreamily she saw a tiny puff of smoke struggle through the cracks of a broken fly frame. They were working to save her, with rigid, stern faces. A plank snapped, a rod yielded. They drew out the Scotch girl. Her hair was singed. Then a man with blood upon his face and wrists held down his arms. "There's time for one more. God save the rest of you, I can't." Dell sprang, then stopped. Even Dell stopped, ashamed, and looked back at the cripple. Asenath at this sat erect. The latent heroism in her awoke. All her thoughts grew clear and bright. The tangled skein of her perplexed and troubled winter unwound suddenly. This, then, was the way. It was better so. God had provided himself a lamb for the burnt offering. So she said, "Go, Dell, and tell him I sent you with my dear love, and that it's all right." And Dell, at the first word, went. Sina sat and watched them draw her out. It was a slow process. The loose sleeve of her factory sack was scorched. Somebody at work outside turned suddenly and caught her. It was Dick. The love which he had fought so long broke free of barriers in that hour. He kissed her pink arm where the burnt sleeve fell off. He uttered a cry at the blood upon her face. She turned faint with the sense of safety, and with a face as white as her own he bore her away in his arms to the hospital over the crimson snow. Asenath looked out through the glare and smoke with parched lips. For a scratch upon the girl's smooth cheek he had quite forgotten her. They had left her, tombed alive here in this furnace, and gone their happy way. Yet it gave her a curious sense of relief and triumph. If this were all that she could be to him, the thing which she had done was right, quite right. God must have known. She turned away and shut her eyes again. When she opened them, neither Dick, nor Dell, nor crimson snow, nor sky were there, only the smoke, writhing up a pillar of blood-red flame. The child who had called for her mother began to sob out that she was afraid to die alone. "Come here, Molly," said Sina. "Can you crawl around?" Molly crawled around. "Put your head in my lap, and your arms about my waist, and I will put my hands in yours, so. There, I guess that's better." But they had not given up on them yet. In the still unburned rubbish at the right, someone had wrenched an opening, within a foot of Sina's face. They clawed at the solid iron like savage things. A fireman fainted in the glow. "Give it up," cried the crowd from behind. "It can't be done. Fall back." Then hushed, awestruck. An old man was crawling along upon his hands and knees over the heated bricks. He was a very old man. His grey hair blew about in the wind. "I want my little gal," he said. "Can't anybody tell me where to find my little gal?" A rough-looking young fellow pointed in perfect silence through the smoke. "I'll have her out yet. I'm an old man, but I can help. She's my little gal, you see. Hand me that there dipper of water. It'll keep her from choking, maybe. Now, keep cheery, Sina. Your old father'll get you out. Keep up good heart, child, that's it." "It's no use, father. Don't feel bad, father. I don't mind it very much." He hacked at the timber. He tried to laugh. He bewildered himself with cheerful words. "No more you needn't, Zenith, for it'll be over in a minute. Don't be downcast yet. We'll have you safe at home before you know it. Drink a little more water, do now. They'll get at you now, sure." But above the crackle and the roar, a woman's voice rang out like a bell. "We're going home to die no more." A child's notes quavered in the chorus. From sealed and unseen graves, white young lips swelled the glad refrain. "We're going home." The crawling smoke turned yellow, turned red. Voice after voice broke and hushed utterly. One only sang on like silver. It flung defiance down at death. It chimed into the lurid sky without a tremor. For one stood beside her in the furnace, and his form was like unto the form of the Son of God. Their eyes met. Why should not a Zenith sing? "Zenith!" cried the old man out upon the burning bricks. He was scorched now, from his grey hair to his patched boots. The answer came triumphantly. "To die no more, no more, no more." "Sina! Little Sina! Sina!" But someone pulled him back. End of the 10th of January, Part 2, by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps. Read by Maria Kasper.
Preface to 10 meses de misión a los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica como agente confidencial de Chile por B. Vicuña Maquena. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dos palabras al país. El fallo definitivo e inapelable de las acciones de los hombres públicos es sin disputa un atributo exclusivo de la posteridad, no así su responsabilidad. Encuéntrase esta última de tal manera unida con aquellas que, pudiera decirse, forma su esencia, su alma, su conciencia, puesto que su gloria o su vilipendio, su absolución o su castigo sólo recaen sobre esa responsabilidad misma, inmortal como el alma y la conciencia del hombre, y ajena por tanto a todo veredicto que no sea el de la conciencia y el alma de los demás hombres, constituidos en ese supremo tribunal que se llama la opinión pública. En nombre de esos principios entrego este libro, palpitante de verdad, a la luz, al criterio y al fallo de mis conciudadanos. En un sentido de actualidad, esta publicación no podía ser una novedad para mí ni para los que me conocen. Al contrario, es el resultado lógico de las doctrinas de toda mi vida pública. Es más que eso. Es la sanción hecha en mi propio y a costa mía de las ideas que he sostenido siempre en la política, en las letras y particularmente en la historia de mi patria, ideas arraigadas en mí casi desde la cuna y que me han traído desde mi niñez, batallando por sostenerlas entre destierros y prisiones, entre innumerables acusaciones al jurado de imprenta y más innumerables sentencias de tribunales políticos y aun de consejos de guerra militares en mi país y fuera de él. Hago, pues, hoy conmigo mismo lo que antes he hecho con los hombres históricos de mi patria. Vengo a sentarme voluntariamente en el mismo banco a que les he dado cita, prestando así principio de vida a la historia contemporánea entre nosotros, para responder de mí mismo con la misma verdad, con la misma entereza y la misma lealtad con que a ellos los he absuelto o los he condenado en su grandeza verdadera o fingida. Y mi derecho para discutir esa misma responsabilidad inter vivos es tanto más evidente cuanto más desnaturalizada ha sido aquella por el error o la malevolencia, y cuanto más sujeta ha estado a no ser comprendida por la distancia, la divergencia profunda de país a país, y más que todo por el influjo de las pasiones humanas que me perseguían a la par en suelo extraño y en el propio. Por esto el presente libro será una exposición serena, franca, completa y más que todo sincera de mis actos públicos y de la responsabilidad pública que a ellos también pertenece. Por esto, el presente libro no tiene ningún propósito político, ningún alcance de actualidad, ningún compromiso con los sucesos ni con los hombres que se agitan hoy en presencia de una contienda nacional que se ha dado por concluida y sobre la que no me toca a mí dar por el momento ningún género de opinión. Lo único que me es dado anticipar con relación a ese estado de cosas es que he tenido la virtud, iba a decir la magnanimidad, de aguardar. Hace un año que me encuentro de regreso en el seno de mi patria, y puedo asegurar con la mano puesta sobre mi corazón que cada día, cada hora de ese año ha sido testigo de una lucha muda y vehemente de mi espíritu por dar vida y circulación a este libro, o para decir mejor, a este proceso de mí mismo, hecho por mí mismo. Pero entre la patria grande y querida y mi persona humilde estaba el sacrificio, y he sabido aguardar. La hora, empero, ha llegado, y puesto que la nación se desciñe la coraza delante del ya lejano enemigo, es tiempo que ella vista la túnica del juez y oiga a cada uno de sus hijos lo que tienen que alegar en abono de la responsabilidad que a cada cual ha cabido. Pero aún así, y consérvese esto muy presente, hemos tenido un escrupuloso cuidado de no tocar aquellas cuestiones que pudieran en lo menor afectar el resultado ulterior de nuestra guerra con España, sea cual sea su solución. En su sentido personal y más limitado, esta obra comprenderá, por consiguiente, una reseña estrictamente documentada de todas mis operaciones como agente confidencial de Chile en los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica, desde mi partida de Valparaíso en octubre de 1865 hasta mi regreso a Chile en julio de 1866. Como obra de actualidad y de aplicación a uno de los puntos más discutidos de aquella misión, quedarán resueltas en ella estas 4 cuestiones de grave importancia para Chile en el estado de paz, de guerra o de tregua indefinida, en que hallamos al fin de encontrarnos respecto de la península y de la América, pues se refieren a la defensa militar de la nación, a saber, primera, ¿existe o no en Estados Unidos o en Europa otro género de buques que los que se han enviado por los diversos agentes de Chile y del Perú desde que estalló la guerra con España? Segunda, ¿es posible o no adquirir naves de guerra, propiamente dichas, en las potencias neutrales? Tercera, ¿los buques de guerra adquiridos en Estados Unidos pertenecían o no a la marina de guerra de esa nación? Cuarta, ¿se compraron o no esos buques a virtud de instrucciones y de órdenes perentorias, de acuerdo con los agentes diplomáticos de Chile, por sus justos precios y mediante las precauciones más exquisitas y formales, atendidas las circunstancias, y sin exagerar jamás, de una manera oficial o privada, sus verdaderas cualidades o defectos? Por último, como obra política y de derecho internacional, la presente publicación aspira a un alcance mucho más vasto, y este será acaso el único mérito por el que se recomiende a la indulgencia del público, siempre predispuesto, y con razón a nuestro juicio, contra el personalismo inevitable de este género de trabajos. Nos referimos a la alta enseñanza que nuestra patria ha recogido al poner a prueba sus relaciones con las potencias extranjeras, especialmente con la Gran República del Norte, que antes, por efímeras ilusiones de que todos fuimos reos, y hoy solo por sarcasmo, ha solido llamarse nuestra hermana primogénita. En este sentido, estas páginas ofrecerán una lección trascendental a nuestro país y a la América hispano-latina en general, y nos habrá cabido la suerte de haber servido con nuestros sufrimientos, con nuestra constancia, y por qué no habremos de decirlo, aunque parezca inmodesto, con nuestra audacia, a echar por tierra todas esas mentidas teorías de protección y de afinidades políticas, todas esas imposturas crueles y dispendiosas, que como la más falsa y pretenciosa de todas, la doctrina Monroe, nos constituyan en pupilos de aquellos grandes pueblos, pero grandes solo por su egoísmo y por la distancia y el error en que viven respecto de nosotros. Empero, no se crea por esto que nosotros, que fuimos la víctima sacrificada a ese egoísmo y a esa ignorancia ajenas a nuestras ilusiones propias, vayamos a sostener nuestro apartamiento o nuestra ruptura moral con esos pueblos. Lejos de nosotros tan pueril represalia. Muy al contrario, los Estados Unidos son para nosotros hoy día, como eran antes, un gran pueblo, y con ninguno de la tierra debemos estar en más estrecho contacto mercantil y político. En ninguno tampoco encontraremos jamás un apoyo más eficaz, más pronto y más poderoso que en aquella república, taller gigantesco del orbe, cuyos hijos tienen el poder de todas las cosas, incluso el de las cosas imposibles. Pero esto, que es una verdad absoluta, a trueque de una condición absoluta también, la condición del oro, esta última et única ratio de la raza anglosajona y de todos los pueblos mercaderes antiguos y modernos, y que por lo tanto a nadie ofende. Por lo demás, este libro no tiene ninguna pretensión de forma. Es una simple narración de hechos y de peripecias por sí mismas bastante nuevas e interesantes a nuestro juicio, aunque se lean solo en los documentos en que se relatan. No hemos creído que la galanura del estilo aumentaría el atractivo de una publicación de este género, y al contrario, se nos ha ocurrido que pudiera desconceptuar su austeridad provechosa, distrayendo con los incidentes la grave atención que su contenido invoca. Por esto, si hemos echado mano de vez en cuando de los episodios, de las descripciones, de los caracteres, de todo lo incidental, en fin, ha sido cuando ello contribuía a dar mayor claridad y precisión al mismo relato general, vaciado todo en documentos auténticos e inéditos. Estos últimos constituyen, pues, la esencia del libro, y es lo único que se recomienda al público. Lo poco que se encuentre en él de narrativo o personal va dirigido solamente a dar unidad y cuerpo de vida a la compilación de aquellos. Y dicho todo esto, con la ayuda de Dios, entramos en materia, que lo que hay que decir es mucho, el tiempo escaso y la prisa por dar cima a la empresa no pequeña. Santiago, junio de 1867. B. Vicuña Maquena. End of the preface to 10 meses de misión a los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica como agente confidencial de Chile por B. Vicuña Maquena. Leído por Tony Oliva.
Eleanor Clare's Journal for 10 Years by Harriet Parr. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eleanor Clare's Journal for 10 Years, in 4 chapters. Chapter 1. Burnbank Cottage, July the 7th, 1844. Mrs. Lake said to me this morning in her grave, impressive fashion, "My dear love, it is a very serious responsibility to be an heiress." She was looking straight into me as it were, and I felt that she was in such solemn earnest that I dared not turn it off with a laugh, as I could have done if anybody else had made the remark. Indeed, for a moment, a perfect spasm of terror made my heart quiver again. I could scarcely get my breath, and went red and white, hot and cold, half a dozen times in as many minutes. I cannot be glad as I know some girls would. I never knew what it was to want money, and so don't set much store by it. I don't see how it can make me any happier than I have been, but I do see how it can make me a very great deal more miserable. Ever since Mrs. Lake said that about its being a serious responsibility, I have felt as if I had got a great heavy yoke about my neck. I wonder what Uncle Robert meant by laying such a burden upon me, when there were Cousin Henry and Cousin Jane who would have borne it with so much more dignity, who would have rejoiced in it, sleeping and waking, which I shall never, never do. He might have built a church, and sorely they want one at Burnshead, or endowed a hospital. He might have done 1,000 things with it more sensible and profitable than bequeathing it to me, whom he had never seen, and who am not in the least bit grateful for it. What am I to do with 80,000 pounds? If I were a man, I would go into business, and speculate with it, and get rid of it. I hate trouble and anxiety about money, and I love to sit with dear Granny in this pretty old drawing-room, and read, or sew, or idle, just as it pleases me. I never felt to want anything grander or better. Our life seemed quite sufficient for me, and now it will be changed, all changed. I am a very commonplace, unambitious body, no doubt, but I can't help it. I don't want to be a magnificent, and do great deeds. I never had an aspiration in my life. I like to give Ally Martin 5 shillings and a flannel petticoat at Christmas, or to help anybody whose cow or donkey dies. But as for having my name put in charitable subscription lists, as other people's are, with great sums of money after them, it would make me want to hide my head for shame at my ostentation. I said yesterday to Granny and Cousin Jane that I believed this fine fortune would prove the plague of my life, and Cousin Jane bade me not talk so wildly. I should be glad enough of it some day. Granny only sighed. In her heart she thinks as I do, that I shall be neither the happier nor the better for it. It has already made me have some disagreeable thoughts. The Curlings, who are generally so high and mighty, and scarcely vouchsafe me a word, when they called the other day literally abased themselves before me. It would have delighted me to throw a sofa cushion at Mary Jane, when she began to praise what she styled my beautiful indifference to sordid dross, and if I had done it, I believe she would only have called it a charming outbreak of girlish vivacity. They asked me to tea, and I said I would not go. Granny scolded me afterwards for being rude and abrupt to them. Well, I dare say I was rude and abrupt, and I will never be anything else to people I dislike. Then poor Miss Lawson and her sister Betsy took the other view of me, and the last time I saw them they were quite stiff and cold. They hoped I should not be uplifted and proud in my new position, and pretended to think that I should despise coming to have tea at 5 o'clock in their dingy little parlour. It was not kind, for I am fond of Betsy, and I should like to give them a couple of nice easy chairs to rest their backs. Only I am such an awkward creature. I don't know how to do it. If I have to give anybody anything, I always want to do it without being seen, and if ever what I offered was refused, I am sure I would never venture to offer again. I am very stupid. It is to be hoped I shall grow used to being rich, and I am sure I say my prayers that I may do no harm with my money, even if I cannot do much good. But it is all so new to me yet, and it eases me to tell my difficulties to my little books. They are so silly, I dare not inflict them even on Granny, who looks sad and serious whenever I attempt it. I should like to get some method of spending my income regularly. It shall not accumulate if I can help it. When Cousin Henry comes down to-morrow, there will be a grand consultation over me. I should not wonder if I were to be sent off to school somewhere. The threat has been looming in Granny's eyes for long, but I shall not like leaving home. Burnbank will always be home to me. It looks so lovely from the window just now. There is a little vessel with its white sails set, gliding across the glimpse of sea between the trees beyond the green. Then the sun is out, and the wind is strong enough to keep up a continual whisper among the leaves. There are 2 charming little baby donkeys with their mothers, and flocks of geese, and a few children on the grass. Now, one of the baby donkeys is taking maternal refreshment, and the clerk's yelping terrier, Spite, is making a scurry against the geese. Ferndale Park may be very grand and very beautiful, but it will be transportation to go away from Burnbank for the grandest and most beautiful place in the world. But I shall not need to live there yet. July the 9th. It has ended as I expected. I am to go to school. Cousin Henry is very decided, and it will be of no use to rebel. He is my guardian. He reminded me that I am not 16 years old yet, and that my education has been of the plainest. Granny spoke up for me, and said that though I was home-taught, I was not ignorant of common things, and that what I had learnt thoroughly. It was good of her, but, of course, I must be far behind other girls who have had immense advantages. So this is my sentence: banishment from Burnbank, and hard labour at the long roll of accomplishments for 2 years. These are the first fruits of my heiress-ship. There is a little respite, however, for none of the schools open until August. Since I have seen Cousin Henry and listened to his sage talk, I am more than ever impressed by the mistake Uncle Robert made in leaving his money to me instead of to him, and I believe Cousin Henry thinks it a mistake too. He had not anything very pleasant to say, and appeared to consider his task of guardian to my wilful self anything but a delightful office. When I opposed one of his schemes because I did not like it, he retorted sharply, "Wealth has its penalties, Eleanor Clare, and you must just take them along with its satisfactions. As long as you were a portionless country damsel, no one cared much what you did. Now, as a rich heiress, There will be many scrutinizing eyes upon you. I shall go and talk to Mrs. Lake about it. If I am to do this and not to do that, different to myself, I shall loathe my fortune. I think Cousin Henry might have left that unsaid. People who call ask what I am going to do, and when they are told, some say it is the most sensible and best plan, but others wonder why I do not immediately plunge into fashionable revelry. I shall never do for that. Cousin Jane has invited herself over to Burnbank to spend a week or two. I hope she will not bring a Dorcas basket to sew at, as she did the last time she came. I want to be out of doors this glorious weather. It was such fun once in Cousin Henry's magnificent laying down of the law for my rule and guidance. When he had settled that I was to go to school, he added precisely, "And until Eleanor's education is finished, her allowance need not be more than 300 a year. Afterwards, until she is of age, and my duty ceases, 600 will be about the mark." I spoke up immediately and said, "No, Cousin Henry, it will not. I shall have 500 a year now, and immediately I leave school I shall choose to enjoy the whole of my income." Granny looked so startled, and Cousin Henry sat bolt upright in his chair, drew a very long breath, and glared as if I had struck him. After a minute's pause he asked, "But what can you do with 500 a year now?" I replied, "I want to have a pretty little carriage and a pair of ponies, like Mrs. Lake's, for us at Burnbank, and in my holidays I want a horse to ride myself. Then I want to refurnish the drawing room and put up a little conservatory at the glass door end. I want to hire Mary Burton to wait on Granny and me, and Mary's brother to attend to the ponies, and drive Granny about when I am away. All that can be done, Cousin Henry?" "Certainly it can be done," said he, with a great deal of hesitation, and keeping his eye watchfully upon me. "Then it must be done. There, Granny, the carriage and ponies for you!" cried I, and really for the first time I felt what a good thing money is. Cousin Henry did not look half satisfied, but he refrained from arguing the matter. Perhaps he felt a little glad, because he is very fond of Granny, and he has far too large a family himself for there to be any likelihood of his making her old age more comfortable. He could not reasonably oppose me, because I know Uncle Robert left his estate free from encumbrance and in perfect order. Consequently there can be no pretence for accumulating money to clear or improve it. I believe that I am going to develop into a woman of business after all. But would anybody believe it? I will tell you, my old book, but nobody else. I have been trying to calculate the interest of £80,000 at 4%, and I can't do it. I know nothing of sums, except the first 4 rules and long division, and I am ashamed to ask what my income will ultimately be. Yet, I wish to know, and when I do know, I will spend it every year up to the last shilling. July the 12th. Last night I went to have tea with Miss Lawson and Betsy. I had bought 2 very nice easy chairs the day before at Compton, and sent them with a little note in my love. Next morning Miss Betsy came and asked me to go in the evening. They were both so pleased with my present, and each sat in her chair all the time to show me how they appreciated them. I have felt afraid they might be affronted, but Miss Lawson said, "Never fear to do a kind action, Eleanor, now that you have the means. We never could have bought these chairs ourselves, as Betsy knows, if our backs had been broken with rheumatism. We shall always think of you when we are resting in them," and she did not snap once all the while I was there. Cousin Jane is here, as full of business and care as she usually is. I have subscribed to every one of her baskets, and all her schools, but I had hard work to beg off making sunbonnets for the little girls in Central Africa, and whether I would or no, I have had to make 2 bazaar pincushions and a doll pen wiper. I offered her 10 shillings to let me off, but she lectured me for idleness, and made me set to work. The Curlings came to invite us to join a picnic of theirs to the Abbey at Downham, but Granny said no for me, and afterwards explained that she did not want me to be acquainted with the people I should meet there. I should have liked to go very well, not that I care for any of the people, but because the drive there is pleasant, and the old ruins are so beautiful. The Curlings have undergone a wonderful transformation lately. Their civility is oppressive. How I do dislike them. That Mary Jane asked me if I should continue to visit the Lawsons, and actually had the insolence to add, "The reason we never took you up so cordially as we were inclined to do, Eleanor dear, was because we really could not associate with such common people. You know, they used to keep a little shop in Compton where they sold coffee and tea." I put on my grand air, which Granny always says repels as decidedly as if I said, "Stand back," and told her that my lovings and hatings had undergone no change, and that I should certainly go to Miss Lawson's as much as I had ever done. She reddened, and tried to talk about my position. She and I were taking diametrically opposite views of how the said position is best respected, and opined that I should soon learn my own value. How sick it all makes me! As if directly this misfortune happened to me I had lost my identity, and ceased to be that Eleanor Clare who went on her way rejoicing and unmolested. I don't like to think it can be true, but I have fancied that 2 or 3 people whom I have known since I was a child have ceased liking me as well as they did. Cousin Jane, for instance, she sneers at me continually. I do hope I shall not grow suspicious. I have often heard of people with money thinking they were not loved for themselves, and I should not like it to be my own case, but as little should I approve of being envied for it. Nobody knows, and I suppose nobody ever will know, for I am not going to prate about what I cannot do. How much better pleased and how much happier I should have been if Uncle Robert had divided his property among the 3 of us, instead of leaving it all to me. Granny says my mother was always his pet, but she evidently thinks that Ferndale ought to have been Cousin Henry's, so that it might have been kept in the name of Favell instead of passing to the Clares. To be sure, it was not a family property. Uncle Robert earned it for himself, and had, therefore, an undisputable right to bequeath it as he would, but his will has not given satisfaction to any of us, not even to me, his heiress. I should like to know what made him pass over Cousin Henry and Cousin Jane. If I might hazard such a thought, I could almost fancy that Granny loved Uncle Robert less than her other children. He never came amongst us here, and except for the present he sent to me at Christmas, I never should have known I had such a relative. Cousin Jane does not talk of him as if she had ever seen him, but only says that she understood he was a shy, reserved man, who led from choice an extremely secluded life. I don't like to ask Granny, for she never mentions him first. July the 16th. We have heard of a pair of beautiful bay ponies that will just suit us. Granny says she shall be able to drive them herself. They belong to Lady Singleton at Deerhill. The carriage is to come from London next week. I hope we shall have 1 or 2 drives in it before I go to school. Cousin Henry has decided upon the place to which I am to be sent. It is a Miss Thornton's at Stockbridge, a very excellent school, he says, where I shall have every opportunity of becoming what he desires to see me. Oh, what does he desire to see me? A paragon, a Paris, a non-pareil. My firm belief is, that if I am cultivated for a score of years, I shall revert to my natural pleasures and quiet idleness the moment the guard is off. I cannot be always thinking of what is proper and fitting to be done. July the 17th. I have had a long walk with Mrs. Lake, who told me about Uncle Robert. He was Granny's eldest son. Cousin Henry's father is the second, and Uncle Tom was the youngest. My mother was the youngest of all. Uncle Robert made a low marriage, that is, our family felt it so, and they would not acknowledge his wife or see him at Burnbank after. Only my mother wrote him kind letters. Uncle Robert's wife was very pretty, and Mrs. Lake says, very good, too, and neither ignorant nor vulgar, but Granny would not forgive him, and his 2 brothers kept up the estrangement instead of trying to heal it. Uncle Robert loved her devotedly, but he soon lost her, and when she lay dying it was my mother, then unmarried and quite a girl, who visited and nursed her. This explains why he left his property to me, and why Granny so very much dislikes to speak of him. I am glad to know about it, for mysteries are always in the way. I am surprised Granny should have been so harsh, but it often seems as if the best people were the most tyrannical in trying to make others be good and happy exactly after their fashion. Cousin Jane has that way. She says to me often, "Eleanor, do so and so. I am sure it is the right way, the only right way, and it will befall better than if you followed your own head." And she will talk and argue until I am fairly beaten down by an avalanche of words. If I am resolved to do as I like, there is nothing for it but running out of hearing, and that I do sometimes. Then I had some talk with Mrs. Lake about myself, and she bids me turn a deaf ear to all warnings, doubts, and promptings, and to go straight forward in my own natural way, just as if the fortune had never come to me. And I will, if I can. There is one good thing at school. There we are all equal, fortunes or no fortunes. No, not all equal. I begin to feel as if I should turn out a fearful dunce, and rather to dread the beginning. I don't know why, but I always feel more awkward in a company of young girls about my own age than I ever do elsewhere. I think they quiz and make remarks, and then I have such a silly trick of blushing. However, it has to be, and so my courage must bear me through as well as it may. July the 24th. Today Granny and I had our first drive together in the pony carriage. It was so cosy, so charming, and will be such an ease and comfort to Granny now that she cannot walk far, but still finds the fresh air necessary to keep her in health. We went round by Deer Hill, and the ponies wanted to turn in at the gate. Poor little things! They remembered their old home. The Singletons are quite ruined, and are gone abroad, we hear. That odious Mary Jane Curling suggested to me that if they had stayed at home, young Edward might have married me. I should have been my lady, and my fortune would have restored Deer Hill. I can scarcely control myself when she begins to show her teeth, roll her eyes, and talk in that way. I should like to beat her. She makes me feel worse than anything or anybody I ever saw. I dislike her present free and easy tone far more than her former lofty one. I shall have to encase myself in my unapproachable armour whenever we meet, if we are to remain on civil terms. But I would much rather quarrel with her and have done with it. It would be naughty, but it would save a world of trouble and hypocrisy. A man came this morning to plan the conservatory. There is to be a glass door out of the drawing-room into it, and it is to be made on the same principle as Mrs. Lake's. It will be finished when I come home at Christmas. It is arranged for Cousin Jane to stay at Burnbank with Granny while I am away. This is very nice, for she would have been dull alone, for, though Mary Burton is a good attentive girl, she wants someone to read aloud to her, and to drive or walk out with. Jane is too bustling and active for me, too fussy, but Granny seems not to mind it, or else she has a way of making her sit still and keep quiet. I had to sew at a sunbonnet today for peace and quietness' sake, but it is not a charitable bonnet, for I did it with the greatest ill will possible. July the 27th. Granny proposed a few days since that to celebrate my going to school. I saw nothing to rejoice over. We must have a tea drinking at Burnbank. I said if we did it should be a tea drinking for the children, and anybody else who chose to come without an invitation might come, but I would not have a solemn party for talk, compliments, and scandal. I managed the affair myself. It was beautiful weather, so the children had tea in the orchard at 3 o'clock, and the old women had tea too. Granny thought we should have it all to ourselves, but I knew better. I told our advertising post, Miss Brisk, that I should be glad to see any of my friends who could dispense with formality, that there would be plenty of strawberries and other ripe fruit, and tea, coffee, and cakes at 5 o'clock for them, but that I did not mean to give anybody anything unless they arrived in time to help to amuse the children. I was sure they would come, if it was only for the novelty, and come they did. All the Curlings, the Prices, Lucy and Ellen Cooper, the Lawsons, Mrs. Lake, Mrs. and Miss Cranworth, Dr. Rayson and his wife, and a troop of people from the Charltons. John Burton and little Tom had quite enough to do to pick fruit all the afternoon, and everyone seemed to enjoy the freedom of walking about the house and grounds, and talking to their friends. Indeed, my strawberry party, as they called it, gave so much satisfaction that the Prices are to have one next Saturday. But I must not forget the children, who were my chosen guests. They all arrived in due time, with mug and saucer, and sat down to regale on the tea and the spice buns which we had provided. Vastly they enjoyed them too, if we might judge from the consumption that took place. At one time or another, I have taught every child in the school. So not to cause any distinction between past and present pupils, I made each one a little present, and they chose them from the trays as they stand in their classes. My class, as we call it the encouragement class, because Thompson always sent me the dull and backward, or idle and tiresome children, had the post of honour, and chose first. There will be plenty of cut fingers in Burnbank for some days to come. For the boys I had provided a number of strong clasp knives, pencil cases, and books. For the girls, little cases with thimble, scissors, and other working tools, and for the small fry, gaily dressed dolls, squeaking toy sheep, dogs, cats, etc. Cousin Jane thought it a frightful waste of money, and lectured me seriously on the folly of giving poor folks' children toys. Wanton extravagance, she designated it. But I am sure it was pleasant to see how glad they most of them were. It never is possible to satisfy all. Knives were in great request among the boys, and when they were all gone, and the little fellows came up to choose, some few looked marvellously discontented. Auntie Craggs was very hard to pacify. When I said, "Now, Auntie, it is your turn. What will you have?" he replied in his native Doric, "I'll hae a knife," though all the knives were gone. I told him he must try to be pleased with something else, but still he would only keep on reiterating, "I'll have a knife." So at last I proposed the alternative of sixpence, which, after a little hesitation, he condescended to accept. Another boy, Simmy Dean, would only be contented with a Dutch doll, dressed in pink glazed calico and white muslin, and Betty, his sister, chose a drum. When all the presents were distributed, we went upon the green, and the children ran races and played games. Some of the fine folk came out to encourage us with their presents, but the Curlings and the Carletons and the Prices kept quite to themselves. Cousin Jane started the races, and I gave the prizes. Then we had scrambles for sweeties and halfpence. In everything, Auntie Craggs was conspicuously unsuccessful. His fat freckled face and red hair were always panting up at the fag end of each race, and totally eclipsed, flattened on the ground, most likely, in the thickest of every scramble. When beaten in the races, he vociferated defiantly, "I'll run 'em again! I'll run 'em again!" And when he rose empty-handed from the melee over the sweeties, he still cried out, "Gie us another chance, Miss Eleanor! I'll hae some yet!" I could not help laughing, and liking the little fellow who would not give in, though I know he is the most perverse and naughty boy in the school. When all the sweeties and halfpence and toys were gone, the children went too, gradually dispersing down to Ferny Bank and the shore. Then our other company assembled in the house, and the early tea, remarkable innovation on Burnbank customs, took place for those who chose to remain. A few, who dine at 6:30 and 7 o'clock, departed, after expressing regret that they had had so little of my company. I believe a great many people, all perhaps, except Mrs. Lake and the Lawsons, took away an impression that Miss Eleanor Clare has a taste for low company. Mary Jane Curling said they were surprised I had not chosen to give a dance. As if I cared for a dance in this hot weather! And where were the partners to come from, if I had? I like the children's parties the best yet, whatever I may do by and by. I will give a dance, maybe, when I leave school, or when I am of age. Dr. Rayson was very much gratified. He likes the poor things to be pleased, and says it does them good, and I would rather he thought me right than all the Curlings, Charltons, and Prices put together. I do not value their opinion at all. I am not quite sure whether Granny likes me to act as I do. I have doubts. She said to me, when I remarked about my indifference to what people think, "There's no need to be so violently independent, Eleanor. You will become harsh and brusque in manner if you live in such a defiant frame of mind as you have adopted lately." Can it be true that I am, notwithstanding my indifference to its possession, actually deteriorating since this fortune befell me? I believe I am. I have thoughts I never had before. It is true, 6 months ago, I was shy of these fine folks whom I care nothing about now, and I know that it is because they think more of me on account of my money, that the change has come. It would be a very good thing for me to be sent off to school, where I shall have something to do to keep my head steady. I believe I could have borne a good strong shock of adversity a great deal better than I am bearing my prosperity. Now I should hate myself if I became what I so particularly detest, a strong-minded, disagreeable woman, and there seems a danger of it. July the 29th. I am not a crying body generally, but last night, after I got to bed, I had a thorough good cry, and feel all the better for it now it is over. Cousin Jane said to me, "Eleanor, you are quite spoilt. I never saw such a conceited, dogmatical puss as you are turning into in all my life, and you used to be a simple-minded girl enough once." I cannot express how intense my mortification was, but I contrived to keep it still until I got to bed, and then I did cry. I was all the more vexed because Cousin Jane was so right in what she said. I am becoming positively odious. I know I am. All the while that I have been trying to persuade myself that I cared nothing about my money, I have been puffing myself up into a very balloon of arrogance. How I should have ridiculed anybody else if they had done so. And I dare say people are laughing at me. And if they are, I deserve it. There will be some good in going away from Burnbank, after all. At Miss Thornton's, no one knows I am an heiress. No one will be constantly calling the fact to my mind, therefore, by remarks and insinuations. I shall have to wait on myself, and work hard, too. I am going on the 1st of August. Granny is to take me. I wonder what it will all be like. Chapter 2. Stockbridge, August the 4th. This is the first chance I have got since I came to Stockbridge of writing a word in my journal, and now it is on the sly. I came 4 days ago, and seem to have been in a whirl and confusion ever since. I am only just beginning to settle down. At first it seemed as if I should never settle. Everything was so strange. There was only one girl here when I arrived, Miss Alice they call her. She is the half-boarder. But a great many have come in yesterday and to-day, 23 in all. From what I have seen, there is not one whom I feel inclined to like much, but I can tell with certainty one person I do not like, and that is Miss Alice. I cannot bear her. She helped the English teacher, Miss Smallwood, a gaunt, very disagreeable-looking woman, to unpack my boxes, make inventories of my clothes, and put them in the drawers as if she were a servant, and when it was time to dress for dinner, we dine at 4, she came and asked me if I could do my own hair. When I told her I could, she said, "That's a blessing," and went away. She is apparently there to serve everybody, girls, teachers, and mistresses. Some of the girls seem great friends with her, but most of them are afraid of her. She is not cross or ill-natured, but she is so satirical she makes me cringe. If she only looks at me, I begin to dread that the next moment she will, as it were, spit out a sharp, stinging phrase at me, and make everybody laugh. It is her way. I was talking to Emily Clay about her, and asking whether she were not a disagreeable person. Emily said she was very odious to those she disliked, but by one or two there was nobody so much loved. It seems strange how anybody can love her. She does not look very formidable. She is middle-sized and dark-complexioned, with a quantity of beautiful hair and very bright eyes. Emily calls her pretty, but I do not. Miss Thornton does not like her, and is very harsh to her, and she even dares to retort and defend herself. Miss Smallwood and she are at daggers drawn, and are engaged in little wordy fights ever so many times a day. The girls seem to think it fun. I should not like to be Miss Alice for anything, but I shall take care not to offend her. August the 9th. This is my first Sunday at school, and this evening we had some rest in the garden, where I am writing upon my knee with the pencil Emily Clay has lent me. On weekdays we scarcely have time to breathe between each lesson. We get up at 6 and must be in the schoolroom at 7. Then lessons till 8, prayers and breakfast. After that 10 minutes out here, and in again to work until 12. Then dry bread and toast and water for luncheon, and half an hour's recreation. Lessons again till 2, then a walk up Stockbridge Lane or by the riverside. Back to dinner at 4, a quarter of an hour's rest to save our complexions, then to lessons again till 7:30. Tea at 8, prayers after, and to bed at 9. Very thankful I am to get to bed too. I am so weary of the incessant hum and work. Miss Thornton is a very fashionable-looking lady, but she drops her H's occasionally. She addresses us, collectively and individually, upon the conduct of gentlewomen, and cites to us as shining examples for our imitation certain stars of surpassing brilliance, who formerly illumined the horizon of Stockbridge, but who have since gone in their glory to other spheres. There is one, Maggie Dixon, whom I will never forgive. Her grace, her elegance, her patience, her laborious industry, her talent, her doing her steps upstairs, her perfect propriety of manner, and her French accent are a continual reproach to me. I believe all the girls hate her sublime and inimitable virtues. Whatever we do ill, Maggie Dixon would scorn to have done. Whatever we do well, Maggie Dixon would have done 100 times better. All the genius and goodness seem to have been absorbed by past generations of schoolgirls, while we are left lamentably deficient. I ventured to say so to Miss Alice, and she with her smile replied, "Oh, we shall be past generations next half or next year, and shall become shining lights in our turn. When Maggie Dixon was here, Miss Thornton used to say she was like an overgrown stable boy, and she was. She came to Stockbridge when I did, and got into as many scrapes as any of us. This is consolatory, but I do wish Miss Thornton would allow us to have one little germ of goodness, so that there might be a hope of something sprouting up by and by. But she will not. She says my language is made up of the most frightful provincialisms, which never can be, and never ought to be, tolerated in polite society, and she inquires almost daily where I have been brought up, and to what place I expect to go ultimately, if I continue to persevere in my present evil ways. I am sure I don't know. Emily Clay is such a sweet, good, kind creature, she never says an ill word of anybody, not even of that every day more to be avoided Miss Alice. Miss Alice spares no one and no thing. She deliberately, and I must acknowledge very amusingly, caricatures us all, teachers, masters, mistress, and pupils indiscriminately. She has a book full of quaint sketches, and somebody says she keeps a locked diary. This is esteemed a great mystery and wickedness, as I suppose mine would be were it known, but so far no one is cognizant of it. I have not even told Emily Clay, and she is my favourite above all the school. Miss Alice does a great many civil offices for me. Indeed, sometimes I am ashamed to make use of her services, disliking her as I do, but I cannot help myself. Yesterday she had to hear me practise my new piece, and I tried to say I was obliged, but did it with such bad grace that she laughed and said, "You need not thank me. I shall attend to you whether you do or not, and I hate sham." September the 2nd. I scarcely ever get time to write a line in my book now, but I must set down what passed yesterday. Miss Alice has always had to help me a great deal with my lessons because I am so low in my class, and I thought it was only right, especially as I don't like her, that I should make her some acknowledgment for her services. I wrote to consult Granny about it, and so, when she and Cousin Jane drove over to see me last week, I asked them to bring a pretty white enamelled work-box from Compton for me to give to her. I never saw her by herself so as to offer it until yesterday afternoon, half-holiday. She was in one of the arbours alone, reading, so I fetched it out of my drawer in the schoolroom and carried it to her. I felt shy of presenting it, and looked as awkward as could be when I said, "Miss Alice, here is a little work-box for you, if you will accept it." She looked up at me in her queer way, but without ever glancing at the box, and replied, "Eleanor Clare, I never accept gifts except from those who love me," and then she went on reading. I turned scarlet, but I was not going to enter into any protestations of my gratitude, so I left the parcel on the seat and marched off. Miss Alice presently came out of the arbour, but she did not bring the box with her, nor, so far as I observed, did she even glance at it. There it stayed all night, and as it rained heavily, it is almost spoiled. Miss Smallwood brought it in and asked publicly to whom it belonged. I had never expected that, and feeling desperately guilty got behind my slate, and feigned not to hear. Miss Alice, however, spoke and said, "It is a present which Miss Eleanor Clare offered to me, and which I declined." Miss Thornton looked up in amazement, and stared at both of us, then at the box. "It was an expensive present for you to buy, Miss Eleanor," said she, "but it shows a good spirit of gratitude. You have given Miss Alice much additional work, but she has no claim on you on that account." "I wanted to pay her for her trouble," I blundered out stupidly. "That you cannot do," said Miss Thornton. "There is no question of payment between Miss Alice and any of the pupils. You are all entitled to her services, and she is entitled to your thanks, but nothing more. If she had chose to accept the present, offered no doubt in a right spirit, there could have been no objection, but as the matter stands, I must desire Miss Smallwood to take charge of it until you go home. Then she will pack it in your trunk. There is no need to cry, Miss Eleanor." Yes, that final admonition was to me. I had begun to cry publicly. All the girls stared and whispered, and even Miss Alice began to look red and vexed. It was just time to go out to walk, and everybody began to move. At last they all went, except Miss Alice and myself, and there I sat at my desk crying like a baby. I could not stop, and for very shame I dropped my face into my two hands. I could have stamped with passion. In a minute, perhaps, I felt Miss Alice lay her hand on my neck, and she said, "Don't be silly, Eleanor Clare. It is not as if you loved me, and I had rejected your present. Then you might cry, but you know you hate me worse than any girl in the school." I shook her off and replied, "Yes, I do. so vehemently that I was sorry after I had said it, for all her colour went except 2 red spots on her cheeks, and her eyes looked strange as if tears had flashed into them, but the next moment she laughed in her old way, and observed that she had known it all along, and did not care. "I don't care" is for ever on her lips. September the 14th. What tiresome, disagreeable subjects we have to write about! This week's is "The 4 Seasons, invited to dine with Time, dispute which is the most valuable to men." Half the girls are running to and fro in a state of distraction. They cannot borrow from books, and Miss Alice is in one of her lofty moods, and declines to help anybody, or else the common cry when we are in a difficulty over our subject is, "Oh, Miss Alice, do give me an idea," and sometimes she will write us a good half-page. Ever since that scene about the box she and I have scarcely spoken. I do feel a little bit vexed and ashamed of myself when I remember it, and some of the girls have taken upon themselves to quarrel with me about it. They say I insulted her. I did not intend it, and I don't believe she thinks I did. I fancy often since I began to observe her that she has a heart under her satire, but she takes a great deal of pains to keep it hidden. Emily Clay does not dislike her. Indeed, she insists upon it that if she had not been so harshly treated when she was a child, and since she came to Stockbridge, she would have been more affectionate and faithful than any of us. Miss Smallwood is horrid to her, but she never seems to care, and though she is slaving from morning till night, Mrs. Thornton scolds her every day. She is dreadfully impertinent sometimes. Indeed, she always appears ready armed for repelling an attack, and such cutting, bitter things she can say. So very different from Emily Clay. She is nice. September the 19th. Miss Alice has been put into my room, and Emily Clay moved to another. Miss Thornton said she would not have any clanning at the school, and Emily and I were too much together. Then we are not allowed to be companions on our walks, but each of us is classed with a girl we care nothing about. Now, I call this enough to make us deceitful and underhand. Why cannot we be allowed our natural affections as we are elsewhere? I will walk with Emily, and I will talk with her too, whenever I can, for all the Miss Thorntons in the universe. Miss Smallwood, too, has taken a spite against us, and if we are together in recreation time, she immediately sends one of us off to the piano or elsewhere. Miss Alice is quite as much vexed as we are, but we have to submit. There is such oppressive hot weather, and we have had ever so many bad thunderstorms lately. I don't like Stockbridge as a place, letting alone its being a school. There is a great ugly marsh beyond our garden, and it is damp and steamy, so different to dear old Burnbank. Some of the girls are not well, and I'm not well either, though I don't in the least know what ails me. I get tired with nothing, and my head aches miserably often, but I do not like to complain. October the 29th. Oh, what a time I have had of it, and now I am full of aching bones and pains and languors. I can scarcely trail one foot after another, and the least noise almost makes me scream. I have had a rheumatic fever for nearly 6 weeks, and have suffered so very, very much, it was like being racked. Now I can sit up in the little music room, and Granny is staying in the town to be near me. They took great care of me and were very kind. Miss Thornton, Miss Smallwood, Mademoiselle, Emily, and all of them, but it was Miss Alice who nursed me best. The 2 girls who slept in the other bed were moved, and she and I were left alone for quiet. I don't know how I can have thought all the cruel things of her that I have done ever since I came to Stockbridge until I began to be ill. She is so patient and good. One night when I was the weakest I cried, and made confession to her, and asked her to forgive me. I was so weighed down with the remembrance of what I used to feel against her, that I could not rest until she kissed me. I awoke and found her sitting on the floor, with her face resting against my bed, watching me, and stroking my hand. I knew she had been practising in the drawing-room until after 10, and that she would have to be at her lessons for herself by 5, and it pained me inexpressibly to see her wasting her few hours of sleep in guarding me. Since that night I have found her out. She never can be cold and repellent to me again, for I must love her whether she will or no. She did not say very much, but she kept still a long while, and knelt by the bed with her face on my hand, and I could feel it was wet with tears. At last she asked me not to talk any more, she could not bear it, and got into her own bed. I thought at first she was going to sleep, but by and by I heard a sob, and then another, and oh, how she cried! I thought she would kill herself. I never heard anybody cry so bitterly, or so long. I sat up, move I could not, and prayed her to be calm, but she seemed to have lost all control over herself, and could not cease. I know that feeling. I wanted to put my arms about her and comfort her, and to tell her there was one person who would love her always, always, but I might as well have been tied to my bed, so utterly helpless was I with pain and weakness. She fell asleep at length, and so did I, and the next morning she said very quietly, "You must not tell, Eleanor Clare, what a fool I was last night. You see I can bear any amount of scolding and hatred with equanimity, but the moment I get a glimpse of affection I am broken up. It is the hazel divining rod which shows where lie the fountains of tears in me. Don't you use it again just yet." And she went away to the schoolroom. I feel as if I loved her just now better than any one else in the whole world. She has a kind of power over me which I don't acknowledge in anybody besides. Whatever she bade me do, I should do it. I like to watch her face as she sits by the window at her framework. She gets a dispensation from schoolwork and keeps me company now and then. It changes from that quick vivacity and satirical expression that made me dislike her once into a very placid, mournful look. She has a large forehead and dark eyes, but she looks ill and worn. In fact, I believe she has a great deal too much work for her age and strength. She does twice as much as Miss Smallwood or Mademoiselle, besides learning her own lessons. She says to me that she never sleeps above an hour at a time, and that this wakeful habit she acquired when she first came to Stockbridge, through a dread of lying too long and being up late and not having time for her lessons. She will not talk about herself much, but occasionally I hear a little bit of her former history. She has neither father nor mother, sister nor brother, and she is here to be trained for a teacher. November the 12th. Oh, I think Miss Smallwood the lowest-minded woman. She took me to task this morning about my infatuated fondness, as she called it, for Miss Alice. She said that when we leave school our social positions will be widely different, and that it would be awkward for me to have her for my intimate friend. I cannot express the utter disgust, the wrath that I felt. I said something violent, too, and for that I was vexed, because it gave Miss Smallwood occasion to point out what she maliciously phrased a sign of the deterioration of my character through our association. To blame Alice! That angered me more than ever, and I told Miss Smallwood that she was quite incapable of understanding the beautiful nature of my dearest schoolfellow, to whom I was attached equally by my gratitude and my love. Miss Smallwood looked very red, called me an impetuous silly girl, and threatened to tell Miss Thornton. Whether she had done so or not, I neither know nor care, but... At this part of the journal there is a blank half-page, and the writing is not resumed until 2 years later, when Eleanor Clare left school. The sudden break-off she then explains. Meadowlands, June 19th, 1846. Oh, how vividly the sight of my old book, that scrawl, that smeared line, and the avalanche of blots bring back the remembrance of early school times. Miss Thornton gave it to me yesterday when I was packing up to leave Stockbridge for good and all. She did not make any remark about the awful moment when she pounced down upon me as I was making the entry which comes to such an abrupt conclusion. She just laid it down and said, "This is your property, Eleanor Clare," and marched off with an air of intense dignity. I have been reading a few pages. I wonder what has become of Alice, and where she is now. She promised to write to me when she was settled, and she has never done so. Emily Clay and I are together at Meadowlands, where her father lives. It is a pretty place, but not so pretty as Burnbank. Granny gave me permission to pay my visit of a fortnight here before joining her, and afterwards, I suppose, we will move to Ferndale. When I was at Meadowlands, last midsummer, Herbert Clay was at home, but now he is away on one of his journeys, and is not likely to come back until Monday. I wish he were here. Meadowlands is rather dull, notwithstanding dear Emily does all she can to amuse me without breaking any of the laws of the establishment. Mrs. Clay is the strangest woman. If she were not Emily's mother, I believe I should say the most unpleasant, tiresome, tyrannical woman I ever saw. She has a set of rules for the guidance of servants, husband, children, and visitors, all equally harsh and equally unrelaxing. How other people support her yoke, I cannot tell, but to me it is insufferable. The order at Stockbridge was anarchy in comparison. Emily submits with the patience and resignation of an angel, but I often feel tempted to rebel. I should rebel but for grieving her, good soul. Mademoiselle, who has come for a fortnight, is not so conscientious. She audaciously proclaims to Mrs. Clay's face, "Die stitchwork I dislike, die broidery I abominate, die stocking darn I cannot bear." And Mrs. Clay responds, smiling frigidly, "Idleness, mademoiselle, idleness, and nothing else." But mademoiselle folds her hands, yawns in the middle of dreary paragraphs, and suddenly breaks out with irreverent remarks or suggestions as to the beauty of the day, and the propriety of taking some active exercise, instead of sitting, so like mantua makers, in that penitential dressing-room. That penitential dressing-room, the scene of our labours and dulness, being a prettily fitted room adjoining Mrs. Clay's bedroom, where she does everything except take her meals, although there are 2 cheerful drawing-rooms and a capital library downstairs. I wish Emily had gone to Burnbank with me instead of coming to Meadowlands with her, as Herbert is away. June 20th. Herbert Clay is coming to-morrow instead of Monday. I am glad, for now surely we shall have a drive out somewhere, perhaps to Carlton Lakes. That was a delightful drive we had to Carlton last year when the Brookses were staying here. I should like to go again. I have been at loss to understand what Mrs. Clay was hinting at all this morning while we were in purgatory. Sometimes, from her tone and glances, I imagined it might be at myself, but, then, her remarks were so plainly irrelevant that I must have been mistaken. She talked about designing chits of girls with intense asperity, and said once very emphatically, apropos of nothing, "When Herbert marries he must have money with his wife. His father can make him no allowance now." Emily laughed, and asked if anybody had proposed for her brother, that she was specifying conditions. Mrs. Clay reddened, and said in reply, "It is well those things should be understood. Young girls are apt to deceive themselves as to the actual position of men whom they see in a luxurious home." Mademoiselle was very wrath, and she has been to me since, indignantly repelling any suspicion that she, Aimée Louise de Chalfont, should have designs matrimonial on the son of any canaille manufacturier. I appeased her wrath by pointing out that I as well as herself might be hinted at. I am so rejoiced that I never let it out at Stockbridge about Ferndale being mine. Miss Thornton and all of them suppose it belongs to my granny, but she evidently felt the insult aimed particularly at herself. She was for packing her box and departing à l'instant même, but I prevailed on her to stay. She acceded, threatening to present a visage de glace à ce bon monsieur. Herbert will not be long in thawing the crust if he is as he was, and Mademoiselle's wrath never lasts more than 10 seconds at a time. No fear of a quarrel, therefore. June 21st. Of all hateful places that dressing-room is the most hateful. There have we been toiling the whole while of the long sunshiny morning, and now, at 3 o'clock, the sky is overcast and threatens rain. We might have gone to Carlton so beautifully if Mrs. Clay would have let us. Herbert came in at 10:30, saying he had a holiday from the office, and would drive us anywhere we chose to go. Mademoiselle shrieked aloud for joy, and I began to fold up my work. When Mrs. Clay bade us be tranquil, she could not spare us till the afternoon. She really must set her face against such distracted ways. How poor Emily is to pass her life in this dreary fashion is more than I can tell. She will become as tame and spiritless as a mouse. She is far too yielding and unselfish already. Mrs. Clay tyrannizes for the mere love of power. When she had refused us this reasonable pleasure, she ordered Herbert to go off, but he said he had nothing in the world to do. He had made over his work for the day to his father, and so he would wait till we were at liberty. And there he stayed leaning against the side of the door, looking chagrined and uncomfortable, until his mother found him a task to walk into the town to match some wool to work her red parrot with. We have not seen him since, and I do not suppose he went near the wool shop. Mrs. Clay treats her son as if he were a little schoolboy, although he is nearly of age. It is marvellous how he submits to it. I would not. But there is so much in habit. Mrs. Clay is not actively unkind, but she is like flint, and her character is as tough as leather. She seems to have no sentiments, no emotions, no soft amenities of disposition. I could not love her if I tried for centuries, and I do not think she could love me. I cannot tell why, but she seems to have taken a positive dislike to me just now. She shows it continually. June the 22nd. Last night we had a walk down by the river, Herbert and I, Emily and Mademoiselle. It was almost in the gloaming, and I think I shall never forget the dreary wild scene. Though in early spring the water pours down in a flood, at this season the bed of the river is almost dry. The white stones gleamed ghastly against the low dark lines of wood beyond, and there was a sad moaning undertone in the wind such as I have never heard before. Then the trickling flow of the springs amongst the rocky fragments, the rush of the mill stream, and the stirring of the leaves seemed to deepen the silence. There was a strange effect, too, in the clouds, all purple bars against a golden sky, which reminded me of what some wretched prisoner might feel looking through his grated window at the unattainable liberty beyond. As the currents of air swept down the river bed, they brought a briny scent as of the seashore. I almost expected to see tangle hanging on the stones and shells lying about. Herbert and I sat on the bank while Emily and Mademoiselle strayed further down towards the plantations, and he began to talk about his school days. I do not think he is happy at home. Nobody could be happy, so crushed and fettered as he and Emily are. I do not think Mr. Clay observes how tied down his children are. If he did, surely he would alter it. But he evidently regards his wife as the best and cleverest of women, a very proper conjugal sentiment, no doubt, but aggravating if it blinds him to paternal duty. I wonder what would be the effect of a little steady, passive resistance, or a crisis of rebellion, salutary most likely. It does annoy me, stirs up, indeed, the very blackest drop in me, to watch Mrs. Clay's placidly self-satisfied countenance as she contradicts us all, and rules us all, and chafes us all to the limit of human endurance. Her eyes are big and prominent, her features are flat, her mouth is thin-lipped, and when it is dropping pearls of moral sentiments, it opens and shuts like the steel snap of a purse. It was certainly an unaccountable freak of nature to give her two such fine children as Herbert and Emily. Emily's very, very pretty, and Herbert has a noble face and carries his head well. Mademoiselle styles him jeune Apollo, and he certainly has a claim to the comparison, but I would rather call him Phaeton, for there is a very considerable element of rashness in him, and, once his mother's sway cast off, he will do some foolish things by way of trying his power. Emily is rather afraid of him, but I should never be that. His heart and principles are sterling both, and will not let him go far wrong. June the 23rd. This little book is my safety valve. But for it I must break out in some unseemly fashion during these interminable séances in the dressing-room. This morning I have stitched my fingers, as rough as a nutmeg grater, with making coarse baby clothes for a charitable basket. I hope poor folks' babies come into the world with tougher skins than gentlefolks, or else they will have a miserable rasping from these little stiff shirts. Mademoiselle asked if they were for baby rhinoceros, and Mrs. Clay told us that the offspring of labour must not be trained in luxurious ease. Herbert came in while we were sewing at the sackcloth garments, and gave his opinions, too, which made his mother angry, and she forbade him in the dressing-room. He looked mischievous as he went out, as if a spirit of revolt were beginning to burn in his breast. I am wicked enough to wish that it would break out, and as for Mademoiselle, she incites him, both by word and act, to set his tyrant at defiance. June the 24th. I must work off a little of my effervescent fidgetiness by scribbling in my journal how these days pass here. Mrs. Clay appears to have set all her faculties to hard labour to devise expedients for thwarting and vexing her children at this juncture. What for, nobody can tell, merely through a natural perversity, I suspect. To-day we have missed a beautiful chance of going to the ruins at Springfield Priory. I have not seen them, and should have enjoyed it, but Mrs. Clay was sure her husband had said he should want the horse this afternoon, and, after all, it turns out that he never mentioned it. I did not think before that she would have invented a story to serve her purpose. Such miserable, paltry ways she takes to annoy first one and then the other. At dinner she would only allow preserved plums to the mould of rice, which nobody but herself likes, though there were both raspberry and strawberry jam on the sideboard. Herbert ventured on a word of remonstrance, and all his mother would say was, she wanted the plums eaten up. Mademoiselle thereupon shrugged her shoulders and looked wicked, took an infinitesimal portion of rice and half the dish of plums all to herself, and ate them with great apparent gusto. Mrs. Clay's face was a picture of dismay, and when she saw Mademoiselle about to help herself a second time, she warned her that she would certainly be ill. But Mademoiselle smiled benignly, replied that nothing ever disagreed with her, and did not desist until she had, as our hostess desired, eaten them up. I dare say we shall see no preserved fruit but plums for the remainder of our visit. The pleasantest time we have here is the evening. Mr. Clay is then at home, and he likes to have his wife to himself to read the newspapers to him aloud. Then we four can effect our escape, and we either take a walk down by the river or across the fields towards Springfield. Sometimes we meet Mr. Hugh Cameron, the curate, and he and Emily have a talk. I believe I have discovered a secret about them. I am sure he likes Emily very much, whatever she thinks of him, and I am inclined to suspect she returns his affection from her careful avoidance of talking about him. They know nothing of it at Meadowlands, anyway, for he is received there very cordially as the curate. But Mrs. Clay is too fond of money to let Emily marry a poor man, and he has only 100 a year. Every day I expect Emily to come and say something to me about it. To-night, up in Red Bank, Mademoiselle left them to themselves, and when we all went home, Emily rushed off to her room without saying a word, and did not come down to tea. I am sure something happened in the walk. I should like to... June the 25th. I was stopped last night by Emily's coming in to tell me all about it. Mr. Hugh Cameron made her an offer last night, and she accepted him. He is to see her father to-day. Poor Emily was very white and anxious, but very happy, too. We cannot imagine what her mother will say, but dread disapproval. I think Mr. Clay would consent if left to himself, for he likes Hugh Cameron. Emily will make such a good, quiet, pretty clergyman's wife. June the 26th. All yesterday was a series of scenes, painful scenes. Mrs. Clay is harder and more unfeeling than I could possibly have conceived. She is an atrocious woman. She behaved most insultingly to Hugh Cameron, and most cruelly to Emily. I never saw or imagined any woman so devoid of proper consideration for others. Emily has been telling me that the first thing she did when she heard of the proposal was to shriek with laughter, as if it were an excellent jest got up for her amusement. Mr. Clay was surprised, but might easily have been induced to consent to the marriage, if his wife had not taken the other side so vehemently. She denounced the curate as a wolf in sheep's clothing, an upstart, a beggar, a designing underling, a miserable poverty-bitten Scotchman, and ended by declaring that if her daughter ever spoke to Hugh Cameron again, she would renounce her at once and for ever. Emily was crushed with shame and pain, for he was there all the time, and saw the sordid soul of her mother. Mr. Clay is ruled by his wife almost as completely as his children are, and when he saw her violent dislike to the match, he just said quietly, "You see, Emily, it won't do. You must give him up. Mr. Hugh Cameron, you have my respect, but your visits to Meadowlands must cease for the present." Mrs. Clay added furiously, "For ever, sir, do not let your shadow darken our doors again while I live." Emily said she sat still as a statue herself, but Hugh Cameron looked savage, and she feared he would break out into some unpardonable retort, for which, in point of family and origin, there is scope enough in the Clays' annals. But he controlled himself, and shook hands with Emily before her mother's face, and each made some kind of promise then and there, which Emily regards as an engagement. When Herbert came in from the office at noon, he had to be told all about it, and he was angry that Emily should be made miserable as she is for any paltry considerations such as his mother cites. He would have liked her to marry Hugh Cameron, who, if he be poor, is a fine-spirited gentleman and a very clever man, who will rise in his profession before he is many years older. Herbert thinks that even in a worldly point of view, if no other, the rejection is short-sighted and wrong in the extreme. He told his mother so, and she began to cry hysterically and invoke maledictions on her children in a spasmodic way that would have been ridiculous if one had not known the sad cause. Mr. Clay was vexed with Herbert for contradicting his mother, and altogether it was a miserable time. Emily has gone to lie down now, literally worried to exhaustion by her mother's tongue and her own griefs, and Mademoiselle, in a spirit which I feel inclined to laud, has given herself up to the task of boring Mrs. Clay, and keeping her quiet in the dressing-room while Emily has a little rest. There will be revolution in Meadowlands ere long. The small end of the wedge of liberty has been inserted by Herbert, and to-day my impression is that he will push it further and further in until the prison doors of his mother's will are broken wide open, The sooner the better, both for his happiness and Emily's. June 26th. I am going away from Meadowlands immediately. Last night Herbert and I went up to Red Bank together. Mademoiselle stayed to guard Emily from her mother, and when we returned we found that an awful storm had been brewing for us while we were gone. But first I must write what happened on Red Bank. I have known since last midsummer that Herbert Clay liked me better than any one, but tonight he told me he must have me for his wife or nobody. I am quite sure I love him enough to marry him, because I love him enough to die for him, or, perhaps, what is in the long run much more difficult, to bear a great many lively annoyances for his sake from his mother. It made me very proud and happy to hear him say he loved me, because he is good and true-hearted. He has no mean suspicions and no worldly vanities. One thing he said amused me, while it gladdened me with the certainty that I was loved for myself alone. This it was: "I know you have no money, Eleanor, and my mother will make the same objections as she did to Hugh Cameron, but never mind, I shall be 21 and my own master in September." I smiled to myself, and thought I would keep my secret and not tell him about Ferndale. He talked of our living in that pretty little cottage by Brook End, where there are ivy and roses, and earwigs in such plenty, and I let him have his fancy, thinking how I would surprise him when the time came. But the fact is, I should be far happier, as Herbert Clay's wife, in that tiny cot, than as anybody else's at Ferndale. We had a delicious hour straying over the Red Bank and in the wood, but at last it began to grow dusk, and we said we really must go back. We made the walk as long as we could, but Meadowlands was reached at length, and there on the doorstep stood waiting for us, armed with all her terrors, Mrs. Clay herself. I am not like Emily. I do not weep and faint, or else it is impossible to say what might have been the consequences of her opening address. She is a coarse, vulgar-minded woman, or she could not have spoken to any girl as she did to me. "Go in, you forward puss," was her exclamation the moment she saw me, "and to-morrow you shall be sent home. I will not have you contriving mischief in my peaceful dwelling, making my daughter rebel, and inveigling my silly son, as I see you are doing." Herbert cried out passionately, "Mother!" and she added, in a frightened tone, "Have you been imitating the fool, Emily's example, and seeking a partner without a shilling?" And then she ran screaming into the drawing-room, flung herself on the couch, and behaved like an insane person. Herbert told me to go away to my own room quietly. He could manage her best alone, and so I left them. This morning I have seen him again. His father objects to his marrying at all now, and I tell him I will never enter any family except with the consent of its members. I feel strongly confused, happy and sorry, glad and sad. The carriage is to take me to Stockbridge directly after luncheon, and I shall get to Burnbank by tea-time. Granny will be surprised to see me, but more surprised when I tell her what has brought my visit to Meadowlands to such a summary conclusion. I don't feel to care much for Mrs. Clay's rudeness. If she had known of Ferndale she would have been almost down on her knees to me, for she worships money. But I wish Herbert's mother was a woman I could love. Emily is ill this morning, from the fatigue of yesterday, but she will soon rally. She says she knew Herbert meant to propose to me last night, and feared how it would end. Being in much the same case, we sympathized with each other, and combined to keep up our spirits for better times. I should have liked to leave Meadowlands good friends with everybody, but that cannot be. Herbert has given me a little ring set with 5 turquoises, like a forget-me-not, which I am always to wear, and I have given him my plain signet with the bloodstone. We intend to write to each other often. End of Chapter 2 of Eleanor Clare's Journal for 10 Years by Harriet Parr. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Eleanor Clare's Journal for 10 Years by Harriet Parr. Part 2. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eleanor Clare's Journal for 10 Years. Chapter 3. June 27th. I am at bonny Burnbank once more, glad of its peace and quietness and loving ways. Granny is angry, a very remarkable frame of mind for her, very angry at my treatment at Meadowlands. I have just done all my confession to her, and she is bent on writing to Mrs. Clay, but I shall try to persuade her not. Old Mr. Clay shook hands with me very kindly when I left, but his wife would not even see me. Emily fretted, and Herbert drove me down to Stockbridge to meet the train. We consider ourselves, and his family consider us engaged, but there is to be no thought of our marrying at present, or for years to come. This makes me look on life with strangely different eyes. So much is accomplished that there is no scope for the fancies and visions which make up some girls' youth. I am glad it is so. Now I must set myself some work to do. Uncle Henry comes over soon to talk about our settling at Ferndale, but I have begged Granny not to speak to him of Herbert and Meadowlands. Considering how matters are, I think the engagement had better be kept quiet. I hate being speculated upon and watched, as I should be were it known, especially so much as there is to know. June 29th. Mary Jane Curling arrived here this afternoon, overflowing with happiness and consequence, to announce her approaching marriage with old Sir Simon Deering. It is a great thing for the family, the connection, I mean, for Sir Simon is supposed to have influential friends, who will help the Curling boys forward in their professions. She has asked me to be one of the bridesmaids on the occasion, and Granny says I cannot decline without giving offence. I suppose I must, but if my choice were given me, I certainly should not. I have been over to see Miss Lawson and Betsy since tea, and found them much as they used to be, both reverted to their chairs, which I gave them when I came into possession of Uncle Robert's property. What a dreadful burden I found that property in idea then! Now I am quite used to its possession, and bear it meekly enough. I don't think, by the by, if I were to lose it to-morrow, the loss would afflict me. Mrs. Lake, who knows some people in the neighbourhood of Stockbridge who are acquainted with all the Clay family, was asking me about them yesterday in an inquisitive, anxious manner, which caused me to suspect that she had heard a distorted version of recent events at Meadowlands, so I told her what had really occurred. She felt about it much as Granny feels, that is to say, very indignant, and besides, she did not refrain from insinuating that the heiress of Ferndale might look higher in the world than to the son of a manufacturer. Mrs. Lake does not know Herbert Clay, or she would not say that. I might have answered that once a gentleman, always a gentleman would apply to him, but I refrained. To compare him with such men as young Curling, Freddie Price, or Sir Edward Singleton, seems a positive degradation, but it vexes me to feel that it is possible for anybody to look down upon him. If I could once show him here, his fine countenance, his intelligent, good countenance, no one would ever think of speaking slightly of him again, but I see no chance of that while our engagement is unsanctioned. I had a long letter from him to-day, chiefly written the night of the day I left Meadowlands. He still harps on the little rustic cottage, and says it has taken such fast hold on his imagination that he must go forthwith and examine its interior capabilities of comfort. He hopes I do not mind grandeur. I almost wish now I had told him about Ferndale at once, but as I did not do it personally, I shall not tell him by letter. That would seem to attach more importance to it than it deserves. I am rather afraid of how the intelligence might strike him. He is a proud man, and I remember hearing him speak once of a person who had his money through his wife as a fettered being who had sold his liberty for ready cash. At the same time he declared that he would never be indebted to his wife for anything. But it is of no use to fret myself with 1,000 vain fancies. All will come right in the end. I know I was not born to be miserable. Once, Mary Jane Curling would tell my fortune by the cards, and she said I should be one of the most lucky people in the world, both as regards love and money. It would be nonsense to say I believe her, but I really was pleased, and very much pleased, too. I like to look forward to bright things. July 10th. Uncle Henry has been and is gone again. He and I had one thorough good battle. It seems some meddlesome person had told him about Herbert Clay, and he was so insulting on the matter that I said to him there were 2 or 3 points on which I would bear no interference, and this was the chief. I would marry where and whom I chose. He insisted upon it that mine was a mere girlish whim, and that when I had seen a little more of the world I should be ashamed of my first fancy. Evil befall me if I am ashamed of Herbert. July 17th. Mary Jane Curling was married yesterday. Lady Deering, I must call her henceforward, with becoming respect. I went over the day before, all the company, or nearly all, being assembled. Anna Curling, the 2 Prices, and the 2 Coopers and myself were bridesmaids. None of Sir Simon's family were present. Indeed, it is a fact generally known that this marriage has given the greatest dissatisfaction. He has a son of 45 years old, and 7 grandchildren, 2 of them as old, if not older, than Mary Jane. She was in the most exuberant spirits, and bade us all address her in private as grandmamma. It would be affectation to try to think that she loves Sir Simon. He is a very sour, ill-tempered person from his face, and as jealous of Mary Jane as he can be. It was very wrong, I know, but I could not forbear smiling, as they stood together in the church. It was a sunshiny morning which dragged every contrast forcibly into light. She looked broad and blooming, very blooming. Her eyes rolled more, and her teeth glittered more than usual even. Then he trembled as if he had an ague fit, and, by some unlucky accident, the brown wig with which it has recently pleased him to hide his bald pate had got pushed a little too high up on his forehead, and showed the poor white hairs cut close to his neck. One of Mary Jane's Scotch cousins remarked to me that he was nae a bonny man at a', and she is right there. After the ceremony there was a grand breakfast, and the usual amount of speechifying. Sir Simon, it was very bad taste in him, had chosen young Edward Singleton for his best man, and, whether his tender recollections were too much for him, or he is always so tongue-tied, a very miserable oration he made for the bridesmaids. He is much improved in appearance since he came from abroad. He has lost his clownish air and gait, and looks, what he never seemed likely to do, a very fine gentleman indeed. He has a little affected insouciant manner, which would become him better if, instead of being 6'2" in height, he were a little man. Then he speaks with a lisp and a drawl, and nervously twirls his bit of watch-chain, or pushes up his tawny hair until he looks as fierce as a lion. Mary Jane would have found him a much more suitable mate than her decrepit Sir Simon. I never saw her countenance change but once, and that was when in his speech he made an awkward allusion to past events. She looked terrified, and Lady Singleton went ghastly white. Sir Simon said, "Eh? What? What?" And there was a little titter as Sir Edward recovered himself, and stammered out a few more broken phrases, and dropped into his chair like a man exhausted with some tremendous physical exertion. Everybody felt relieved, for it was no secret why Lady Singleton was so anxious to get her son away from Deerhill 2 years ago. For my part, I don't think it would have been a bad match for him, all things considered. She is a dashing, self-possessed woman, and would have set the estate to rights much better than Lady Singleton is capable of doing. After the breakfast we had to collect all the old white satin shoes that could be found, and when the happy couple drove off, a shower was pelted after them with hearty goodwill. One slipper was sent with such true aim that it knocked off the postillion's hat, and another struck Mary Jane's maid. After they were gone, Captain Curling would have some games and races amongst the villagers, who had assembled in the paddock below the house, and, as the day was fine, we got through it well enough, and without weariness. Lady Singleton joined me as I was going up the wood with Anna Curling. Anna was glad to return to the crowd, so Lady Singleton and I took a walk together. She is what people combine to call a very charming, fascinating, worldly woman, and so I think she is. She flatters with her tongue, as if the practice were nothing new to her, and also as if there were something to be gained by it. She said some amiable things to me that made me feel angry and ashamed, yet I scarcely knew how to check her. There is so much earnestness of manner mingled with her plausibility and smoothness. She clasps her hands enthusiastically and says, "My dear, you must believe me. I always speak the literal truth, sometimes the too literal truth, and give offence, for you must know I have a reputation for making the harshest judgments." A reputation I never heard of before, though it may be a fact, nevertheless. There is a snakiness about her that I distrust. After she had catechized me closely, and uttered as many graceful compliments as I might be supposed capable of bearing at one time, she turned the conversation upon Sir Edward. He was the dearest son, the best, the most unselfish, the most affectionate of sons. So thoughtful for her, so generous to his tenants, so staid and methodical in his own personal expenses. I could have asked Lady Singleton Miss Thornton's celebrated question, where she expected to go to for telling so many palpable falsehoods. But I did not, for, after all, she is a woman whom one had better call friend than enemy. I dare say she can slander as well as she can flatter. After our walk she had her carriage, and drove home to Deerhill, but only to return in the evening to the ball. A great many more people assembled for that than had come for the breakfast. The scene was very gay, and I really enjoyed it. My first ball, that was a ball. I had partners enough, but Sir Edward Singleton was the person who chose to distinguish me the most. Indeed, he never danced with anybody else. His mother incited him to the disagreeable exhibition, I know, but if she thought that, because I am young, I should be gratified by attracting the attention of the chief person there, she was lamentably mistaken. I hate to attract any particular notice, and then Sir Edward is not so intelligent or amusing as he would fain appear. In fact, I was exceedingly weary of him. I wonder how all these people, who lay themselves out to pay me so much deference, would treat me if I lost Ferndale to-morrow. In a very different style, indeed, I am quite sure. July the 24th. This morning I had a letter again from Herbert. It made me restless and unhappy. What can he mean by saying I have not shown confidence in him? Can it refer to Ferndale? That is the only explanation I can discover. It would have been better to tell him myself when I was at Meadowlands, and I regret now that I did not do so. The best way to make amends will be to write at once and confess. No easy matter. August the 1st. According to the post, I might have had a letter from Herbert yesterday morning, or again this morning, but none has come. Perhaps he is away on one of his business journeys, and has missed mine. The Singletons, Sir Edward especially, are very diligent in their visits at Burnbank. I am as stiff and disagreeable as I can be, because it is very easy to perceive that he and his mother are laying vigorous siege to Ferndale, and I by no means intend the fortress should capitulate on any terms. Granny encourages them, and occasionally throws out hints about the Clays. Cousin Jane asks satirically after the commercial traveller whenever I receive a letter, and yesterday, feigning ignorance of what Herbert is, she said, "Eleanor, is your chosen a sort of bagman or a packman, like Wandering Willie, who comes to sell the damsels' gowns at the back door?" I said he was what our grandfather was, and what her father is, a cotton spinner, neither more nor less, and she held her peace at once. It is so silly to look at people's progenitors instead of themselves. I never can clearly understand on what principle it is done. I do not pretend to undervalue having come of good stock, as the saying is. I should, for instance, feel ashamed and angry to hear that my great-grandfather had been hanged for sheep-stealing, but I should feel just as much ashamed and just as angry if I were told that, standing in the class of gentlemen, he had been shot in a duel for cheating at play. Happily he was neither. He was a decent mechanic, a West Riding of Yorkshireman, very stubborn, very persevering, and very honest, qualities that I hope he has transmitted to his descendants. The Clays are of just the same class. Old Grandfather Clay was a quarryman, and worked as such in the neighbourhood of Stockbridge. He married a beautiful factory girl, and then was himself engaged in one of the great mills. For some improvement that he suggested in the machinery, his master gave him a good situation, and afterwards a share in the business. He and his wife had a large and fine family. All the sons are cotton spinners, and the 3 daughters, beautiful as their mother, married cotton spinners. In fact, all the family is in cotton. Herbert and Emily have inherited the personal beauty and fine moral character which raised their grandfather and grandmother from a low to a high position. Yes, a high position, for even yet the kindliness and liberality of the first Clays are proverbial in Stockbridge, and the present family inherit the respect they won. Now, I cannot be persuaded that Herbert Clay is not a better man and a better gentleman than Sir Edward Singleton, whose father's baronetcy was an election bribe, whose education was neglected at home, and finished abroad amongst the worst company. I suppose it would be a shame to even know the life that young man has led since he came into the property. I have heard it hinted at years ago, when he wanted to marry Mary Jane Curling, and I have not forgotten it. I am glad I have not. I can see very plainly, though I choose to appear not to see, that even good old Granny would like me to marry Sir Edward Singleton better than Herbert Clay. As if there was anything in that man to win a girl's love! I revolt from his idea, ever since his visits here have become frequent, and their object palpable. I have experienced a species of loathing for him which is indescribable. I should be very glad if he were never again to come to Burnbank while we stay. About the middle of September we moved to Ferndale. The preparations are being made now. I wish I knew how Herbert had received the intelligence my last letter conveyed to him. August the 2nd. No letter from Herbert again this morning. What can it mean? Surely he is not angry. August the 3rd. No letter. August the 4th. Nothing again this morning. It is not kind in Herbert. He might be perfectly sure that my anxiety to hear from him would be intense. Cousin Jane teases me mercilessly about my faithless bagman, as she persists in calling him, and wants to know when his professional travels may be expected to bring him to Burnbank, as she intends to patronize him to the extent of 10 shillings worth of cheap calico. If he only would come, the silly, vexing talk would be set at rest for ever. Sir Edward Singleton inflicted himself upon us this morning for full 2 hours. Such an incubus! I feel very dull to-day, and cannot help harassing myself with idle specula. August the 5th. While I was writing in my journal yesterday afternoon, Mary Burton came up and knocked at the door, saying, "If you please, Miss Eleanor, there is a gentleman who wishes to see you." I have showed him into the library, and she handed me in a card, Mr. Herbert Clay. I ran downstairs in an instant, full of delight and happiness, but there was soon an end to all that. He received me frigidly. Oh, I can't describe how it was, or how I felt, only I sat down and all my colour went as I looked in his face. He began to speak in a stiff, constrained way, about that being the earliest opportunity he had had of seeing me since he had received my letter, and before he had come to say 3 sentences, cousin Jane appeared. Curiosity brought her. I introduced them, and the next moment Granny, having learnt from Mary Burton who was come, entered too. She looked her loftiest, and sat down opposite to Herbert, as if she intended to stay as long as he did. Cousin Jane was laughing internally, for she had discernment enough to see that she had interrupted a very critical interview, and having possessed herself of a book she went away. Granny made a few general observations on the state of the atmosphere, and then plunged into the main subject by observing that Mr. Herbert Clay's visit was an unexpected honour. Her tone implied that it was also undesired. Herbert kept his temper wonderfully, and his countenance too. As for me, there was nothing to do but sit it out, as well as I could. I saw Granny meant that any explanation there might be to make should pass in her presence. I held my peace, and Granny said that she had understood from me he sought an alliance with her family, but that his strongly objected to it. For her part, her objections were equally strong, stronger possibly than any Mr. and Mrs. Clay entertained. Herbert passed that over, and came straight to the path of what he had to say, and said it with a manly pride and feeling which made my heart thrill. When I asked Eleanor Clare to be my wife, I did so under the impression that I should be able to raise her to an independent home, that, in fact, she was without fortune, and that I could make her happy. Since then, I have learnt from herself that her position is different, changes our relation to each other entirely. Our positions are what they always were, I interrupted, but Granny stopped me with a warning look, and he went on as if I had never spoken. And this being the case, I am ready, if she desire it, to release her from her engagements. I was startled, shocked inexpressibly, and the blood flew into my face, but, standing up, I replied with as much pride and dignity as I could muster, "I accept your resignation, sir." I did believe, until he said that, his love for me would have outweighed all other considerations, but it seemed that I deceived myself. Granny added, "I must say that my grandchild has replied as is most fitting she should reply to your curt rejection of her." Herbert attempted to speak, but she would not permit him. "It is a rejection, sir. It is an insult. If I had been in your place, I would have known how to value her better than to lose her for a scruple of pride." To think of Granny saying that, and so fierce she looked! Herbert would have his word now, and said a few phrases which showed all he felt, but Granny did not take them in their right sense, so I said, "Fear no misunderstanding from me, Herbert Clay. I know your sentiments. You will give your wife all, and accept from her nothing but herself. It may be very chivalrous." And then I felt sarcastic and bitter, and miserable, and Granny gave him a haughty "Good day to you, sir," and he departed. Did I not always say that Ferndale would be the plague and sorrow of my life? But I did not think it would take this turn of all others. So that is over and done with. Love's young dream. August the 6th. Last night I felt angry, proud, and stung to the quick. It was honourable of Herbert Clay, but somehow I would rather he had not found it so easy to give me up, that he had proved more selfish in fact, but that would not have been like himself. There has been a total silence on the subject since he went. Granny is relieved, probably, but she will not show it, and Cousin Jane has given up teasing. I could not bear it. I don't feel disposed to fret or seek retirement for what has happened. My spirit is up and resentful. I wonder how Herbert bears it, for, say what he will, I know he loves me. We are a pair of proud young fools. Perhaps he expected me to say that I would not desire our engagement broken. I make a vow to myself I will write his name in my book no more. I will not be a pining love-sick maiden for anybody. Tomorrow night I shall dine at Deer Hill with Granny, and flirt with Sir Edward. August the 13th. I have a mind to score out that last sentence, but it would show if I did, so it may even stand as it is, the wilful suggestion of a very miserable moment. I did dine at Deer Hill, but I did not flirt with Sir Edward. I cannot do as other girls do in that way. I am not born to flirt. There is a troublesomely strong element of adhesiveness in my composition which makes me cling fast to one idea and one affection. We have hastened our preparations for going over to Ferndale. I want to be there now, to get into the midst of fresh scenes, and to begin some of my manifold duties as squiress of a considerable village. Mrs. Curling suggested to me a trip abroad, but I could not enjoy that now. I want to get into quiet routine work. I feel as steady and as phlegmatic as an old horse in a mill. Ferndale, October the 25th. We have been here nearly 6 weeks, and in all that time my book has laid on my desk unopened. There is nothing particular to chronicle. It seems as if I could write most fluently about my feelings, and for the present my feelings have got a rest. One cannot go on suffering pain and regret for ever. After a while they lose their prominence in the day's experience, and gradually fade and fade until they only return in melancholy moments, in the night time, perhaps, when we lie awake, longing for the sleep that will not come. Ferndale is beautiful, very beautiful. There are beech woods where the crisp leaves are falling already. I like to walk in the open glades. The sun falls in broad yellow layers over the turf, and the birds up in the branches sing as I never heard birds sing elsewhere. There must be thousands of them. I am trying to become a practical and useful person in my generation, and in that view have given orders for rebuilding and enlarging the village schools, and attaching thereto a master's house. I cannot do all I should like to do yet, for I want nearly 3 years of being of age, and Uncle Henry does not seem to think he can fulfill his duty as guardian correctly, without thwarting some of my reasonable desires, which he stigmatizes as quixotic extravagances. My own personal wants are so few that I shall be at a loss to spend my income unless I give it away. Dear Granny does so enjoy Ferndale. She proposed yesterday to invite some company, but I only feel disposed to ask Mrs. Lake and Betsy Lawson and her sister, so I shall ask them next week. January the 6th, 1847. Christmas at Ferndale ought to be a merry time, but it was not. Outwardly there was rejoicing, but inwardly to me it all lacked heart. From time immemorial the tenants on the estate and the hall servants have been accustomed to a dinner and a ball at this season, and though I care little enough for such meetings, it was best to keep up the custom, so I filled the house with people for the occasion, gave them plenty to eat and drink, and let them divert themselves after their own tastes. Sir Edward Singleton and his mother came, and Sir Simon and Lady Deering. Mary Jane makes the utmost of her new dignity, and conducts herself with a punctilious watchfulness over the old man's whims that is really very creditable to her. She has accomplished already what 9 women out of 10 could not have done, namely, reconciled herself to his family. Common report, false-tongued jade that she is, has been making up a match for me with Sir Edward. Lady Deering asked me if it were true. I denied it emphatically, and told her it was not true, or ever likely to be true. I trust she will consider it her duty to carry my words to Lady Singleton's ears, so that she may abandon her fruitless pursuit of me. It is she who really does all the courting. Sir Edward stands by, looking vast and handsome, and occasionally dropping a gem of inanity from his tongue. Anything so big ought not to be so foolish, so intensely vacant. The poor giant has not yet come out of his bewilderment for Lady Deering, and he confided to me yesterday that he thought her the finest woman in all creation. She was at the moment showing to very large advantage. Her crimson velvet dress enhanced the whiteness of her arms and neck, and her complexion was a shade or two less glowing than ordinary. Sir Edward suggested that Rubens was the man to paint her. No one with a more timid brush could do her justice, and I quite agree with him there. Some of our party would get up private theatricals, but they failed through lack of brilliant actors, so there was dancing each night, and that the young people enjoyed. I get a good deal rallied for my sober way, and am asked why I do not do this and why I do not do that for the embellishment of Ferndale. I don't care for the grand echoing state-rooms, and never enter them except when I have company. Granny and I use the garden apartments, dining-room, drawing-room, and book-room, all furnished and sweet, and as cosy and unpretending as Burnbank. But my favourite spot is this little eyrie in the tower, bedroom and sulky. I brought Lady Deering up, and she was bewildered by my monastic taste, wondered what it meant. I chose the locality for its quietness, and the beautiful prospects from the 4 windows. I can see across the wolds for miles, and over the deer park and beech woods. Sometimes on a very clear day I can also distinguish an opaque cloud hanging low down in the west, a cloud issuing from those Stockbridge mill chimneys. It is very silent up here, but not lonely, and it is furnished according to my own whim. A Turkey carpet on the stone floor, a heavy old table with drawers, some plain comfortable easy-chairs, a couch, and dwarf bookcases fitted into the walls, and crimson draperies for the windows, not very hermit-like, I think. Indeed, I like personal comfort and luxury in a quiet way. Glitter and grandeur oppresses me. Here I do my business, make my plans, and dream what I will do some day by way of benefiting my fellow creatures. I spend a great deal of time in dreaming. In all this I have never heard from Alice. I cannot conceive what has become of her. It is now 18 months since she left me at Miss Thornton's, promising to write. I don't understand her failing in her promises. January the 10th. Sir Edward Singleton is done with at last. He rode over from Mr. Napier's at Burley this morning, proposed in due form, and departed a rejected man. I am relieved that it is over, as it had to happen. Now I shall be delivered from the smooth flatteries of his mother, and the burden of his presence wherever I go. He professed a good amount of lumbering, honest affection, but as I knew privately he cared not a sou for me, I did not commiserate him in the smallest degree. When he was gone, Granny came up to me curious and anxious. She was disappointed at the issue, and said she had thought for some time past that I was relenting toward the poor gentleman, and asked if I did not mean to reconsider it. I said no, decidedly no. February the 15th. Cousin Jane is going to be married to Mr. Scope, the rector at Burnshead. This will be, what folks call, a most suitable and equal marriage, and I am glad of it. Even Cousin Henry, who is generally so much more hard to please, expresses himself fully satisfied. Jane proposes, half in jest and half in earnest, that, as a matter of course, I shall make them a wedding present. I shall, in my munificence, give them a new church. Why should I not? Whatever some wastelands, that Johnson wants to buy for the erection of his new mill and cottages, brings in, shall go to Burnshead for the church. Uncle Henry says that with the fine timber upon it, and the water power, it is worth from £4,000 to £5,000 for building land. I wish it were a mile or two further from Ferndale. I like Stockbridge at a distance, but have no desire to see it walking up to my park gates. Jane is to be married in April. May the 20th. To-day we laid the foundation stone of Burnshead Church. It is to be built upon a beautiful knoll at the back of the village, which it will overlook. The graveyard is to slope down to the pasture fields, which are divided from it by the beck. I intend to be buried there myself some day. I stayed with Granny at the rectory for a week, and enjoyed it. Since Jane was married, she has quite lost her fussy old maidish ways, and has bloomed into a very pleasing, sensible, active wife. Her house, old and inconvenient as it is, looks exquisitely clean and pretty, but I think I must give them a new rectory too. Mr. Scroop is a very good man, and sets immense store by Jenny, as he calls her. I have a nook in my eye, not far from the church, where the new rectory would look charming. The garden is almost ready made, for the trees there are beautiful. Next year I will improve the schools. September the 17th. Ferndale is loveliest in the early autumn. There can be nothing lovelier than the view from the south window of my tower. There are the red and yellow tints in the woods, and the golden fields of ripe corn still uncut. Yesterday I rode for the first time since we left Burnbank, and I took the Stockbridge road. I wanted to see with my own eyes if all the reports we hear about the people are true. It was perfectly quiet. Indeed, there were fewer idle folks about than usual. Burnton told me they met on the marsh every evening, but I could not go so far, because Granny would have fidgeted if I had been long away, and within 6 miles of Stockbridge I returned home. Mr. Scroop tells me that the reports are much exaggerated. They always are in these cases. December the 7th. The strike, which was only partial in the autumn, is now general throughout Stockbridge. It is very lamentable, for the people cannot but suffer, and suffer greatly, in this inclement season. I pity the people, and the masters too. Both have their grievances, but I do think they might be accommodated readily enough, but for these speechifying demagogues who, while calling themselves the working man's friends, are in fact his bitterest enemies. They ought to be drummed out of the country, with all possible speed and ignominy. I heard one of them myself yesterday holding forth on the marsh to several hundreds of hollow-faced men and haggard women. It was pinching cold, but they stood patiently, drinking in his rant as if it were gospel truth. Burton begged me not to go near, lest I should be insulted, but I rode round to where I could hear the speaker, and nobody took any notice of me. I suppose that I must be personally known to many amongst the crowd. The fellow saw me, a low, black-browed man he was. Nature had writ him villain in the face, and he forthwith launched into a philippic against the purse-proud aristocracy who ride over the poor man's neck and flinch his bit of bread from his lips. Burton renewed his entreaties that I would come away, but it was such a novelty to be abused that I stayed to hear it. After a few general denunciations, which seemed to take well enough, the man thought to point a moral personally at me, and with a curiously sarcastic air spoke of snorting horses and chariots, and pampered menials in the livery of slaves, acres of corn growing for the waistry of one fine lady, while their children fainted for bread. There was a hiss in the crowd, whether for me or for him I neither knew nor cared. I sat still waiting for what would come next. This came. The tub orator proceeded to say that I had come there to gloat over their misery, and the hiss rose to a yell. As soon as that ceased, a voice called in the crowd, "Thou lees, keep a civil tongue in thee head. Yon's Miss Clare, frae Ferndale." And one or two of those nearest to me touched their caps respectfully. Burton brought tidings this morning that the famous orator had been beaten by the mob, and ducked into Blackmoss, for making offensive remarks about the Clay family, who are at present the only mill owners in Stockbridge who are not out of favour. The man had not learnt his lesson thoroughly, and struck out right and left at popular and unpopular, with a very unlucky impartiality. I must say that I was gratified to learn that he had met with condign punishment at the hands of his worshippers. May the 29th, 1848. It is a very rare thing for me now to take out my old journal. I forget it, and it lies by for months, until I see someone who recalls it to my memory, or something happens of which I want to keep a record. So I have been over at Burnshead, to the Scropes, who had just got settled in their new house. The old one is occupied by the curate, who came at Christmas, and who should this curate be but Mr. Hugh Cameron? I was glad to meet him again, but sorry to find that he had no preferment. He has no patron to give him anything, and the church cannot always provide as amply as they deserve for her sons. He spoke of Emily Clay with a melancholy smile, and said they lived in hope. That is something. This morning 2 gentlemen waited upon me from Stockbridge, to ask if I would permit the working people to come out to Ferndale for a holiday, to give them the run of the park and woods for the day. I consented, on condition that no intoxicating drinkables should be sold in the grounds, and they promised to see to the stipulation being observed. June the 3rd. The Stockbridge people's holiday went off satisfactorily. As early as 6 in the morning they began to arrive, but the men had put up flags and decorations overnight, and manufactured an arch of evergreens over the gateway with "Welcome" in letters of daffodils, so that all was in readiness. I am told that there were as many as 6,000. But as the day was brilliantly fine, and they scattered themselves over the woods and park in detachments, I should not myself have guessed them at more than half the number. They brought with them 2 bands of music. In the afternoon there was a dance on the level field near the cricket ground. Some of the young men played cricket. I had out the pony carriage and drove Granny about to see them. She was rather alarmed at first, but when she saw how perfectly quiet and well conducted everybody was, she enjoyed it. Some of the neighbouring gentry are in high dudgeon at my bringing what they style the riff-raff into the country, but there was no riff-raff. They were, as a whole, the respectable class of mechanics and factory folks. I confess that I did expect myself to find some destruction among the trees, but there is none, and as for the grass, nature and the first shower will restore that. June the 27th. Next month there is to be a great bazaar at Stockbridge towards defraying the expenses of rebuilding the old church. I have been requested to provide a stall. It is a thing I do not relish at all. I would much rather give them a couple £100 and have done with it, but this, it seems, would not do so well. Lady Mary Vernon and I are therefore to join. The venerable rector of Ashby-on-the-Hill died last week, and I have given the living to Hugh Cameron. It's worth £400 a year, so now he and Emily Clay can marry and live happily ever afterwards. When I was in Stockbridge last Monday I met Emily, but as I was in the carriage and she was walking on the pavement with several ladies, she did not see me. She looked prettier than ever. Her face was always refined and full of intelligence, and years have improved it. August the 17th. The bazaar is over. Lady Mary Vernon was a most active saleswoman all 3 days, but I did not fill my post very well. The heat and bustle were almost too much for me, and I was glad when the whole affair came to a successful conclusion. Mrs. Clay from Meadowlands had the next stall to ours, and as Emily was with her we had the opportunity of several talks. She thanked me very fervently for Hugh Cameron, and whispered that her mother had at last been persuaded to consent, and they were to be married in September. There was a beautiful dark-haired girl with Emily. I inquired of Lady Mary who she was, and she told me that her name was Hargrave, and she was going to marry one of the Clays, but whether Herbert Clay or his cousin Frank she did not know. She believed Herbert. I could not help watching her with some curiosity. She appeared an animated creature, and had great success with buyers of fancy things, especially with the gentlemen. Lady Mary wished several times that we had her to help us, and she had to scold me more than once for not pushing and pressing as she did. For the last day we hired one of the German girls from the Berlin wool shop, and then we managed much better. Mr. Herbert Clay was to and fro in the room often during the 3 days, and he came to his mother's stall, and talked to that pretty Miss Hargrave for a long while one afternoon towards the hour for closing, and waited to take her away. I heard her whisper, "Stop for me, Herbert," so he sat down on a chair with his back to us, and stayed till she was ready to go. He bowed to Lady Mary in passing, but I don't think he ever saw me, for I was behind the drapery that divides our stalls. He looks several years older and better than he used to do, for he has lost the boyish air he had. Lady Mary said he was a fine young fellow, and that since he brought the strike to that happy ending he was very highly thought of in the country. Some one wished him to stand for Stockbridge at the last election, but he declined. His father's health is failing, and he must supply his place in the business. I was not introduced to Miss Hargrave, and Emily, in all her conversations, never alluded to her. On the closing day of the bazaar, Mrs. Clay condescended to acknowledge me with a bow. She must have seen me before, but our eyes never met, and neither could possibly feel disposed to make any advance to the other. She has become very grey, and begins to look quite the old woman, but the tyrannical, domineering spirit is not dead in her. Miss Thornton, Miss Smallwood, Mademoiselle, and all the young ladies paid our stall a visit, and poor Miss Thornton observed that it was the proudest day of her life in which she learnt that she had had the training of the heiress of Ferndale. Then she pretended to scold me for the reticence that I had kept it a secret all the while I was at school, and ended by inviting me to renew Stockbridge reminiscences by going to dine with her. I could not accept then, but I promised to go some day next week and hear all her gossip about my former companions. Perhaps she will be able to tell me something about Miss Alice. August the 24th. Oh, I was sadly shocked yesterday. It was one of the furthest things from my mind that Alice should be dead, and I have been all along reproaching her for never writing to me. So quietly as Miss Thornton told it, too, so unfeelingly. I said, as she was talking on and on about one girl and another for whom I never cared, "But can you tell me what has become of Miss Alice?" And she replied, "My dear, did you not know? She has been dead these 2 years and more. When was it, Miss Smallwood? In March or April?" "I believe it was in August," said Miss Smallwood. I was so painfully struck that for several minutes I could not speak at all, and Miss Thornton went on. We heard of her death by the merest chance. It was in this way. When she left us, I could not reconcile it with my conscience either to find her a situation or recommend her to any family, her conduct had been so insubordinate while with us. But she obtained by her own arts, she was a talented girl, and there were those who liked her, a situation in a clergyman's house, as governess to 2 children. She was with them 18 months, and they conceived a true respect for her, and if she had stayed with them she might, in time, have quite redeemed herself. But there was some love affair, some disappointment which affected her mind for a while. When she recovered, she was possessed with a desire to travel on the Continent, and engaged herself as companion to a lady going thither. The lady fell ill of an infectious fever at Brussels, and it was in nursing her Miss Alice contracted the disease of which she died there. Who was it told us the whole story, Miss Smallwood? Was it not the Drakes when they came from their wedding tour? Miss Smallwood thought it was the Drakes. It could not have been anybody else. They were in Brussels at the time. It seemed that Mrs. Hardfast was just recovered when Miss Alice fell sick, and she left her alone at the hotel where they had been staying, and almost without money. A very inconsiderate, and, I may say, a cruel act. However, Miss Alice sank rapidly, and died there. Who buried her, Miss Smallwood, do you recollect? It was a charitable English gentleman, the Drakes said, but I cannot call to mind the name. Was it Sir Edward Singleton? I really believe it was. I know it was a baronet, a wild young fellow who was staying at the inn, and who had been struck by her pretty face. Yes, he paid for the funeral, and I must say that his heart was in the right place, wherever his wits might be. And the two passed their comments on other circumstances which now revived in their minds, without an atom of commiseration, till the tears began to drop from my eyes at the remembrance of how good she was to me. Miss Thornton expressed surprise at my feeling the news so deeply, and said, by way of consolation, "My dear Miss Eleanor, it was a mercy she was taken. She had such an intolerable spirit that she never could have done any good in the world." I asked where she was buried. Was it in the cemetery at Brussels, Miss Smallwood, or was it at Laeken? Miss Smallwood was not certain, but she thought Laeken. I can learn by writing to the Drakes, if you wish it, Miss Eleanor, Miss Thornton proposed. I thanked her, but said I could obtain direct information from Sir Edward Singleton. I did not think there was that goodness and generosity in him. Poor Alice, to live and die so friendless! Oh, if I had but known! Chapter 4. September the 1st. This morning I had an answer to my letter from Sir Edward Singleton, and some few details concerning Alice. He says she was not neglected in her illness and death, for though Mrs. Hardfast left her, there was an Englishwoman, resident in Brussels, a teacher, he believes, named Mervyn, who was with her to the last, and who followed her coffin to the grave. She is buried at Brussels, and there is a cross put up as on the other tombs, and a slab with her name and the date of her death. Then there is no tribute of love or gratitude that I can pay her. Strangers have done it all. I do not remember ever feeling so saddened, so depressed by any event as by this. To think I have been breathing my reproaches to a dead heart, hungering for a sight of one who has been dust these 2 years. Did she remember me when she died, I wonder? Oh, Alice, and so hard as I was to you once. September the 12th. Emily Clay and Hugh Cameron were married the day before yesterday at Stockbridge Old Church, the last marriage, that will take place there previous to it being pulled down. I am told that it was a very gay and very pretty wedding, but I did not see it. At first I thought I would go and sit in one of the galleries as a looker-on, but when the time came I changed my mind and stayed away. They sent me cards, and, besides, there was a little letter written by Emily after they came from church, and before they set off on their tour. The good, kind heart hers is. She said she looked round as she came out in the hope of seeing my face, and was disappointed not to do so. Since I wrote to Sir Edward Singleton about Alice, he has been over here again on the old subject, but I told him it was of no avail. I respect the kindness there is in him, but love him I never could. September the 29th. Granny and I are going to become travellers. It is remarkable to see the old lady's spirit, and how she enters into all my plots and plans. We are to go by way of Belgium, stop at Brussels that I may see Alice's grave, and then proceed to Paris and spend the winter there. Ferndale, meanwhile, is to be shut up, for it is impossible to tell how long we may remain away. Uncle Henry insists on my returning for my coming of age next year, but we shall consider of that when the time arrives. I had one of those great surprises yesterday, which, perhaps, fall to the lot of all women of fortune. Colonel Vernon made me an offer. He is a man whom I admire and respect, but love him? No. Indeed, let all around me speculate as they will, urge me as they will, plead as they will, single I remain unless my whole heart can go with my hand, and that it can never, never do. I can never love any one again as I loved Herbert Clay. I have never had a moment's freak of liking for any one else, and never shall. It was a strange oversight of us when we broke our engagement in that abrupt and silly way, not to exchange letters and those pledge rings we gave each other. I do not wear mine, but I keep it very safely, and his letters too. Perhaps he has burnt mine. Miss Thornton knew nothing about his marriage with any Miss Hargrave. She thought it must be his cousin, Mr. Frank Clay, at Grassleap. It may be. I have asked several people about her, and they all agree as to her amiability and accomplishments. Her beauty I saw for myself. I have just been glancing over some former entries, and I see that I once made a vow to myself never more to write his name in my book. I have broken it without thinking, but my vow shall be renewed again here. To all wandering regrets, to all lingering follies, a long farewell. A final farewell. I will leave thee at Ferndale, my old book, and not drag my records of past pain into future scenes. Some day, perhaps, when I come home again, a little stronger or a little colder in heart, I will inquire of thee what I used to be, and tell thee truly what I am become. Ferndale, March the 1st, 1854. It is 6 years since I wrote the last words on the opposite page. 6 years. There it stands in yellow-brown characters, the written promise, pledged to my old book, that I will tell it what I have become. There is that voluminous note-book that I kept when I was abroad. 5 years and a half of traveller's experiences. What shall I write? I think I will bring up events to this date. More matter will arise out of that, perchance. Granny there is as flourishing as ever. Cousin Jane has a houseful of children. Mrs. Cameron has 3. The widowed Lady Deering has become Lady Singleton. Poor Miss Betsy Lawson is dead. Miss Thornton has retired from the Stockbridge School, and Miss Smallwood, who has succeeded her, does not make things answer. Mr. Clay of Meadowlands is dead, and his son Herbert is the Liberal member for Stockbridge. Ferndale is looking wild and desolate, and this great house is dreary, dreary as the moated grange where MaryAnn dwelt and pined. And I, my faithful confidant, am Eleanor Clare still, and likely so to remain. Wait till tomorrow, and I will tell thee something more. March the 2nd. I fear I am passing into a frame of promise and non-performance, my dear book. I promised yesterday more intelligence of myself, yet what news have I? Yes, there is one bit of vital interest which shall not escape the chronicle. This morning Mary Burton discovered my first grey hair, and maliciously twitched it out. I forbade her sternly, ever, at her peril, to repeat the offence. Then I may communicate that my schools are going on well, and that I often lack employment. I wish I had to work for my bread a month or two, just to try what it feels like. March the 3rd. Last night I was dining at the Crawfords, and met Mr. Herbert Clay. Philip Crawford brought him up and introduced us as strangers, and the first thing I saw was my signet ring with the bloodstone on his little finger. What right has he to wear it, I should wish to know? Possibly he never gave it up. He sat down on the couch near me, but he did not talk at all, and scarcely looked at me. At dinner it was the same. I inquired after his mother, and he said she was gone to live at Ashby to be near Emily, and that he was alone at Meadowlands now. The cousin Frank and his wife, she was the Miss Hargrave, whom I thought Mr. Herbert Clay was to marry, were there. She is handsomer than ever. I was glad to see in what respect Herbert is held, young as he still is, but I felt surprised at his extreme reserve. It may not be his ordinary manner, however, for I overheard Mrs. Crawford ask him if he were ill, and he confessed to being tired. April the 1st. My visit at Burnshead is over, and on Saturday I go down to Ashby on the Hill. Emily tells me she has set her heart on it, so with 1 or 2 qualms I have consented to please her. But it will be a great pleasure to me, too. I drove into Stockbridge a day or 2 since, and made a call upon Mrs. Thornton. She begins to be quite decrepit, and her hand shakes almost as if she were stricken with the palsy. Her memory is failing her too, because she spoke of Miss Alice as a poor dear girl, a clever high-spirited creature whom I educated, my dear, and who died abroad. And then she repeated the story of her death and burial very minutely, but as if Alice had been a favourite instead of the butt of all her persecutions. I thought it was as well to keep her in that frame of mind, and I told her in how desolate and neglected a condition I had found her grave. Ah, did you not put a wreath of everlastings on it? There are everlastings on graves. Graves. What were we talking about? She began to maunder in a pitiable, helpless way. At last, she cried with energy, I would have asked her forgiveness if she had lived. I did not like her, and I believe I did wrong by her. I know I said what was not true, and it has been on my conscience a long while. So she is buried at Brussels. Very strange. Brussels. I was once in that cemetery. I should wish to go. And then she became quite indistinct and babbling again. Miss Smallwood came in while I was there, and made a pitiable statement of her affairs. She said the old school was all gone to pieces. She had but 3 pupils, and one of them had never paid anything for 2 years. She looked very gaunt and shabby, but I did not see that I could do her any good. Certainly, I cannot recommend her school. I do not think her fitted to have the sole charge of children, she is so extremely harsh and unpleasant in her manner. When she was going away, she signed to me to speak to her outside the room, and then asked me to lend her £5. I was very glad to give it to her, to soothe my conscience for thinking so ill of her. April the 5th. Ashley on the Hill. I have been here with the Camerons 3 days, and shall leave on Thursday. They are very happy, and have 2 of the dearest little children, a boy, Herbert, and a girl, Eleanor. Herbert is a very fine fellow, said to be more like his great-grandfather Clay than any branch of the family that has appeared since then. Emily has a sensible, nice way with her children. They are both rather wilful and headstrong, but she can be so quietly firm, and yet withal so kind, that there is never the sound of a dispute in the house. Hugh Cameron has found a great treasure in her, and they are both extremely liked at Ashby. Mr. Herbert Clay is absent in London on his parliamentary duties, and will not be down again until the Easter recess. I have met old Mrs. Clay several times, but her manner is just as lacking in cordiality to me as it always was. She cannot hide her bitter dislike. April the 6th. A terrible event occurred to-day. Emily was at the school, and Hugh gone over the hill to Deanswalk, when Mrs. Clay arrived at the rectory. I thought she looked very wild and bewildered when she came into the drawing-room where I was sitting, and her face was quite suffused, but at first I imagined she had overheated herself by walking fast. She rested on the sofa, and loosed her bonnet. I had only turned away a moment to pick up something belonging to my work, when I heard a gurgling, struggling noise, and on looking hastily up, I saw that she was in a fit. I rang the bell, and the servant came in and laid her on the couch, and the gardener ran for the doctor. Mrs. Clay had not altogether lost consciousness, and she had taken a convulsive grip of my hand which I could not extricate. She rolled her eyes fearfully and muttered detached sentences in which her son's name was often repeated, but I could not make out any sense. The doctor presently arrived, and Hugh and Emily came home, and she was carried to a bed, but she never revived, and to-night, about 7 o'clock, she died. A death so sudden and painful has been a terrible shock to Emily. Hugh entreats me not to leave her at present, and if I can be either use or comfort to her, I shall be glad to stay. Herbert has been written to come down immediately, but we cannot expect him before tomorrow evening. April the 7th. Herbert Clay arrived late last night, and is much affected by the manner of his mother's death. He is anxious and miserable that she should have had no warning, as he calls it, no time for preparation. Hugh Cameron looks serious, and bids him leave her cause in God's hands. Now we can help her nothing. Emily weeps pitiably. What a strange, strange thing this death in a house is! We go stealthily by the closed door where the dust lies, as if our natural step could disturb it. We speak in whispers, as if our natural tone would wake it. With what awe we look on the vacant mask of clay, whose animating spirit has already stood face to face with God, and learnt the great mystery and secret of death. The mystery and secret we shall learn ourselves anon. I paused on the mat outside the door to-night on my way to bed, and listened. I think there is no hush like the hush that pervades the air where a corpse lies. I had my hand on the handle to go in, but at the remembrance of how she hated me, I refrained. I wish she had died, at peace with me. April the 14th. I came home to Ferndale the day after Mrs. Clay's funeral. I was reluctant to stay for several reasons. Herbert was not at ease with me, and then the will. Such a will! Mrs. Frank Clay said she considered it infamous. It is difficult to understand how a dislike to me could have carried her to the lengths it has done. Mr. Clay left his wife sole guardian and executrix when he died, with unlimited power over every farthing of his invested property, over meadowlands and even over the mill and capital embarked in it. Neither Herbert nor Emily possessed a single shilling independently of her. She had taken advantage of the confidence reposed in her by her husband to devise the property in the following way: Herbert and Emily to share equally in the invested property, Herbert to have meadowlands and the business, but, and this is put in the strongest and clearest terms, but should Herbert Clay marry Eleanor Clare, he is instantly to forfeit every interest of every nature in the estate, and his share to be equally divided betwixt Herbert and Eleanor Cameron, whose rights are to be vested in trustees, duly named and appointed. Thus, if Herbert Clay desired to return to me, he would have to do it as a penniless man. His mother knew her son's pride well when she dictated this clause of her will. I was glad, then, oh, very glad, to escape from Ashby where he was. But I cannot, no, I cannot yet forgive that miserable dead woman for pursuing me with her malignity, even beyond the grave. Herbert and I love each other still. Never shall I, at least, let any other affection usurp the place of the first. Now if I had been the portionless girl at Burnbank, I might have been a happy woman, wife and mother, as other women are, but as heiress of Ferndale, there is a great gulf fixed between my love and me. I should not write this, I would not even confess it to myself, but that in those few mournful days at Ashby, though we were both so silent, both so constrained, I knew, I felt, all the time that Herbert was thinking only of me as I thought of him. Nobody named the will to me but Mrs. Frank, and she could not restrain her anger. Mrs. Clay ruled her children despotically enough, while she was alive. Surely the yoke should have been broken from off their necks at her death. It is too much, to feel that Herbert loves me as fondly as ever he did, that now we have met, and his position rises to what the most fastidious and worldly could have desired for me, this frightful bar must be put up between us. I wish I could know that he regrets it as bitterly as I do. I have told Granny, and she said, "My dear love, if it is to be, it will be." But this does not console me. April the 24th. I have had Mrs. Frank Clay over to see me. She says that Herbert is bent on giving up all at Stockbridge, taking the few hundreds he has laid by since a 7th share of the business has been in his hands, and which he may truly consider his own as he would have done had his father been alive, and going to New Zealand. She says he declared, in the homely West Country phrase, if Eleanor Clare would come to me in her smock, then I would take her and be the most contented poor man in the 3 kingdoms, but marry the rich heiress of Ferndale, myself almost destitute, I never will, so help me God. Why does he not come and tell me to my face? Does he think I love Ferndale as I love him? Does he think I should be happier in this great dreary house, fading into old maidenhood alone, pining and unsatisfied, than I should be with him in that little rustic cottage he used to fancy when we were scarcely more than boy and girl, the dear wife of his heart, the mother of his children? He ought to have the courage to come and speak to me honestly, as I would speak to him if I were Herbert Clay, and he Eleanor Clare. Oh, he knows, he must know. I love him, and if he understands at all what a true woman is, he must know too that she will set no wealth, no rank in competition with her love. Why does he not dare to speak to me? Can he have conceived some false idea of me since we have been so long apart? Can he think I would scorn him? I would honour him if he could make the vast sacrifice which his mother has attached as the penalty of our marriage. It would be noble, it would be grand. Then I would know how much he loved me, and I would give up Ferndale to Jane's and Henry's children. It should be sold, and they should all share in it alike. Oh, what an infatuated fool I am, feeding my heart on dreams, as if this could ever be. May the 6th. I have not been out of Ferndale since I returned from Ashby. I think I am losing heart, losing health. I know I shall never live if I am to be miserable like this. Emily Cameron writes me almost daily about her brother. What can I do? Is it for me to beseech him to stay? I cannot, I will not do it. If he loves me, let him come and tell me so, and I will forgive him all the rest, all his doubts, all the pain I have had to suffer for him, and keep him here. If he is proud, I am proud too, but it is easier for him to bend than for me. He can come to me and say, Eleanor, we two love each other. Thus much must I sacrifice to obtain you, but I count it nothing in comparison with my love. I do not think men's hearts are like ours. I begin to fear that the time has come when Herbert has ceased to care for me. That is a miserable thought. Oh, why did we meet again after I came from abroad? I had not forgotten him, not ceased to prefer him, but I had become quite still and resigned to being alone. Now it seems to me as if there were neither hope nor joy in life apart from him. May the 10th. This is a bitter struggle. I sicken over it. If it lasts much longer, scarcely shall I survive it. Yesterday Emily Cameron came over here and brought her boy. It was torture to me. There the little fellow sat drumming, with the toy he had brought in the carriage, and innocently prattling, while I longed to hear of Herbert. It was not until she was leaving that I could ask if he still persisted in going to New Zealand, and she replied, yes, she believes his preparations were very forward. Then asked me if I did not think it a wild scheme. I did think it wild. Then bid him stay, Eleanor, replied she, looking at me meaningly. I felt faint and ill, but I did not open my lips, and she drove away. This morning's post brought me a letter from her. She says my haggard face haunts her. What does it mean? Let her guess what it means. She has known heart-sickness herself. May the 12th. Peace at last. I was straying this afternoon down to the beech wood alone, so solitary, so utterly desolate, when I came suddenly on Herbert Clay. He said he had seen me from the road. He had left his horse at the lodge, and had come up to meet me. And what have you to say to me, Herbert Clay? I asked as proudly as I could, but my throat swelled, and I know my face was pitiful. We were in amongst the trees, so no one could see us, and he just took me in his arms and kissed me as if I were his wife. Eleanor, I would lose the world for you, said he passionately, and I told him I would come to him as poor as himself. Then all that blank of years seemed to fall away out of being and out of memory. To say that I was happy is not enough. I was too contented, too joyful for words to express. And it is all true. No dream, no frenzy has bewildered me. I shall be Herbert's own faithful, loving wife. And shall we go out of England? I asked him. It should be just as I desired, he said. Then we will live amongst our own people here at Stockbridge, I answered, in that cottage by Brook End, where there are the roses and the earwigs, your old fancy, Herbert. Shall we? He said, if I liked it, we should. I could scarcely have patience to sit still and write, and remember how completely the old spirit came into us both after that. There was no more doubt, no more anxiety. I believe we shall go hand in hand through our chosen poverty up to our present estate again before we are old. Not that I care to be rich. All my sorrows have risen out of that. But I should like Herbert restored to his place. I should like him to be to others what he is to me, the best and the highest-hearted of men. After we had walked in the beech-wood till I was tired, we went in to Granny. Of course she understood it all the moment we appeared, and she clasped her hands in great agitation. You will not surely be so silly, was her remark. We could neither of us help smiling, but Herbert said we were bent on marrying each other, and we should begin life together afresh at Brook End Cottage. At Brook End Cottage? And what is to become of Ferndale? asked she, dismayed. It is going to be transferred to Henry and Jane's children, said I, leaving you as life tenant. Nothing of the kind. I shall go back to Burnbank. I always liked it better than this wilderness place. And Granny knitted very fast and carelessly. I put my face down and looked at her. Tell me, Granny, that you are glad to see me happy, said I. There were tears in her dear old eyes. My love, Did I not tell you if it was to be, it would be, replied she. Well, I am happy. I would not have liked to see Eleanor Clare wither into an old maid. Now, then, to strengthen myself for the battle that I foresee betwixt the Scropes and cousin Henry and myself. I shall fully expect to be called insane for what I am going to do, and Herbert will not escape either, but what matters it? We shall have each other, and shall be happy. I believe we are two Solomons myself. May the 17th. Cousin Henry and Mr. Scrope are just gone, in the impression that I am the most obstinate, unreasonable, foolish woman on the face of the earth. I am not certain that they really think so, but they said so, and said the world would say so too. What care I for the world? It has done nothing for me, and I do not choose to sacrifice my life to it. Why should I? My little circle of it will talk, and wonder, and premise, and settle for 9 days, and then they will be quiet, unless they choose to profit by the moral lesson that there exist in the world one man and one woman who love each other sufficiently to give up wealth for poverty. Herbert is up here every day, nearly, and we are making our own arrangements quietly. He has bought that Brook End cottage for £270, and it is now undergoing thorough repairs. I went over it, and found it contained a pretty little bay window drawing-room opening upon the lawn, a dining-room and 4 bedrooms, quite enough for us. The owner told him it was quite a fancy article, and so it is. It is one of those pretty, picturesque, flowery cottages to which disappointed heroines in novels retire to spin out the rest of their days. Its situation is very secluded, about 2 miles out of Stockbridge, in the Meadowlands direction. I proposed to take into it some of the furniture out of my sulky here, but Herbert said, No, and I am obedient. He, however, gives me a dispensation in favour of my own books, and of all the pretty trifles we brought from my room at Burnbank, and Granny will take back thither the plenishing of the garden apartment that we have in daily use, and which she furnished herself, as all the Burnbank things were sold when we left. She says it will feel like going home again. She has never considered herself more than a visitor at Ferndale. There is only one thing grieving me, and that was her pony carriage, but Uncle Henry says of course she shall keep it, and the present suggestion is, that Clara Fable, his eldest daughter, should go and live with her as I used to do. Clara is a nice, merry body, and Granny likes cheerfulness. There is some speculation afloat as to how, when, and where I am to be married to Herbert. We have arranged it ourselves. Burnbank will be ready to receive us in a month from this time. Granny and I go thither by ourselves. The papers are to be prepared for transferring Ferndale to the Scrope and Fable children. Herbert is to get a lease as a tenant of the mill, and in September we are to be married. A brief space it seems since his mother's death, but her wicked will has so unsettled him that it cannot be wrong or disrespectful to make it as speedily as possible lose its evil influence, and as he, as it were, begins life afresh, the sooner he begins it the better. He resigns his seat in Parliament. He is much commiserated by some, much blamed by others, but never, I pray God, shall either of us live to regret the step we are about to take. June the 29th. Cousin Henry has been over to see how we have settled at Burnbank. Perfectly, I tell him. We are quite at home again. Granny looks remarkably cheerful and contented, and when Henry talks about my wildness in giving up Ferndale to please Herbert Clay, she cuts him short with, Well, Henry, it will only come to those who ought to have had it from the beginning. And when he persists that I lose my share, being one of the 3 heirs, she just bids him hold his tongue. When we left Ferndale, Burton thought he would not come down to the small doings at Burnbank again, so he went up to town to get a better situation, and we have hired that beautiful Auntie Craggs as our odd man. His face is fatter and more freckled, and his hair is redder than ever, but he is a civil servant and very careful in driving Granny up and down the hills, which is the chief thing he has to do. Herbert comes down on Saturday evening and stays with us over Sunday. August the 15th. Dr. Rayson has laid claim to his paramount right to marry, having baptized me, but as both Mr. Scrope and Hugh Cameron think they have, at least, an equal right, they are each to assist the other, and all be satisfied. They tell us it is only once in a lifetime they can expect to perform the service for so romantic a pair, and they will not lose the opportunity. Herbert is very passive in the matter, for his hands are full of business. I want to get the papers signed that make over Ferndale to my cousin's children. but both Mr. Scroop and Cousin Henry insist that I shall not put pen to paper until the very morning of my marriage, just before we go to the church, when it will be still time to change my mind if I feel so disposed. Granny and I have been to Stockbridge to see my future home, now it is finished. I think it a gem of elegant simplicity. Oh, I shall be happy there. The day fixed for our marriage is the 6th of September. It is to be very quiet. Only the Camerons, Scropes, Cousin Henry and his wife, and Claire, old Mrs. Lake, and Dr. Rayson are to be invited. This is Herbert's wish, and mine too. The school children at Ashby, Ferndale, Burnshead, and this place are to have a tea drinking on the occasion. That is all the lively rejoicing we intend. Lady Deering and Lady Singleton express the profoundest wonderment at Herbert Clay and myself, and Lady Mary Vernon vows she shall take us for the hero and heroine of her next book, for she is sure ours is a sweetly pretty story and a very good plot. My wedding day, come and almost gone. Ferndale belongs to the Scropes and Fables, and I belong to my own love, that is, true Herbert. I have nothing to write but that I am happy, too happy for many words. I see before me the years of a life that will suffice my heart better, 1,000-fold better, than all the rank and money in the world. Herbert, who is watching me impatiently while I write, says I shall lack nothing he can give to make it blessed, and I believe it. With him it can lack nothing, without him it lacks all. Now let me sign myself by my name, and leave the rest of the page blank. Eleanor Clay. End of Eleanor Clare's Journal for 10 Years by Harriet Parr. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel.
"10 Terrible Days" by an anonymous contributor to All the Year Round magazine, March 26, 1864. Recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 10 Terrible Days. In the year 1861, about 30 vessels laden with wheat were consigned to England from California. In that wonderfully luxuriant country, the harvest had been more plentiful than usual, and merchants were adventuring it in shiploads to all parts of the world. I, a woman, who am about to tell the true, unvarnished tale of the most terrible 10 days of her life, was going to England at that time with my only child, a little girl of 4 years old, and being in delicate health, a long sea voyage in a sailing vessel was thought better for me than a berth in one of the ill-ventilated and overcrowded steamers then and still running between San Francisco and New York via Panama. Thus I became a passenger for Liverpool in the David Brown, a large American clipper, distinguished for size, cleanliness, and the excellence of its passenger accommodation. The only fellow passengers to whom I need allude were a lady from British Columbia, whom I will call Mrs. F., wife of a major in the British Army. She had with her 2 children and a female servant. I had known this lady previously in Vancouver Island. We were friends, therefore, at once. On the 11th of October, '61, the beautiful vessel, laden with her 2,000 tons of grain, slowly and gracefully sailed out of the noble bay of San Francisco. Dear friends were standing on the wharf, the bitter partings were over, the sun was shining as it always does in California, until the sea and the rocks and the vast city seemed literally glittering with sunlight. One long look back to the happy home of the last 6 years, to the home still of husband and brothers obliged to remain behind, and at last I had only the sea that parted us to look at through my tears. Our friends had seen us set sail in what seemed a gallant ship. It had been chosen from all others as the one to send us home in for its show of perfectness. There were men in San Francisco who knew that the ship was unseaworthy, having been frightfully strained in her last voyage to China, and that she was in no fit condition to be trusted with the lives of helpless women and children. Yet they let us sail without a word of warning. Poor Mrs. F. and myself had not been 2 days at sea before we found out what a frightful mistake had been made in the choice of a sailing vessel as our home for the next 3 months. We were so miserable that at last, like 2 schoolgirls, we kept a list of all the days on a slip of paper, notching them off at night with glee because another day was over. When we had been a week at sea, the ship was hove to one day. There was a small leak, which the carpenter tried to repair, but, I suppose, ineffectually. The captain made light of it, and we had no fear, never thinking it probable that this small leak was a warning of the utmost peril. Often the vessel was stopped for the same small leak, but if we made inquiry, we were told there was no cause for fear, and did not fear. For except these short pauses, the ship sailed gallantly on, we had lovely weather, and the captain really thought to make quick and profitable passage. We rounded Cape Horn on a lovely summer day, our winter being its summer, and the little Cape pigeons were flying around us continually, to the great delight of the children. About this time the second officer caught an albatross for the amusement of the ladies and children, but the untimely fate of the Ancient Mariner having taken strong hold on the captain's imagination, the bird was immediately thrown into the sea, and the officer got a severe rebuke for his temerity. We passed along the coast of Brazil, and were so near Pernambuco that we could see the lights in the houses and hear music from shore. And then the captain said that the next land we should see would be the long low shores of Ireland. On the night of the 4th of January, 62, we had been 86 days out, and in 10 more we thought to be in England. Our little ones were fast asleep in bed, and we had been on deck for a few moments watching the stir of angry waters, for the heavens looked dark and threatening, and the sailors prophesied a stormy night. We had not been below in the saloon for many minutes when there was a little son born to one of the passengers. We all did what we could for the poor mother, but there was no doctor on board, and as all the other children awoke with the unusual noise and bustle, we were nearly deafened with their screaming. The wind, too, increased in fury, and the ship rolled till we could not stand. Half frightened at the roaring of the waters, and deeply impressed with the new responsibility of having this poor sick woman and her helpless baby to take care of, we went reluctantly to bed. My own little one had again fallen asleep, and, after gazing at her long and earnestly, with some vague unacknowledged fear, I at last fell into an uneasy, restless slumber. I remember waking once, and seeing the captain quickly pass, with his charts in his hand, when Anita said, "Oh, mamma, what noise is that?" True enough, the noise on deck was awful, for the wind and the waves seemed lashing the ship to madness. But the child fell asleep again, and I lay half asleep, when suddenly I heard a voice calling my name in quick, sharp tones. Starting up wildly, I saw at my cabin door the trembling figure of Mrs. F., her face white with fear, her eyes distended with horror. My own teeth chattering with fright, I asked her what was the matter. "Oh, we are going down," she said. "The ship is sinking." Husband, mother, brothers, sisters came to my thought in that instant with a fearful agony of yearning. My child, my only one, was asleep beside me. Wildly I stooped and kissed her, for I thought at that first moment there was no hope, and that foundered at sea we were going down rapidly. The child slept on, and I hushed my breath to listen. Stand I could not, for the ship was rolling frightfully, and every few moments a great wave would dash with remorseless force against her sides, making her shake and quiver again. Mrs. F. had gone with her 2 little ones into the captain's cabin. Awaking my child, I hastily dressed her and myself in the first bits of clothing I could find, and joined my friend. The small leak had at last burst into a large one, and the ship was filling rapidly. We remained till dawn shivering and shaking below, for by keeping the 3 pumps at work and lightening the vessel of her heavy cargo, the captain meant to save her if he could. At dawn, taking my little girl by the hand, I went on deck. The storm had in some measure abated, but the sea looked black and sullen, and the swell of the vast heavy waves seemed to mock our frailty. The sailors had been up all night, and were as men playing at some ferocious game, some working in desperation at the pumps, and singing at the pitch of their voices wild sea-songs to time their common efforts. Others employed in throwing hundreds of bags of grain into the sea. They might thus lighten the ship. This, I think more than all, showed me our peril. I wandered about, too miserable to remain in any one spot, till the captain assembled us all once more in the cabin to get some food, saying that it was impossible to save the ship, and that we should have need of all our fortitude. I remember my own vain attempt to eat some bread, but the poor little children took their breakfast and enjoyed it. We were then each provided with a large bag made of sailcloth, and were advised by the captain to fill it with the warmest articles of clothing we possessed. All my worldly possessions were on board, comprising many memorials of dear friends, portraits of loved ones I shall never see again, and my money loss I knew would be no trifle. In perfect bewilderment I looked around, and filled my bag with stockings and a couple of warm shawls. On the top of a box I saw a little parcel that had been entrusted to me by a lady in California to deliver to her mother in Liverpool. I put that in my bag, and she got it. I then dressed myself and the child in as many things as we could possibly bear, for I thought of the cold, drenching nights, and shuddered when I looked at that only little one on whom rough winds had never been allowed to blow, the idol of her parents' hearts, so fair and delicate, who must now venture out in a frail boat on the wide stormy sea. I uttered a wild prayer to God for her, full of sobs and anguish, with tears that don't come often in a lifetime, and then there followed a dead calm, in which I saw every minute detail of the scene about me. There had been no thought of removing the breakfast, and with the rolling of the ship, which was every moment becoming worse, everything had fallen on the floor and was dashing about in all directions. Boxes, water jugs, plates, dishes, chairs, glasses, were pitching from one end of the saloon to the other. Children screaming, sailors shouting and cursing, and loud above all there was the creaking of timbers and the sullen sound of water fast gaining upon us in the hold of the ship, which groaned and labored like a living thing in agony. Poor Mrs. F. was in a terrible strait at this moment. Her little boy was discovered helping himself out of the medicine chest, particularly busy with the contents of a broken calomel bottle. How pale she looked with her poor little baby in her arms. If I remember aright, we made the boy drink some lamp oil as an emetic. At any rate, he survived the calomel. And now the first mate, upon whose decision and firmness much depended, having lost his presence of mind, had drunk deeply of whiskey. He was intoxicated, and so too were many of the sailors who had followed his example. What was to become of us with a fast sinking ship and a parcel of drunken men for our protectors? The captain had been busily employed in ordering out food and water to supply the boats, collecting his ship's papers, examining his charts, etc. The lowering of the boats he had entrusted to his officers. On hearing of the drunkenness on deck, his first thought was to get the women and children off at once, for should the sailors seize the boats, what would become of us? 2 boats had already been smashed whilst lowering them into the sea, and there were only 2 remaining. 47 people to cram into 2 frail boats, 1,500 miles from land. Delicately nurtured women, helpless children, drunken and desperate men. The captain and the second officer, a Scotchman from Greenock, behaved admirably at this time. By the help of the most sober of the sailors, the captain's own boat was lowered, some small mattresses, pillows, blankets, a cask of water, sacks of biscuits, and nautical instruments necessary for the captain's use, were first put in. Then we were let down by ropes. It seems marvelous, when I think of it now, that in our descent we were not dashed to pieces against the ship's side. We had to wait, for each descent, a favorable moment whilst she was leaning over. Then the word of command was given, and we were slung down like sheep. My heart stood still whilst my little one was going down, and then I followed. It was a terrible sight for a woman to see that poor creature whose baby was born the night before, looking like a corpse in a long dressing gown of white flannel, with the poor little atom of mortality tightly clasped in her arms. I thought she would die before the day was over. At last we were all in the boat, 4 women, 5 children, the second mate, and 16 sailors. The captain stayed on the ship, providing for the safety of the drunken creatures who could not take care of themselves, and then he joined us. How small our boat looked by the side of that large ship, and we had to get quickly out of her reach, for she was rolling so heavily that the waters near her boiled up like a maelstrom. The chief officer, 3 passengers, and the remaining sailors were still on board the David Brown when we left her. I suppose they were soon in their boat, for they overtook us some hours after. It was no light trial to look at that once beautiful ship, left to her fate in the stormy sea, with all my little treasures in her for the waters to close over. Yet still, how little was the worth to me of everything she contained in comparison with my child, and dark as the future looked, yet she was with me, so far safe and well. Away we drifted, a mere speck upon the ocean. Before night there came a storm of thunder, lightning, wind, and rain that lasted through the darkness, and by which we were drenched through and through. I sat up for some 12 or 14 hours on a narrow plank, with my child in my arms, utterly miserable, cold and hopeless, soaked to the skin, blinded by the salt spray, my face and hands smarting intolerably with the unusual exposure. When daylight came we all looked wan and lost. There was a faint light in the distance, which we hoped might be a ship's light, but it proved to be on board the other boat with its now sobered crew. For 3 days we kept in sight of each other, but the 3rd day we parted company and saw them no more. During the storm and confusion, the greater part of our biscuits had been soaked with salt water and made useless. It was also discovered that the food collected for the captain's boat had been thrown by mistake into the other. Therefore it was necessary at once to put us on allowance, half a pint of water and half a biscuit a day to each person. Except the biscuit, there were only a few small tins of preserved strawberries and Indian corn, and these were given to the ladies. How the poor children cried with hunger as the days dragged on. Think what it must have been to the mothers to hear children delicately nurtured sobbing ravenously for a piece of bread or a drink of water, craving for it all day, falling asleep whilst asking for it, awakening in the night with the same heart-rending cry, and the broken-hearted mothers utterly powerless to satisfy them. I felt desperate, mad at that time. I would have flung myself thankfully into the waves, if by doing so I could have procured bread for my child. For the first 2 or 3 days we were full of hope that we should meet a ship, and consoled each other by laboring to make light of our difficulties. Yet had it not been that we were shipwrecked in warm latitudes, we could not have saved our lives. The boat leaked from the beginning, and the sailors by turns bailed the water out in little cans. Thus we were continually lying or sitting in salt water. The part of the boat set apart for the women and children was amidships, and about 7 feet square. There we always remained, huddled together from sunset to sunrise, when we had to leave our places and in the daytime stow ourselves anywhere to give the men room for their rowing. Exposed to the glare of a tropical sun for hours together, nearly mad with thirst, bearing my child in my weak arms, for she was too much exhausted to stand, there was a feeling of burning, sickening heat on my brain, and the horrid disgust for everybody and everything around me was almost more than I could endure. I never shed any tears. Often I would sit for hours, without any thought at all, vacantly gazing on the ocean. We had 3 days of dead calm. The sun glared down upon us piteously, and I thought how pleasant it would be to throw myself into the sea and sink calmly to death beneath its waves. I lost all wish to live, for life seemed horrible. I cannot describe the days as they passed, separately, one by one. When I look upon them, they all seem to have been one misery. I remember that on the third day out, poor Kitty's baby died. Indeed, it had been dying from the first. It never had a chance of living, for it had no fit attention and no sustenance. The poor mother cried bitterly when at last it became cold on her bosom, but its death was a merciful release. Wrapped in a shawl of bright colors, it was thrown overboard, but was so light that it could not sink, and floated for hours on a sea so calm in the hot sun that scarce a ripple could be seen. At last it disappeared suddenly, the prey of some hungry shark, and when afterwards the horrid monsters crowded round our boat, they added to our misery. Hitherto the children had been plunged into the sea every morning to preserve them in health, but we dared not continue this practice with those horrid creatures on our lee. Every evening before the sun went down, a sailor was sent to the top of the mast to look out, but every evening he reported no vessel in sight, and again the sun set on us without hope. Then we had nights of drenching, pitiless rain, for we were now in the region where squalls come up with great fury, the sky suddenly becomes dark, and a quick, sharp wind arises, herald of a rainstorm. When traveling by the steamers in these latitudes, the captain calls out, "There's a squall coming! Ladies, better go below!" Upon which there is a great rushing and collecting of books and shawls, and in a few moments the decks are deserted, while the passengers, peeping out of the windows, rather enjoy the little excitement. Very different was our case, for we could only watch the storm gathering in the distance, and know that we had to lie there, to be drenched through, and to dry again under the blazing sun, half a dozen times in a day, and at night have the same trouble, only aggravated by the darkness. From this cause, and the incessant contact with salt water, which continually leaked into the boat, the delicate skin of the women and children became frightfully irritated, and in total absence of fresh water, this irritation produced sores. Ah me, what a horrid thing it was to be literally surrounded by water, soaked through with it, our eyes aching with the sight of it, and yet longing with unutterable agony for a draught of it to quench our burning thirst, or to wash our smarting, blistering skin. One night when it was raining heavily, I tried the experiment of lying down with my mouth open to catch a few stray drops, but a huge wave came dashing along and burst full upon us, pouring down my throat and almost choking me. It was cruelly salty and nauseous. I would sometimes fall asleep from pure exhaustion, only to wake with a shuddering start at feeling something on my face. I would put up my hands in a fright, and find my face covered with dirty, wet feet of a sleeping sailor. Then I would push them away with my small amount of strength, but that made no impression. Then I would say, "Oh, please take your feet away," and a heavy snore or a curse would be the only answer. The frightful amount of cursing and swearing, common among the sailors at a time when every day seemed likely to be our last, filled me with horror and amazement. I must not forget one incident, trifling in itself, but which might have caused the death of one of the sailors. On the day of the wreck, I had caused 2 or 3 bottles of ale and one of claret to be put in the boat, thinking it might be of great use to us. On the 3rd or 4th night out, when we were shivering helplessly after a drenching shower of rain, we thought that a bottle of ale should be opened for the women and children, but not a bottle of any sort was to be found. The rage of the captain was awful. "Who amongst the sailors," cried he, "could be so base, so cruel, as to drink the ale belonging to one of the ladies, and put on board expressly for the suffering women?" For some time the thief could not be discovered, but at last one of the men told who was the delinquent, and then the captain, in his wrath, said that the man who could be guilty of such meanness at such a time was worthy of death, and should be thrown overboard. And the decree would certainly have been executed had not Mrs. F. and myself implored the captain to spare the man's life. After many prayers on our part, he consented. I do not know whether the man was grateful or not, certainly he never said he was. I mention this incident to show how men take the law into their own hands at a time of great and common peril. Every day now increased our suffering. The hunger of the children was frightful, and when the water was served out, they would fight for it with their little hands, and often upset it entirely in the eager haste to possess it. As the days dragged along, the men looked almost wolfish in their hunger and desperation, and they were hard work too, for they had to row night and day alternately. Some of their faces entirely lost their natural expression, becoming wild with hunger and thirst, and then a fearful talk arose among some of the crew that they might eat the children. But the captain was warned of their plot, and there were brave men among the sailors who had pity for us. It was on the morning of the 10th day that this frightful thought came into the heads of 3 or 4 desperate men, and the captain and a few trustworthy companions had made up their minds to slay the would-be murderers that very night in their sleep. The last and fatal hour of our great agony seemed to be come. But there was pity in heaven. The evening before, when the sun set in glorious tropical splendor, I kissed my child in despair because another day had gone and had brought no relief, when she said, "Mamma, I will pray to God." The little one was only 4 years old, a blue-eyed, golden-haired creature with a wondrously fair complexion and innocent face, and the contrast of this pretty tiling kneeling in the desolate boat with the wild, haggard-looking men and women who surrounded her was almost startling. Her prayer was very simple. With clasped hands and trustful eyes raised to heaven, she said, "Please God, send a ship." That was all. The hot tears gushed to my eyes for the first time in that boat, and I took her in my almost powerless arms, and we both slept the sleep of exhaustion. On the morning of the 10th day, about 11 o'clock, someone called out, "A sail! A sail!" Wonderful sound! How we started, almost upsetting the boat in our eagerness to see where it was and what it was. The next question was, how could we make her see us? We could see her, it is true, a faint speck on the horizon, but we were so small, such a pitiful little boat, and had no flags, no signals of distress. What if she were to pass us? Frightful thought, to be so near help and yet not to reach it. We hoisted a white towel and shouted, and tried every means in our power to attract attention. On she came, nearer and nearer, until we could make out that she was a bark. The captain could even distinguish that she carried the Hamburg flag. Why she had her flag hoisted, if she did not see us, I cannot say. Never mind who or what she was. She passed along and left us. Then curses, loud and deep, came from the sailors' lips. Then the women looked into each other's faces, and the children cried, and the wolfish eyes of the would-be cannibals were fixed upon us. And I sat still for hours, without a word. Forsaken apparently by God and man, I was trying, with the stupor of despair, and I think, coming delirium, to meet my fate, and some songs that I used to sing in San Francisco came into my head. The notes would not come right, and I wondered whether such a note was G sharp or A flat, and the sea looked red and full of specks. It was a burning hot day, and I was half asleep about 3 p.m., when again was heard the cry of, "A sail! A sail!" This time I made a very feeble attempt to look about me, but the captain and his crew were all alert, and a vessel surely was in sight. On she came, looking so large to our forlorn eyes. Again our towel was hoisted. Would she pass us? "Let the women and children lie down in the bottom of the boat," roared the captain. "If she sees so many people, she will pass us like that cursed thing this morning." Down we went, breathless. Nearer and nearer she came. Faster rowed our hungry sailors, and there rose a wild shout, "She has stopped!" And surely there she was at rest in the waters, waiting to see what manner of beings we were. "Row faster, my men, and keep down the women and children." Ah! Did he think that the sight of us poor women would frighten away that ship? And then the sweet voice of my little one said, "Oh, mamma, God has heard my prayer, and he has sent a ship to save us. Oh, what a lovely afternoon that was when we were saved. Such a blaze of sunshine, such blue skies, such a glistening, glowing sea, as if even the treacherous ocean were rejoicing with us. At length we were close alongside of the ship, and saw crowds of human beings clustering about to look at us. Dark, swarthy faces, for they were all Spaniards, but full of pity, wonderment, and horror. They took us all in, one by one, and when they saw the women and little children they wept. They could not speak our language, and looked upon us with bewilderment. But when I, who fortunately could speak Spanish, kneeling down on deck, said gracias a Dios, thank God, their tongues were loosened, and there was a flood of questions and crowding round us, with weeping and laughing and shaking of hands. How good were those kind-hearted men! How I thank them all, every one, now, as I write, from the worthy captain down to the lowest of his crew. And they brought us bread and wine and water, precious water. How good it was! Saved at last, when we could have endured no more, let it at least be permitted to a mother to believe that the prayer of her little one had risen to the mercy seat. End of 10 Terrible Days by an anonymous contributor to All the Year Round magazine, March 26, 1864.
Zehnte Erzählung aus dem Decamerone von Giovanni Boccaccio, übersetzt von D.W. Soltau. Dies ist aufgenommen zur Feier des 10. Jahrestages von LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind in der Public Domain. Weitere Informationen oder Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Die 10. Erzählung des Decamerone. Es sind noch nicht viele Jahre verflossen, wie in Bologna ein vortrefflicher und fast überall berühmter Arzt lebte, welcher Alberto hieß, dessen Geist in einem Alter von fast 60 Jahren noch so lebhaft war, dass er nicht vermeiden konnte, für die Flamme der Liebe noch empfänglich zu sein, wie ihn bereits das natürliche Feuer fast gänzlich verlassen hatte. Denn einst erblickte er bei einem Gastmahl eine reizende Witwe, die, wie man sagt, Donna Margherita de Ghisolieri hieß und die ihn so sehr wie einen Jüngling in der Blüte seiner Jahre entzückte, so daß er meinte, die Nacht nicht ruhig schlafen zu können, wenn er nicht am Tage das zarte und schöne Angesicht der reizenden Frau gesehen hatte. Deswegen versäumte er nicht, bald zu Fuß, bald zu Pferde, wie es sich am besten fügte, vor ihrem Hause täglich vorbeizureiten oder zu gehen. Die Dame und ihre Nachbarinnen merkten bald die Ursache seines Vorbeigehens und hatten oft ihren Scherz darüber, dass ein an Jahren und am Verstande so reifer Mann sich noch verliebt hätte, als meinten sie, dass die süße Leidenschaft der Liebe nur in den törichten Busen der Jünglinge und nirgends anders Platz finden und wohnen könnte. Wie nun Alberto immer fortfuhr vorbeizugehen, fügte es sich einst an einem Feiertage, dass die besagte Dame nebst vielen anderen vor ihrer Türe saß, wo sie den Arzt von weitem kommen sahen und sich daher sämtlich beredeten, ihn hereinzurufen und zu bewirten und ihn hernach mit seiner Liebe aufzuziehen. Sie standen demnach auf, baten ihn herein und führten ihn in einen kühlen Saal, wo sie ihn mit Konfekt und köstlichen Weinen bewirteten und ihn hernach mit feinen und artigen Worten aufzogen, dass er sich in eine so schöne Dame verliebt hätte, von welcher er doch wüsste, dass viele artige junge Herren sich um sie bewerben. Dr. Alberto fühlte ihre feinen Stachelreden und antwortete mit lachendem Munde: »Madonna, dass ich euch liebe, darüber wird sich kein Vernünftiger wundern, weil ihr es verdient. Wenn nun zwar den alten Männern natürlicherweise die Kräfte fehlen, die zur Ausübung der Liebe erforderlich sind, so fehlt es ihnen doch weder an gutem Willen, noch an der Erkenntnis dessen, was wirklich liebenswürdig ist. Vielmehr sind sie um desto bessere Kenner, je mehr Erfahrung sie vor den Jünglingen voraus haben. Nun will ich euch auch sagen, warum ich, alter Mann, mir noch Hoffnung gemacht habe, obgleich ihr von vielen Jünglingen geliebt werdet. Ich habe oft gesehen, dass die Frauenzimmer zur Vesperkost Lupinen und Lauch gegessen haben, und obwohl der Lauch überhaupt kein gutes Essen ist, so ist doch der Kopf desselben weniger schädlich und unschmackhaft als die Blätter. Allein von einem verkehrten Geschmack angetrieben, nehmt ihr den Kopf in die Hand und esst nur die Blätter, die nicht allein zu nichts taugen, sondern auch übel schmecken. Was weiß ich's, Madonna, ob es euch mit euren Liebhabern nicht ebenso geht? Und wenn das geschehe, so nehmt ihr mich und schicket alle anderen fort. Die Dame und ihre Freundinnen wurden ein wenig beschämt, und sie gab ihm zur Antwort: »Lieber Doktor, ihr habt uns sehr gut und höflich unseren vornehmen Scherz verwiesen. Eure Liebe soll mir, als die Liebe eines weisen und achtungswürdigen Mannes, immer wert sein. Deswegen könnt ihr in allen Fällen, meiner Ehrbarkeit unbeschadet, frei über mich gebieten.« Der Doktor und seine Begleiter standen auf. Er bedankte sich bei der Dame und nahm fröhlich und vergnügt von ihr Abschied. So ward die gute Frau, weil sie sich nicht vorsah, mit wem sie scherzte, überwunden, indem sie zu siegen meinte, und davor werdet ihr, liebe Mädchen, wenn ihr weise seid, euch bestens hüten. Ende der 10. Erzählung des Decamerone von Giovanni Boccaccio. Gelesen von Availle.
The One in Ten by Edgar A. Guest. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The One in Ten. 9 passed him by with a hasty look, each bent on his eager way. One glance at him was the most they took. Somebody stuck, said they. But it never occurred to the 9 to heed a stranger's plight and a stranger's need. The 10th man looked at the stranded car, and he promptly stopped his own. "Let's see if I know what your troubles are," said he in a cheerful tone. "Just stuck in the mire. Here's a cable stout. Hitch onto my bus, and I'll pull you out." "1,000 thanks," said the stranger then, "for the debt that I owe you. I've counted them all, and you're 1 in 10, such a kindly deed to do." And the 10th man smiled, and he answered then, "Make sure that you'll be the 1 in 10. Are you one of the 9 who pass men by in this hasty life we live? Do you refuse with downcast eye the help which you could give? Or are you the 1 in 10 whose creed is always to stop for the man in need? End of The 1 in 10 by Edgar A. Guest, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Introduction and Chapter 1 of How to Add 10 Years to Your Life and to Double Its Satisfactions by S.S. Curry. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How to Add 10 Years to Your Life and to Double Its Satisfactions by S.S. Curry. Can you wake as wake the birds? In their joy and singing share. Stretch your limbs as do the herds, and drink as deep the morning air. Quick as larks on upward wing, can you shun the demon's wiles? Prompt as the robins sing, can you change all frowns to smiles? Can you spurn fear's coward whine, beat each day with joyous song? Then will angels guard your shrine, joys be deep, and life be long. Boston School of Expression, Book Department, Pierce Building, Copley Square. Copyright by S.S. Curry, 1915. To those who loyally responded to the dream, and to those who, by thought, word, or act, will aid the School of Expression to perform its important function in education. Qui transtulit sostenet. As ancient exile at the close of day paused on his country's farthest hills to view those valleys sinking in the distant blue, where all the joys and hopes of childhood lay. So now across the years our thoughts will stray to those whose hearts were ever brave and true, who gave the hope and faith from which we drew the strength to climb thus far upon our way. As he amid the rocks and twilight gray saw rocks and steeps transformed to stairs and knew he wandered not alone, so may we too see this, our tentless crag where wild winds play, a Bethel rise, and we here wake to know that down and upward angels come and go. Why and wherefore? When over 80 years of age, the poet Bryant said that he had added more than 10 years to his life by taking a simple exercise while dressing in the morning. Those who knew Bryant and the facts of his life never doubted the truth of this statement. I have made inquiries lately among men who are 80 years of age as to their method of waking up. Almost without exception I find that they have been in the habit of taking simple exercise upon rising, and also before retiring. While studying voice in Paris, over 30 years ago, my teacher was so busy that he'd had to take me before breakfast at an hour which, to a Parisian, was a very early one. "Vocal exercises may be more difficult at this time," he said, "but it is the best time. If we can start the day with the right exercise of the voice, the use of it all through the day will be an additional right practice." Later, when I studied with the elder Lamperti in Italy, I requested and secured an early hour in the morning for my lessons. In teaching, I have always urged students to take their exercises the first thing in the morning. Those who have taken my advice have later been grateful for the suggestion. If my own morning exercises are neglected, I feel as if I had missed a meal or lost much sleep. I was never what is called physically strong. In fact, physicians have continually prophesied my downfall. Yet all my life I have performed about 3 men's work, and by the use of a few exercises have probably doubled the length of my life. The subject of human development has always been of great interest to me. I have tried to investigate the various systems of gymnastics in all countries, and teaching, as I have, about 10,000 the use of the voice and body in expression, I have studied training from a different point of view from that of most men. I have discovered that the voice cannot be adequately trained without also improving the body, that the improvement of the voice can be doubly accelerated if the body is considered a factor. I have also found, what is more important, that true exercises are all mental and emotional and not physical, and that both body and voice can never be truly improved except by right thinking and feeling. I, therefore, long ago came to certain conclusions which are not in accordance with common views. My convictions, however, have been the result, not only of experience, but of wide study and investigation. This book embodies a few points about health. Without going deeply into the principles involved, a short program is given, the practice of which has already accomplished marvelous results. The book embodies my own experiences, and obeys the scientific principles involved in training. It is meant to be a guide for home study and practice. The principles are applicable to everyone. It requires at first patience, perseverance, and resolution at that moment in the day when we are most liable to be indifferent and negative, if not irresolute and discouraged. Whoever resolutely undertakes to obey the suggestions will never regret doing so. In fact, it is not too much to claim that he will not only lengthen his life, but double its satisfactions. Every reader of the book is requested to become a member of the Morning League, and whosoever does so and makes a report or writes to me fully about special weaknesses, habits, besetting sins, or conditions, will receive a letter of suggestions. This book and its companion, The Smile, are published as a part of the great work undertaken by the friends of the School of Expression. The net receipts from the sale will go to the endowment fund of the institution. How to add 10 years to your life. 1. Significance of morning. The years at the spring, and days at the morn, mornings at 7, the hillsides dew pearled, the larks on the wing, the snails on the thorn, God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. Song from Pippa Passes, Robert Browning. Browning's Pippa Passes is a parable or allegory of human life. Though called a drama by its author, it embodies, like all plays of the highest type, other than dramatic elements. In exalted poetry the allegoric, lyric, epic, and dramatic seem to be blended. An effort to separate them often seems academic and mechanical. Pippa, a poor little silk-winding girl, who has never known father or mother, opens the poem. It is the early morning, and she wakes with joyous anticipation of her holiday, her only one. She goes forth, and we hear her singing, and we see her influencing from her humble position in the background a solo's four happiest ones, who are brought by the action of the drama into the foreground. Her character and that of the other persons of the play are well defined, but the real theme of the poem is the unconscious influence which she exerts upon others. The primary element of dramatic art is the meeting of people and the influence they exert upon each other. There is no direct influence seemingly exerted upon Pippa herself, save at one point, and even that is scarcely a conscious one. We feel that she is a type of the human soul. Specific scenes, although intensely dramatic, are entirely separated from one another. Accordingly, if it is a drama, it is a drama of an unusual type. It regards the events of only one day. Still, that day is not literal, it is a symbol of the life of everyone. It is New Year's Day. But every day is the beginning of a new year. It is a holiday. Yet all life, when normally lived, is dominated by love and sympathetic service, and is full of happiness. Pippa sings as everyone should sing, with a spirit of thanksgiving and love. She welcomes the day with joy as everyone should welcome life and its opportunities. She lies down to sleep at night, as we all do. Her sun drops into a black cloud, and she knows nothing of what she has really accomplished, or of the revelation that is coming on the morrow. Moreover, observe that the link of unity in the play is found in the songs of Pippa. One might easily conceive her beautiful character as embodying the very soul of lyric poetry. Hence, in reading the poem, we are impressed from the first with allegoric, lyric, and epic, as well as dramatic elements. Observe more closely her awakening. Note the beautiful description, the gradually lengthening lines indicative of the coming morning. She expresses joy as she meditates over her New Year's hymn. Into this devotional lyric Browning has breathed the spirit of all true life and service. Now wait, even I already seem to share in God's love. What does New Year's hymn declare? What other meaning do these verses bear? All service ranks the same with God. If now as formerly he trod paradise, his presence fills our earth. Each only as God wills can work. God's puppets, best and worst, are we. There is no last, nor first. Say not a small event. Why small? Costs it more pain than this, ye call a great event, should come to pass than that? Untwine me from the mass of deeds which make up life. One deed power shall fall short in, or exceed. And more of it, and more of it! Oh yes, I will pass each, and see their happiness, and envy none, being just as great, no doubt, useful to men, and dear to God, as they. A pretty thing to care about so mightily, this single holiday. But let the sun shine! Wherefore repine? With thee to lead me, O day of mine, down the grass path grey with dew, under the pine wood, blind with boughs, where the swallow never flew, nor yet cicada dared carouse. No, dared carouse. From Pippa Passes, Robert Browning. As Pippa leaves her room in the full spirit of this hymn, full of joy, hope, and love, she passes into the street. We hardly catch a glimpse of her until the close of the day, when she comes back and lies down to sleep. But we hear her songs, and see the influence which she unconsciously exerts. This is the real theme of the poem. Browning's poetic play reveals to us in 4 scenes the other side of life, the happier people to whom Pippa referred in her soliloquy. We look first into the interior of the old house of which Pippa has spoken with a kind of awe, and see the proud Ottoma who owns the mills where Pippa is but a poor worker. In the dark gloom of one of the rooms, Ottoma has become the sharer in a murder, and under the influence of Pippa's song, which is heard outside, she and her companion realize their guilt, and are overcome with remorse. At noon we are introduced to a young artist, Jules, who is just bringing home his bride, Fene, whom he has married thinking her a princess, but who is really a poor ignorant child. She has been employed unconsciously, to herself, and innocently used by some degraded artist as a means of rebuking the idealist, Jules. By this cruel trick they mean to crush him and reduce him to their own sensual level. Even letters which Jules has received from the supposed princess have been written by these perversions of human beings, who call themselves artists. In her lovely innocence, Phine is thrilled by Jules's tenderness. Her intuition tells her that something is wrong as she falters in rendering the lines the cruel painters have given her to read to Jules. We see the blow fall upon the young dreamer as he makes the fearful discovery. In the agony of his disappointment he is about to renounce Phine forever, as the artists, waiting outside to sneer at him, expect. The poor innocent being, in whom his kindness and tenderness have stirred to life for the first time her womanly nature, is about to be cast out to a life of degradation and misery, when Pippa passes, singing. Her song awakens Jules to a higher feeling, to a more human and heroic determination, and the painters, waiting outside, are disappointed. In the evening Pippa passes Luigi, an Italian patriot. He is meditating over the afflictions of his country and upon a plan to help it, while his mother is trying to dissuade him from the daring undertaking. The police and spies are waiting outside. If he goes, he will not be arrested. If he stays, they have orders to arrest him at once. At the moment of his wavering, when he is almost ready to obey his mother, Pippa's song arouses anew his patriotic being, and he resolutely goes forth to do a truly heroic deed for his country. Thus Pippa saves him from imprisonment and death. Night brings the last scene in the dramatic events of the world influenced by Pippa's songs. A room of the palace by the dome, of which Pippa seems to stand in so much awe, opens before us. Here we look into the face of the Monseigneur, for whom she expressed reverence in the morning, and we find that the Monseigneur and the dead brother whose home he comes to bless are in reality Pippa's own uncles. The poor little girl, with only a nickname, is a child of an older brother and the real heir to the palace, though of this she has never had the remotest dream. We see an insinuating villain tempting the Monseigneur to allow him to do away with Pippa in a most horrible manner, and thus leave the Monseigneur in sole possession of his brother's property. During an intense moment Pippa passes, and her singing outside causes her uncle to throttle the villain and call for help. Then we see at the close of the day the little girl, unconscious of her share in the life of others, come back to her room and fall asleep murmuring her New Year's hymn, which, in spite of appearances, she still trusts. We are left with the hope that she will awaken next day to realize who she is and come into her own. Thus journey we all through life, often forgetting that there is nothing small, that there is no last nor first. We are conscious of noble aims, but oblivious of the real work we are doing and of our own identity. What, do you ask, has such a poetic drama to do with such a commonplace subject as health or the prolonging of life? The question implies a misconception. Human development is not a material thing, but is poetic and exalted. It has to do not merely with physical conditions, but primarily with spiritual ideals. Let us observe more closely how Browning wakes Pippa up. When she comes to consciousness she utters a cry of joy and thanksgiving. Day! Faster or more fast, o'er night's brim, day boils at last. The joyous thanksgiving of this first moment is the key to Pippa's life, and to her influence through the whole day. Such was the right beginning to her day, and such is the right beginning for us all to every day of our lives. Her faith and her hymn revealed the true ideals of this strange journey we call life. There is an old proverb, guard beginnings. If a stream is poisoned at its head, it will carry the deadly taint through its whole course. The most significant moment of life is the moment of awakening. The importance of morning has been more or less realized in the instinct of the human heart in every age. Many of the myths of the early Greeks refer to the miracle of the morning. Aurora mirrors to us in a mystic way the significance of this hour to the Greeks. Athene was born by the stroke of the hammer of Hephaestus on the forehead of Zeus, and thus the stroke of fire upon the sky became the symbol or myth of all civilization. Even Daphne, pursued by Apollo and turned into a tree, is doubtless the darkness fleeing before dawn until the trees stand out clearly defined in the morning light. The dawn of day has always been considered a prophecy of the time when all ignorance will vanish before the light of truth. When we remember that men of the early ages had no light but that of the sun, we can see how naturally the coming of morning impressed primitive peoples, and it is not much wonder that they adored and worshipped the dawn and the rising sun. We still speak of the dawn of a new civilization. Morning is still the most universal figure of progress, the type of a new life. More than all other natural occurrences, it is used as a symbol of something higher. May we not, accordingly, discover that from a psychological as well as physiological point of view, for reasons of health and development, morning is the most significant and important time of the day. No human being at the first moment of awakening is gloomy or angry. Everyone awakes in peace with all the world. It is a time of freedom. A moment later memory may bring to the mind some scene or picture that leads to good or bad thought, followed by emotion. This first moment of consciousness is the critical and golden moment of human life. How often has it been said to a child, "You must have gotten out of the wrong side of bed this morning." Even animals and birds feel the significance of morning. Who has not, at early dawn, heard a robin or some other bird begin to sing, at first alone, as Thomas Hardy says, as if sure that morning has come, while all the others keep still a moment, as if equally sure that he is mistaken? Soon, however, voice after voice takes up the song, until the whole woodland is ringing with joyous tones. Who, in such an hour, has not been deeply moved with the spirit and beauty of all life, and the harmony and deep significance of all of nature's processes? If we observe the awakening of birds and animals more carefully, however, we find something besides songs. All the higher animals go through certain exercises on first wakening. There seems a universal instinct which teaches that certain stretches, expansions, and deep breathings are necessary at this time. In fact, these actions are so deeply implanted in the instinct of animals that they seem a kind of sacred acceptance of life, a species of thanksgiving for all that life brings. If we accept Pippa Passes as a parable of human life, and Pippa as a typical human being, may we not in her awakening find an example of this universal instinct? May we not find her first thoughts and feelings worthy of study, and her example one to be followed? Do we not, in fact, find here a beautiful illustration of the proper mode of meeting the sacredness of dawn? As a matter of fact, how do we actually greet the morning? Do we awake as Pippa did, with a joyous song of praise? Do we pour out our hearts in gratitude that it brings a new day, a new life? Do we give thanks for the new opportunities given us, the new possibilities of enjoyment, the new share in the life of the world? Usually we have no thoughts about these things. Most of us entirely forget the significance of the way, or the side we get out of bed. Attention is rarely paid to the spirit in which we awaken children. It is often by means of an angry demand, or an indulgent whine. They rise with the impression that it is a sin to awaken them, and they begin the day with the feeling that the world is cruel. If we could spend the first few moments of every morning as Pippa spent her first moments, the character of the whole life would be determined. It is the most important time of every day. Is it not also the time when we are most apt to be tempted? Has not man seemingly lost the significance of this sacred hour? Why do so many, on waking up, begin to worry over the difficulties of the day? How many look back with regret to the preceding day, and forward with a frown to the one newly born? Why not smile as Pippa smiled, and meet our blessings with thanksgiving? There are certain physiological reasons why people feel so sluggish on first awakening. The position in bed is cramped, the limbs are contracted, the circulation is impeded, and the breathing is greatly hindered. When lying down, all the functions of the vital organs are lessened. Many people are entirely too careless regarding the air of the room. It needs to be even purer and fresher during one's hours of repose than those of waking. Certain simple movements are taken by practically every animal on awakening under normal conditions. Among these are yawning, deep breathing, expansion, and stretching. These exercises form a part of the process of awakening. It is the change from the position of lying down to that of standing up. But we find that man rarely takes these exercises. Between the moment of awakening and standing erect, man possibly takes more time, whines more, and does less than any other animal. Of all the provisions of nature to meet this crucial moment in animal life, the stretch seems to be most important. Why men neglect the stretch is curious. Man seems to lack something of the vigor of the animal instinct on awakening. He lives a more rational life, and it is necessary for him at this time to make certain decisions and exert firmness and resolution. Science has carefully explained the stretch, but men seem to refuse to take the lesson. The stretch extends the body, so that the veins, where congestion is most liable to take place and where the pressure of the blood is weakest, are so elongated that the blood flows more easily from the arteries, where the pressure is strongest, through the veins back to the heart, and circulation is equalized and stimulated. The beneficial effects of the stretch can be felt by anyone who will take the pains on waking up in the morning to stretch easily for a few moments, then rest a few moments and note the effect. He will feel a great exhilaration all through the body. He will feel a sense of harmony. Thanksgiving seems to arise from every cell at the fresh blood and life. The yawn is similar to the stretch. The yawn is a stretch of the lungs, as a stretch is a yawn of the muscles. Both of these exercises express a hunger for oxygen. Whenever anyone is sitting in a cramped position, or even in one position for a long time, the stretch or yawn is instinctive. The extension of the muscles of the body, as illustrated in the stretch, is one of the most necessary steps in normal adjustment. To speak of only one point, when a man sits, his knees are bent, and the muscles in front of the leg are elongated, and the muscles back of the knee are shortened. A stretch means simply the extension of these shortened muscles. All over the body we find a tendency to elongate certain muscles too much. This is true in the chest, true also of the face, at the corners of the mouth. The active use of the too elongated muscles will produce extensions in those that are too much shortened. By doing this we bring about certain normal conditions and relations of parts. Again we find that the stretch is activity of the extensor muscles. It is the action of the extensor muscles upon which health especially depends. At any rate, the extensor muscles are much more important to bring about the right relation of all parts, and the right balance of sensitive muscles, and the equalization of circulation, than the activity of the flexor muscles. Normal emotions, as we shall find later, are expressed through activity of the extensor muscles. Abnormal emotions, such as anger, affect the flexor muscles of the body more. Since nature has provided the stretch seemingly as the antidote for abnormal positions, and especially abnormal position during sleep, in the program of exercises it would seem most necessary to center around some careful and scientific use of stretches. Have you ever observed a dog or cat wake up? Observe their instinctive movements, the gradual but vigorous stretch in every direction, the deep breathing, the sympathetic extension and staying of the limbs at the climax, then the gradual giving up of the activity, and the moment of restful satisfaction. Stretching in this way is one of the primitive instincts in all animals. He who will observe the animals will feel that the time for practicing the exercises is on awakening, and the principal exercise to be taken is the stretch. How can we best occupy, a part at least, of the half hour or more that is usually wasted in worrying and fretting, or in sluggish indifference, between the time when we first awake and the time when we begin to dress? With all the knowledge of the human organism which has been revealed to us by modern science, with our truer understanding of the nature of men, of the effect of the mind upon the body, with our observations of the instinctive actions of the animals at such an hour, why can we not so occupy a few of those most precious moments of the day as to add to our vitality and enjoyment? At this moment of awakening, when your mind is free, you can so direct your attention as to receive joy instead of gloom, love instead of hate. You can exclude the thought of evil, or you can yield and allow the tempter to desecrate your shrine. Whichever choice you make, these first moments of your day's living will color the whole course of the coming hours. The feeling first accepted and welcomed will more or less continue and form a background to all your ideas, and determine your point of view towards human events. The chief aim of this book is to present a simple program, giving not only some exercises for this hour, but certain explanations which will inspire a sense of the importance of this hour and these movements. Most people have no conception of the possibilities of human nature, of the fact that progress is the highest characteristic of a human being. No matter how old we are, we can always begin to climb upward. The main thing is our willingness to climb. Do we understand how to use the least actions and the most neglected movements for the development of character and the satisfaction of life? The principles and exercises advocated in this book are not extravagant. Again and again their benefits have been proven, and many thereby have doubled life's satisfactions and its length. End of the introduction and chapter 1 of How to Add 10 Years to Your Life and to Double Its Satisfactions by S.S. Curry. Recording by Todd.
Poem by the Bridge at Ten-Shin by Ezra Pound. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. March has come to the bridgehead. Peach boughs and apricot boughs hang over 1,000 gates. At morning there are flowers to cut the heart, and evening drives them on the eastward flowing waters. Petals are on the gone waters, and on the going, and on the back-swirling eddies, but today's men are not the men of the old days, though they hang in the same way over the bridge-rail. The sea's color moves at the dawn, and the princes still stand in rows about the throne, and the moon falls over the petals of Segoyo, and clings to the walls and the gate-top. With headgear glittering against the cloud and sun, the lords go forth from the court and into far borders. They ride upon dragon-like horses, upon horses with head trappings of yellow metal, and the streets make way for their passage. Haughty their passing, haughty their steps as they go in to great banquets, to high halls and curious food, to the perfumed air and girls dancing, to clear flutes and clear singing, to the dance of the 70 couples, to the mad chase through the gardens. Night and day are given over to pleasure, and they think it will last 1,000 autumns, unwearying autumns. For them the yellow dogs howl portents in vain, and what are they compared to the Lady Ryokushu, that was cause of hate? Who among them is a man like Han Rei, who departed alone with his mistress, with her hair unbound, and he his own skiffsman? By Rihaku. End of poem by the bridge at Ten-Shin, by Ezra Pound, read by Jessie Zuba. This recording is in the public domain.
Tea in 10 Minutes, a song at a railway station, edited by Sir John Alexander Hammerton, recorded for the LibriVox 10th Anniversary Collection by Rapunzelina. 10 minutes here, the sun is sinking, and longingly we've long been thinking of tea, tea, fragrant tea. The marble slabs we gather round, they're long in bringing what is wanted, the china cup with draught embrowned, our thirsty souls are wholly haunted by tea, tea, fragrant tea. Now then, you waiter, stir, awaken, time's up, I'll hardly save my bacon. Tea, tea, bring that tea. At last, the infusion's rather dark, but hurry up, can't stay forever. One swig, brrr, hang the cunning shark. Wilt never cool? Nay, never, never. Tea, tea, scalding tea. More milk, don't be an hour in bringing. Heavens, that horrid bell is ringing. Take your seats, please, can't touch the tea. Cup to the carriage must not take. Crockery may be lost or broken. Refreshment sharks are wide awake. But many a naughty word is spoken. Or tea, tea, scalding tea. End of Tea in 10 Minutes, a song at a railway station. Edited by Sir John Alexander Hammerton. This recording is in the public domain.
Die 10 Zwerge der Tante Grünwasser. Ein Märchen aus Portugal. Dies wurde aufgenommen aus Anlass des 10. Jubiläums von LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind in der Public Domain. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Die 10 Zwerge der Tante Grünwasser. Es war einmal eine verheiratete Frau, die sich mit ihrem Ehemann überhaupt nicht vertrug, denn sie arbeitete nicht und hatte in ihrem Haushalt keine Ordnung. Sie fing eine Sache an und ging dann gleich zur nächsten über, und alles ward nur halb getan, so daß der Ehemann, wenn er nach Hause kam, weder eine fertige Mahlzeit hatte, noch abends Wasser, um sich die Füße zu waschen, noch ein gemachtes Bett. So ging es, bis der Ehemann schließlich die Hand gegen sie erhob und sie verprügelte und sie ein sehr schlechtes Leben hatte. Die Frau war traurig, weil ihr Mann sie schlug, und sie hatte eine Nachbarin, bei der sie sich beklagte, und diese war eine alte Frau, von der es hieß, dass die Feen ihr helfen würden. Man nannte sie die Tante Grünwasser. »Ach, Tante, ihr könntet mir in dieser Not beistehen.« »Aber ja, Kind, ich habe 10 Zwerglein, die prächtig Ordnung zu halten wissen, und die schicke ich in dein Haus, damit sie dir zur Hand gehen.« und die Alte begann ihr zu erklären, was sie tun musste, damit die 10 Zwerge ihr halfen, nämlich sofort das Bett zu machen, wenn sie am Morgen aufstand, darauf das Feuer anzuzünden, danach den Wasserkrug zu füllen, das Haus zu fegen, die Wäsche zu flicken und während der Zeit, wo sie das Abendessen kochte, ihre Flachsstränge zu haspeln, bis ihr Ehemann nach Hause kam. So zeigte sie ihr, was sie zu tun hatte, und bei alledem würden ihr die 10 Zwerge helfen, ohne dass sie es gewahr würde. Die Frau tat wie ihr geheißen, und sie tat ihre Arbeit gut, und alles gelang ihr vortrefflich. Gleich bei Einbruch der Nacht ging sie zur Tante Grünwasser, um ihr dafür zu danken, dass sie ihr die 10 Zwerge geschickt hatte, die sie weder gesehen noch gehört hatte, durch deren Hilfe ihr die Arbeit aber wie durch Zauberei von der Hand ging. So gingen die Dinge ihren Gang, und der Ehemann staunte, seine Frau so ordentlich und reinlich zu sehen. Nach 8 Tagen konnte er sich nicht zurückhalten und sagte ihr, dass sie eine ganz andere Frau geworden sei und dass sie so wie Gott mit seinen Engeln leben würden. Froh darüber, dass sie nun glücklich war und auch, weil das Haushaltsgeld länger reichte, ging die Frau zur Tante Grünwasser, um ihr für die Gunst, die sie ihr erwiesen hatte, zu danken. »Ach, meine Tante, eure 10 Zwerglein haben mir einen großen Dienst erwiesen. Jetzt habe ich alles in Ordnung und mein Mann liebt mich sehr. Worum ich euch jetzt bitten möchte, ist, sie bei mir zu lassen.« Die Alte entgegnete ihr, »Ja, ja, gewiss. Hast du denn die 10 Zwerglein noch nicht gesehen?« »Nein, noch nicht. Ich möchte sie wirklich gerne sehen.« »Sei nicht töricht. Wenn du sie sehen willst, so schau auf deine Hände. Deine 10 Finger sind nämlich die 10 Zwerglein.« Da verstand die Frau und ging mit sich selbst zufrieden heim, weil sie wusste, wie man seine Arbeit recht verrichtet. Ende von Die 10 Zwerge der Tante Grünwasser, ein Märchen aus Portugal. Aufgenommen von Availle.
The 10 Pleasures of Marriage by A. Marsh. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 10 Pleasures of Marriage. Conclusion. Thus long you have seen, courteous reader, how that those married people who are but indifferently gifted with temporal means endeavour to puff up each other with vain and airy hopes and imaginations, persuading themselves that all the troubles, vexations, and bondages of the married estate are nothing else but mirths, delights, and pleasures, perhaps to no other end but to mitigate their own miserable condition, or else to draw others into the same unhappy snare, as indeed oftentimes happeneth. But it is most sad and lamentable that the meaner sort of people, when they have thrown themselves into it, make their condition 1,000 times worse than it was before. For they who at first could but very soberly and sparingly help themselves, do find when they are married that they must go through not only 10 but at least 1,000 cares and vexations. And all what hath hitherto been said of the 10 pleasures is only spoken of the good and most agreeable matches, and not of any of those which many times are so different and contrary of humour as the light is from darkness, where there is a continual hell of dissension, cursing, mumbling, and maundering, nay, biting and scratching into the bargain, which for the most part is occasioned by the quarrelsome, crabbed, lavish, proud, opinionated, domineering, and unbridled nature of the female sex. Besides, there are a great number which I will be silent of, who do all they can to please others and cuckold their own husbands. And others there are that disguise themselves so excessively with strong waters that the whole day long they can hardly close their floodgates. So that you need not wonder much if you see the greatest part of women, though they trick themselves never so finely up, can hardly get husbands, and their parents are fain at last to give a good sum of money with them, that they may disburden themselves of them, insomuch that it is easy to be seen that they are in effect of less value than old iron, boots, and shoes, etc., for we find both merchants and money ready always to buy those commodities. Therefore, O you that are yet so happy as to have kept yourselves out of this dreadful estate of marriage, have a horror for it. Shun a woman much more than a fish doth the hook. Remember that Solomon amongst all womankind could not find one good. Observe by what hath befallen those that went before you, what is approaching to yourself if you follow their footsteps. And be most certainly assured that the acutest pens are not able to expound the light and feasiblest troubles and disasters of marriage, set then aside the most difficult and ponderous. Do but read with a special observation the ensuing letter of a friend's advice touching marriage. Imprint it as with a seal upon your heart, and lay fast hold upon that golden expression of the glorious apostle, "It is good for a man not to touch a woman." End of The 10 Pleasures of Marriage.
Holy Sonnet 10. Death, Be Not Proud, by John Donne. Recorded for the LibriVox 10th Anniversary Collection by Sandra Schmidt. Death, be not proud, though some have called thee mighty and dreadful, for thou art not so. For those whom thou think'st thou dost overthrow die not, poor Death, nor yet canst thou kill me. From rest and sleep, which but thy pictures be, much pleasure, then from thee much more must flow. And soonest our best men with thee do go, rest of their bones and souls' delivery. Thou art slave to fate, chance, kings and desperate men, and dost with poison, war and sickness dwell, and poppy or charms can make us sleep as well, and better than thy stroke. Why swell'st thou then? One short sleep past, we wake eternally, and death shall be no more. Death, thou shalt die. This recording is in the public domain.
"10 Years Old," a comment in Poetry, a Magazine of Verse, by Harriet Monroe. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Measured by the stars, 10 years are but the trillionth of a twinkle. Measured by earth eons, they are a tiny fraction of a heave. Measured by historic time, they are a little tenth of a century, one of 1,000 or more brief decades which have unrolled an open scroll for man to write his record on in ink or blood. Measured by human life, they are 1/7 of its allotted span, a fourth or a fifth of its period of power. A slight affair all this, a mere wink of watchful eyes that somewhere, somehow, look on at the mysterious march of life. But measured by events of literary history, 10 years may be long enough to outlast the language or the race. In 10 years the Greek drama became, in our limited human sense of the word, immortal. In 10 years the urbane Roman inscribed his civilized message on the scroll. In a third of 10 years a vagabond Galilean told a few stories and preached and died. In 10 years, was it more or less, a melancholy exile in Italy made the affairs of his neighbors important forever. In 10 years Hamlet and King Lear and Much Ado About Nothing were born into imperishable life. In 10 years Byron, Shelley, and Keats were singing songs too beautiful to be forgotten. In 10 years Poe uttered his last lyric cry, and Whitman began to gather his leaves. And so of our 10 years what will be said? The 10 years of the World War, of falling and rising nations, of the Russian Revolution, of 1,000 new movements and new hopes. In the face of events so tremendous, will the world little heed nor long remember what we say here, or will it accept our offering as adequate, and repeat over and over, through the crowded ways of the new time, the songs which our poets have sung to a changing age? Who are they, these poets of the decade which poetry has counted off from month to month, with never a break, since October 1912? since Ezra Pound, with much tumult and shouting, buried the dry bones of the past and sounded the tocsin for a new era. In singles and pairs and cohorts they came trooping. Vachel Lindsay, Robert Frost, Carl Sandburg and Edgar Lee Masters, Wallace Stevens, D.H. Lawrence and T.S. Eliot, Conrad Aiken and Rupert Brooke, Sarah Teasdale and Edna St. Vincent Millay, the Imagists, H.D. and Amy Lowell, Richard Aldington, John Gould Fletcher, the Ironists, Carlos Williams, Alfred Kreinborg, Maxwell Bodenheim, MaryAnn Moore. Robinson had begun over a decade before, Masefield and Witter Benner and Arthur Fick a few years. Ford Madox Hueffer repented Victorian sins and swung new maid into the procession. Tagore translated himself, Whaley and others translated the Chinese, and aboriginal singers were interpreted by Frank Gordon, Constance Skinner, Mary Austin, and the other poets of the Rainbow Anthology. And besides these, poets of other nations have come in by the translator's bypath. Poets from France, from the Spanish countries, from Russia, from Scandinavia. At least it is a long list, and a varied one, which we of the past decade offer to the serene choice of the next age. On this 10th anniversary it would be idle for poetry to deny a certain pride in its share of the record, in its measure of responsibility for the gathering together of these poets, in its offer of an exhibition gallery and an audience. The gallery may have been far from perfect, and the editorial jury far from wise, but the audience, though smaller than it should be, has been choice and penetratingly cosmopolitan. Poetry has readers all over the world. We may take some pride also in the stimulating effect of the magazine upon this far-flung audience. "Poetry has changed my point of view," says one. "The verse I wrote 10 years ago seems stilted." Another writes, "Here in China you are my only contact with the new poets, the new ideas." A wandering Englishman sends us from Port Said the group of sketches included in the present number, confessing, "I don't know whether these are poetry or not, but a friend showed me a copy of your magazine, and I decided to offer them." From Madrid, from Constantinople, from Brazil and the City of Mexico, and far-away antipodal Tasmania, come constantly these evidences that poetry is enriching lives and stimulating the impulse toward artistic expression, toward the creation of beauty. Still more precious than these evidences from lands remote are the proofs we receive from people nearer home. Such proofs as the following, mentioned recently by Lou Sarrett after a lecture trip in Iowa, and written out at the editor's request. The January number of Poetry, which I found on file in the reading room of the Public Library of Council Bluffs, was much thumbed and dog-eared. The librarian said that the magazine is read by many. At Mount Ayr, tucked away down in the southwest corner of the state, a man drove in for my address 30-odd miles. He told me that he subscribed for poetry, believed that it was doing a fine work. He was an exceedingly well-read man, a leavening force, I imagine, in that remote corn-fed section. At Clear Lake, 12 miles from Mason City, half a dozen women came up to me after the lecture and said that they had come over from Mason City to hear me. One of them asked why I failed to read one of the stanzas in one of my poems. I was surprised. She apparently knew my poems as well as I did. The facts came out. She and the other women were librarians in Mason City. They said that they read poetry every month, that many people in Mason City read it, and that as soon as the magazine arrives each month, all the librarians read it. These facts should be very heartening to you. They were to me. They show this much, if no more. Poetry is reaching and molding what shall we call it? The rank and file, the non-aesthetes, you name it, to a larger degree than one might think. Too often the statement is made that a literary journal like Poetry reaches only a limited, pinched-out art group. So it does one's heart good to see that it is a force in the lives of many just plain folk. It pleases me particularly because it tends to show that the Gopher Prairies of Sinclair Lewis are not all so benighted and artistically dead as he alleges. Such testimony is precious because it proves an influence profound and fundamental exerted by the magazine. If America is ever to have a rich spiritual life, and to express that life in art, this art must come, not from super-civilized coteries, but from the vital strength of the nation. Too much of the vital strength of the nation is now being frittered away in Gopher Prairie banalities, an emptiness in which the art impulse is smothered, in which the seed of genius can never come to flower. The spiritual enrichment of the Gopher Prairies is the great problem, the stimulation of faith in the heart of the people, faith in their power not only to perceive but to create beauty. Without such faith, life is stagnant. Everywhere there are pitiful gropings toward it, which need impulse and direction. If poetry is one of the quickening influences which will make a vital people aware of its imaginative and creative power, then we may feel indeed that our 10 years of labor have not been thrown away. The great ages of art, we have said it often, come only when a widespread creative impulse meets an equally widespread impulse of sympathy. A masterpiece is rarely an isolated phenomenon, a single tree from a chance-sown seed dropped from the wings of Pegasus, but almost always the product of group influence, the highest tree in a forest. When every Gopher Prairie has its local exhibition, its dramatic society producing not only ready-made plays, but also the experiments of its members, its musical society hospitable to local compositions, and its poetry group writing and criticizing poetry from within as well as reading it from without. When all this happens, the future of American art will take care of itself. On its 10th birthday, poetry acknowledges with thanks the monthly salutation of its readers, and salutes them in return. 10 years, as we said above, are a long time, measured by events of literary history, and may be multiplied indefinitely in human memory. Whether the magazine will be recorded in the history of 20th century literature, only the future can decide. But in the history of such enterprises, poetry may claim a proud preeminence. The Germ, the Chapbook, the Yellow Book, Blast, Poetry and Drama, New Numbers, others. None of these lived 10 years. Nor could poetry have survived so long without its guarantors, to whose loyalty its poets and readers, as well as its editors, owe their appreciative thanks. It may be that no such work as ours can be done without endowment. Indeed, precedents in the other arts would seem to prove this. Whether we cease tomorrow or continue another decade, we shall hope that such endeavors for the art may go on, under abler minds and ever more liberal auspices. H.M. End of 10 Years Old by Harriet Monroe. Read by MaryAnn Walden.
Dezember by Charles Guillot. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. À mon ami Charles de Metz. Cher ami, que de fois ton image riante a séché sur mes yeux des larmes de douleur. Rêver à toi, c'était pour mon âme soufflante le comble du bonheur. C'était un baume salutaire. C'était... Mais ai-je donc cessé de te chérir? Non, jamais, et Dieu sait que ma bouche est sincère. Mon amitié pour toi ne saurait s'attiédir, et jusqu'à mon dernier soupir, je t'aimerai comme mon frère. End of Dezember by Charles Guillot. Read by Ezwa in Belgium in May 2015.
In Room Number 10 by T.D. Pendleton. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Room Number 10 by T.D. Pendleton. The night nurse entered the hospital, hung up her heavy ulster, walked up 2 flights, and reported to Miss Carithers at exactly 5 minutes before 7 o'clock. Miss Carruthers was to dine out and see a play, but she was still in uniform. She looked at the clock and gave the special orders for the night hurriedly. Finishing, she said she hoped the entire charge of the patients would not be too heavy. One of the day nurses would come over from the home and sleep in the hospital if the night nurse wished it. The night nurse did not wish it. She would be able to manage alone, she said. Miss Carruthers went away to dress, accompanied by a curious sense of bafflement. She felt as if she had tilted against a mist and lost. One could never get close to the night nurse. She was a machine. But at 15 minutes before 8, Miss Carruthers came lightly to the top floor again and said contritely, "I must tell you that an unpleasant thing has occurred. We had an emergency operation this afternoon while you slept, one of the victims of the wreck. You did not hear of the wreck on the Southern? Of course you did not. You were sleeping. 20 were killed and 50 or more injured. Most distressing, was it not, on Christmas Eve?" The night nurse said nothing, and the other went on. "The railroad hospital received the injured except one case they thought we might save. The operation was after all hopeless, and the patient died at 6 o'clock. The undertakers were overtaxed. You know there are only 3 in the town, and they are short-handed because of the holiday, so the body is still here. It is in 30 at the end of the rear corridor. Of course the patients do not know, but you are sure you will not be lonely?" The night nurse was sure. Again Miss Carruthers sensed the baffling something that surrounded the other woman, and her voice took on its official tone. "You will give number 10 as much time as possible. He will die, I think. But if he should by any chance survive, he would complete the doctor's record of 1,000 successful appendicitis operations." Miss Carruthers went down the steps with a silken swish of petticoats, and the night nurse began her 8 o'clock round of temperatures and nourishment. The hospital, open only to the doctor's surgical cases, was not large, and now because of the holiday season 3/4 of its rooms were empty, so the rounds were quickly made. Then the night nurse sat down in the diet kitchen and began her vigil. The sound of a bell brought her to her feet. She knew who called without looking at the register dial. The single apologetic tap had been impelled by no other force than the fevered hand of the little boy in number 10. Within a fraction of a minute she stood by his bed. The appeal of the little voice was like that of the bell, self-deprecatory. "Please, ma'am, can I have another swaller of water?" She deftly measured the prescribed half-ounce of water when patient calls for it, and raised the little boy's head. In the light of her 10 years' experience, she read that number 10 would not live. The ragged pulse, the temperature that showed on the chart as the trail of a snake, advancing, retreating ostensibly, beaten only to double and crawl higher the next hour, told that the beautiful, clean incision in the boy's side would not avail. Though marvelously accurate in line and depth, it had come too late. The night nurse had not been on duty when number 10 had been admitted, but she had had the story from the doctor's lips, a story quickly told in few words. The doctor was never wasteful of time. Perhaps he had got the habit of economizing time in the operating room, where a minute more of anesthesia might destroy his chance of adding one more to his record of recoveries. But in the choosing and using of the dozen or so words the doctor had shown the same sure touch with which he picked out and manipulated his shining knives, and he had etched on the brain of the night nurse a picture of a mountaineer in jeans, bearing a stretcher contrived of hickory saplings and a homespun coverlid, a mountaineer who refused to lay down his burden at the hospital door, but strode in magnificent strength up the 2 flights to room number 10, where he took eternal farewell of his little feller. The picture had endured, and as the night nurse bent over number 10, the 2 coldly classic lines of her face softened, and her straight scarlet mouth curved to a tender flower. But the flower was a quivering flower, and in her wide eyes was unrest, for the meager words of the doctor had told more than the story of the little boy. The night nurse knew that the doctor fought with death in room number 10, not with a zeal born of ambition to leave behind him a record of successful cases, but with a passionate desire to give back to the big mountaineer his little feller. The perfect machine alongside which she had worked these last years was human after all, and she who had gathered up the ruins of her life, stifling within her the palpitant thing that hurt and had in time come to a certain calm poise strengthened by the nearness of that other machine, how was she to go on alone? Along with that palpitant thing that hurt, she had stifled all thought of the man who had destroyed her, but now his image grinned at her even while she matched herself against death in room number 10. It was the old story, the everlasting law of the contrary. The very brutality of the man's passion had appealed to her. His vows made at the altar had been broken within a month. But when she had come to the point where she in decency could endure no further, he had wanted her as the boy wants the toy he has dissected. At the end he had risen to a certain compelling if brutal strength. "Leave me if you must," he had said, "but there is no going back for a woman like you. You are mine. I have put my brand on you." There had been no going back for her. If thought of legal release had come to her, she had taken no action. What possible good could legal freedom work for her, a woman wearing the brand of a living man? Number 10 stirred. The light blue eyes set in the freckled face glittered fever-bright in the half-light. "Oh, ma'am, can I have just a mite more of water?" She held the glass until he had sucked the last drop. "I'm afeard I bother you a powerful lot, ma'am. I could do without the water so often, if it wasn't for my dreams. Every time I shet my eyes, I dream of our spring at home. Did ye ever drink out in a spring, ma'am? But I'm a botherin' of you again. Don't pay no attention to my foolish talk." The night nurse held the little fingers in her cool clasp. "Dearie." The word came from her lips as the halting notes of a long-forgotten tune. The little boy went on. "Our spring's right below our house, halfway down the side of the mountain. It's got a gourd hanging by it, but in my dreams I don't take time to drink out in the gourd. I just lay down and drink and drink. I'm terrible fond of staying round our spring anyhow. My mammy, she's laying down below at the foot of the trail, and I can see her grave from the spring. Since she's been laying there ain't nobody to home but me and Pappy. I know my Pappy's terrible lonesome without me." A bell summoned the night nurse, and when she returned to number 10, he was in the grip of delirium. The quivering flower of her mouth again became a straight scarlet line, and the unrest in the dark eyes fled before a steady, purposeful light. Surely the working of a perfect machine is in its way a thing of beauty. Bells rang at short intervals, but the night nurse answered them with a speed that enabled her to spend nearly all her time with number 10. As the night wore away and the little voice became weaker, there grew in the woman a passionate protest against the going out of the boy's life. It was past midnight when she sank to her knees. "If he could be spared," she breathed. Then she who had asked nothing for long years was gripped by fear. The boy would die. She would be denied if indeed she had been heard. Far better had she kept silent. Automatically she responded to the call of a bell. The dial of the register showed 30, and she sped down the rear corridor. Confronted by a closed door, she remembered. In room number 30 was the dead body. Of course the wires were crossed. Some other bell had registered 30. That was all, but she would go in to make sure. She switched on the light and entered room number 30. All was in order. On the bed lay the sheeted body, undisturbed. She closed the door softly and went back to number 10. The little boy was nearing the end now. It would not be in merciful coma, but in a struggle. She knew the symptoms. Again the bell summoned her. She must call help now. The little boy might die while she tended another patient. On the dial of the bell register, 30 again stared at her. The wires were crossed, surely. She must make a note of it on the repairs needed memorandum. She released the indicator, but no sooner had it dropped than the bell sounded again, and the indicator revolved to 30 before her eyes. She turned to the speaking tube and summoned the doctor to come to number 10. His house adjoined the hospital. He would be with her immediately, he said. All the time she talked through the tube, the bell rang, a soft, insistent peal as if pressed by a determined hand. The night nurse knew the wires were crossed. She did not wish to leave number 10 alone a minute before the doctor's arrival, but without volition, as one under a hypnotic suggestion, she walked slowly down the rear corridor, entered room number 30, approached the bed, and calmly drew off the sheet. The doctor found her there in a storm of tears. He promptly took her in his arms, but she struggled to free herself. "We must not. I must not. He was—" "Hush! What matter who he was? He is no more, and life is ours." Number 10 was not dreaming of the spring now. He dreamed of clouds, banks of white and pink clouds, soft as roses. He lay on them and rested until the ache went out of his lean little back. Then he heard music. He opened his eyes. The fever glitter was gone, and in the clear light of dawn they were the same small, sharp blue eyes that spied squirrels in the tallest trees. By his bed stood a man and a woman, their hands clasped. Number 10 lay silent, listening to the Christmas chimes that sounded as if all the cows in the Blue Ridge neighborhood were wandering. At last he spoke. "If you're the same lady that brought me such stingy mites of water last night, you've growed powerful young since then." At noon, a notably cross member of the haughty clan of electricians clumped down 2 flights of stairs and banged the hospital door. In the street he vented his spleen on his assistant. "Of all the foolishness, sending a hurry call for a man on Christmas Day for nothing. There wasn't a thing on earth the matter with them wires. I tested all the bells over and over, and none of 'em would register any number but its own. It all comes of having women running things. Well," a sinister smile twisted his mouth as he took out his watch, "if people will be foolish, let 'em pay for it." The end of In Room Number 10 by T.D. Pendleton. Recording by Mark Penfold.
The 10 Blowers by Abby Farwell Brown. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 10 Blowers. Once upon a time there was a fat miller who lived in the land of windmills. Now that is a queer country, where the people look queer, talk and live and dress queerly, and where queer things are likely to happen at any time. So you must not be surprised if this should be a queer tale of the miller and his mill and his family. But you must take my queer word for it that the happenings were all queerly true as I shall tell them. The miller was a thoughtful fellow, as the folk of the land of windmills are apt to be, and he had ideas. When his first son was born, he sat down and thought for a long time. His baby had fine lungs. He cried louder and longer than any baby of whom the miller had ever heard, so that the father had to go out of doors to think. "He is a very remarkable child," said the miller to himself. "His talents in the way of lung power are extraordinary. They must be developed. I believe in deciding as soon as possible what a child shall be according to his earliest inclinations. With his fine lungs he must become a blower of some kind, a musician, perhaps a cornetter or a flutist, but we can decide that later. I shall begin to train him immediately." So the miller trained the lungs of his son. His first gift to the baby was an ivory whistle, and the little fellow soon learned to blow it so that his mother was nearly deafened. When he grew stronger he had a penny trumpet, and then there was a racket, to be sure. But the more noise he made, the more were the miller and his good wife delighted, for they said to each other, "What wonderful talents has our son! Surely he will become a great blowing musician in the days that are to be." Before he was a year old, Hans could blow a little bugle so loudly that all the dogs of the neighborhood would rush to the house and surround it, barking. But he made no tunes on the bugle, only noise. Not long after this came a little brother for Hans, and this baby showed the same talent as the first one, by day and by night, filling the cottage with his sturdy bellows. You might think that this would have disturbed the peace of the miller and his wife, who could get no sleep at all. But no, indeed, they were twice delighted. "Look now," they said, "we shall have 2 little blowers in the family. Perhaps a flute and a trombone. Perhaps a cornet and a fife. Who knows?" And they began to put Pete through the same training that Hans had received, which was very pleasant for the little brothers, as you can imagine. There was no crying of, "Oh, children, don't make such a racket," in that house. There was no hiding of whistles and trumpets and bugles. When one noisy toy wore out, they were immediately given a new one, for fear that they should forget how to blow. And they played at nothing else all day long but blowing and blowing and blowing. The house was so noisy that the neighbors did not often visit the miller's wife, but she cared nothing at all for that. Then another baby came, and as the years went by, more little brothers blessed the miller's cottage, each with the same wonderful lung power, the same puffy cheeks, the same fondness for blowing. Till before the miller fairly had counted them all, he found himself sitting at the head of a table around which 10 little blowers kicked their heels and blew on their porridge to cool it. Now 10 little blowers, each blowing all day long for dear life, have 10 big appetites, and the miller had hard work to supply them with food. The children were not helping him by earning money. Oh no, they were too busy blowing, practicing on the flutes, trombones, trumpets, bugles, fifes, horns, oboes, cornets, bassoons, and piccolos, which their father had bought them, hoping that they would be musicians. But it was very strange. Although they were becoming skillful indeed at making a loud noise, they had never yet made any music. The more they practiced, the further they seemed to be from any tune. When they all got together and blew their instruments as hard as they could, you cannot imagine a more wonderful noise than that which they produced. They could blow the panes out of the windows and the leaves from the trees, but they could not make the least little tune to save their lives. At last the poor miller saw that they never would make any tune, because there was no music in them, not in one of them. They could never be musicians, though they were wonderful blowers. You see, unless they could blow tunes on their instruments, no one would ever pay merely to hear them blow. Indeed, nowadays folk seldom ventured near the mill, the family made such a din. And this blew trade away, even on windy days. The miller was growing poorer and poorer, and it seemed unlikely that his children would ever help him earn their bread, for they had been brought up to blow, and that was all they knew how to do. One morning the miller went out to grind some grain which Farmer Huss had left the night before. Huss, who was stone deaf, was the only neighbor who cared nowadays to come to the noisy mill, and naturally the miller was anxious to please him. But when he looked up at the cloudless sky, he saw that there would be no grinding done that morning. There was no breeze anywhere, and the mill was sound asleep. The windmill was lazy, like all its race, and unless an urging wind was blowing it, it would not work at all. On breezeless days the mill slept from morning until night, and then the farmers who had brought their grain grumbled and were angry with the poor miller, which of course was very unreasonable. Farmer Huss had vowed that if his grain was not ground before noon, he would never come near the miller again. And that would be bad indeed, for deaf though he was, he remained the miller's best customer. Worst of all, there was not a crust in the house, not a penny to buy bread, and although the children were now so busy blowing that they had forgotten to be hungry, before night they would be crying for food. What was to be done? Hollow-eyed with hunger and anxiety, the miller sat down and stared at the motionless mill. Something must be done. Unless the children could help him earn a penny, he must sell their flutes, trombones, trumpets, bugles, fifes, horns, oboes, cornets, bassoons, and piccolos. But what then would become of their wonderful talent for blowing? Must all their practice be wasted? Thought the miller. They have blown until their breath is as strong as the wind. Ha! I have an idea. And jumping up, he ran as fast as his legs would carry him to gather his little flock. It is an ill babe that blows no good, said the miller to himself. The miller found his boys in the mill yard, blowing on their 10 instruments. Hans the eldest, who was head and shoulders taller than his father, had the huge bassoon, and the baby, who was just able to toddle, grasped a piccolo. All the other brothers, big and little, tall and short, were tootling upon their various instruments, with their cheeks bulging out like balloons, and the noise was so deafening that the bugs and beetles burrowed down into the ground to escape it, while even the fishes in the well turned over on their backs and fainted from the vibrations. Whenever they were hungry, the miller's sons always blew hardest, because then they forgot about their empty stomachs. Although it was a still day, so still that the windmill's arms were quite motionless, when the children blew the notes from their instruments, the smoke about the cottage chimney huddled itself together and scudded horizontally away. The trees swayed as if blown by a tempest, and the waters of the duck pond became humpy with waves, so that the ducks were in danger of drowning. When the miller saw all this, he was delighted, and his face beamed like the sun after a shower. "Good, my children, good," he cried. "You are wonderful little blowers, and you shall make my fortune yet, though there is not one note of music in the 10 of you. But look you, I have an idea. Gather around me, and I will tell you." The 10 children dropped their instruments and crowded eagerly about the miller, for they hoped that he was going to tell them some way to get a dinner. But instead of this, he led them in a procession straight to the windmill, where it stood lazily holding out its arms for the breeze which did not come. "Look at that lazy windmill," said the miller. "He has ground no meal for a whole day, and we have no money to buy food. Now, children, open your mouths and blow. Blow as hard as you know how, to see whether you cannot blow wind into his sails and make him go." So the 10 boys stood in a row, and at a signal took in a deep breath. When the miller counted 1, 2, 3, they made round mouths and blew out a long breath straight towards the windmill's nearest arm. And lo, instantly the sails filled, and the great windmill spun around like mad, whether it would or no. The miller's idea was wonderful. The children jumped up and down, clapping their hands. Why had they never thought of this before? This was better than blowing instruments. The miller told the children to keep on blowing, and he ran into the mill to fill the hopper with grain. The white flour went sifting into the bags till their sides were plump and firm. In a few moments all the grain was ground, and the miller was on his way to deliver the bags to neighbor Huss. And deaf old Huss was so pleased to have his meal ready before he expected it, that he paid the miller double, promising to call again very soon. So now the miller had money to buy bread for his children, and a fine supper they enjoyed that night, you may be sure. Best of all was that their good luck had come to stay. The children gave up their flutes, trombones, trumpets, bugles, fifes, horns, oboes, cornets, bassoons, and piccolos, because they had decided not to be musicians, but mill-blowers instead, which was a blow to music. After all, they said, their new profession was a more distinguished one, for with practice anyone can blow a blast on a trombone, but few families of 10 have lungs so mighty that they can blow a windmill when it wants to stand still. They practiced and they practiced, before and after school, and they grew so skillful that the miller declared them to be better than any breeze, for they were always ready when he wanted them. On days when no breeze was blowing, and all the other windmills in the land were as quiet as the market on Sunday, then the neighbors flocked to the miller of the wonderful blowing family, and at his mill they were sure of having their grain ground quickly and well. The miller was fast growing rich. He charged double price always, and indeed folk thought it was worth paying double price to see the miller's 10 blowers at their work. They had neat little uniforms of blue and white, like figures on a tile, blue trousers and white miller's smocks and wooden shoes, and they were trained to stand in an orderly row with big Hans at the head and chubby baby Todd at the foot, all puff-cheeked, ruddy, and broad-chested from much blowing, and they blew all together. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, with a sound like a great wind in the chimney on a January night, while the windmill whirled around like a mad thing and seemed ready to blow to pieces. But the onlookers had to be careful to put a rock in their pockets or hold on to something steady, lest they be blown from their feet by the blast which the children blew. Stories of the miller's wonderful family spread far and wide, and many folk came to see the little blowers at their work. They were often asked to show their skill in various ways. Hans might easily have earned his living as a blacksmith's bellows, could his father have spared him from the mill. The village children often coaxed the younger blowers to blow their kites up into the sky, or their sailboats down the canals. Even the baby earned many a penny by blowing the soot out of the cottage chimneys and the dust from the corners of the goodwives' spandy floors. But the miller himself did not encourage all this. "Best stick to your home mill, my sons," he said, "and good will come of it. Do not waste your breath in blowing small things. One day your breath shall blow us into fortune." And this seemed likely to be true, for every day they were becoming more famous and more rich. And all the other millers in the land were so jealous that they could not sleep o' nights. There came a time when the miller was kept busy indeed, and proudly so, for he had been commanded by the king himself to grind 1,000 sacks of flour for the wedding cookery of the young prince his son. The prince was to cross the sea to be married to the daughter of the proud king of Outland, and when he had brought his fair bride home there was to be great rejoicing, feasting and merrymaking at the capital of the land of windmills, and the miller's flour was to make the huge wedding cake and a little cake for each of the guests. For his share in all this preparation, the miller was to receive a great price, a bag of gold. So he hurried about, and the children blew, and the windmill whirled, and dusty flour went pouring into the king's sacks, until all was done. Then the miller sat proudly at the head of his table, surrounded by his proud family, and with the sack of gold in the middle of the board for them to admire. They were eating their goodly supper, and drinking the health of the prince and his bride, for the morrow was to be the wedding day. Every one was talking and laughing under his breath, for they dared not laugh aloud nowadays, for fear of blowing out all the lights. Suddenly there came the galloping of horses' hoofs along the highway, and a thundering knock at the door. "Open!" cried a voice. "A messenger of the king." The fat miller ran to the door and undid the bolts as fast as he could, while his children crowded around to hear the king's message, but they held their breaths, lest the message be blown away as soon as spoken. There sat a rider on a great black horse, and behind him 11 grooms held 11 horses of different sizes, the smallest one being the prettiest, tiniest white pony you ever saw. "Ho, miller!" shouted the messenger. "I bring the king's command that you and your family of blowers mount and ride with me to the capital, for the king has need of you. I bring steeds for all. Lose no time in obeying the king's message." The miller and his sons were startled and amazed. They could not guess whether for joy or for sorrow they were being thus called to court. But of course there was nothing for them but to obey the king. Quickly they mounted the 11 steeds which the 11 grooms had brought. The fat miller went first, on a fat little brown horse which looked like him, and behind him came long lanky Hans on a long-limbed bay. After him followed Pete on a gallant chestnut, behind whom galloped all the other brothers, with Todd the baby on the tiny white pony bringing up the rear. But the miller's poor wife was left behind. not knowing whether to be sorry or glad because of the king's summons to her family. Nearly all night they galloped, thud, thud, over the quiet roads, past shut-eyed houses and dozy windmills, drowsy canals and dreaming villages, and at early dawn they came to the capital city. Here the tired king himself rode out to meet them, accompanied by a crowd of sleepy soldiers and cross-looking nobles. The miller and his 10 boys slipped from their saddles and knelt in a row before the king, awaiting his commands. But he had no time for ceremony this morning. "Rise," he said impatiently. "Do not kneel there when time is so precious. Rise, and hasten to the seashore, miller. I have heard what wonderful blowers your children are. It is for this reason I have sent for you. Out yonder on the sea lies the ship of my son, the prince, who has sailed for Outland to bring home a bride. Yesterday morn he started, but he has not gone far. My telescopes show that the ship still lies helpless, as she has lain for 12 hours, becalmed, between the windless headlands in the Bay of Calms. The wedding was to have been this morning at 10 in the Outland King's Cathedral. Hasten, miller, he has yet many leagues to go. You and your children must blow the prince into port in season for the ceremony, or his life is lost. For if he be late, even by 5 minutes, the Outland King has bargained that he must die. He is a proud father, she is a proud princess, and must be kept waiting by no one. My word is pledged, my son is in danger. Save the prince, miller, and you shall be made a duke, and all your children earls." The king ceased speaking, and the crowd of nobles hustled the miller and his family down to the shore, whence, far off against the dawn, sharp eyes could dimly see the prince's ship lying on the water, like a leaf on the surface of a calm well. The miller ranged his 10 blowers in a row, as they always stood when about to make the windmill whirl, and they were a flight of steps, one above the other, good to see. Then the miller cried, "Blow, my children, blow with all your might, when I speak the word, for a great matter is at stake. Now, 1, 2, 3. The boys drew in a long breath, puffed their cheeks, let out their breath, expanded their chests, and at the 3rd count blew with all their might, till their eyes bulged and they were purple in the face. The trees bent to the ground, and the birds flew out of their nests, chirping wildly. And soon after this, the watchmen on the palace wall, who were spying at the prince's ship with their telescopes, gave a great cheer. The sails had filled with wind, and the vessel was moving, ever so slowly, towards Outland. "Again, my babes!" roared the miller. 1, 2, 3, and once more a blast blew from the shore, so mighty that the hats of the nobles went flying off into the sea, and the king himself nearly lost his crown of pearls and rubies, which would have been a scandalous thing. Once more the lookouts on the battlements cheered. The prince's ship was moving steadily forward, past the windless headlands, out of the Bay of Calms. "Once more!" shouted the miller, encouraged by the king's nod of delight. "One more blow for our king and prince, my children!" And a 3rd time the 10 filled their lungs and puffed their cheeks in a good cause. This time the watchers danced wildly on the palace walls and waved a golden banner to the king, which was the signal that all was well. For the prince's ship had scudded clean out of sight, straight towards Outland and the bride. Once in the open gulf, the ship was in no further danger of being becalmed. This is how the miller and his 10 saved the life of the prince of the land of windmills, and became very dear to their king. For, aided by the breath of the miller's sons, the prince reached Outland in time. Yes, even with time to spare, the princess was not ready for him. and her father was so pleased by this promptness of the bridegroom that when the newly married pair left Outland after the grand wedding, they took with them as a gift from the king 100 buckets of silver and 100 buckets of gold and 100 buckets of shining jewels, the most beautiful that ever were seen. So that when the prince reached the land of windmills, he was able to give fine presents to all who had done services for him, and you may be sure that the miller and his boys were not among the last of this number. The miller was made Duke of Millwind, and he received one of the 100 buckets of jewels, while each of the earls, his sons, had one of the buckets of gold, and the miller's wife received one of the buckets of silver, although she had done nothing at all but stay at home and worry. After that there was no longer any need for the miller and his family to weaken themselves with work. They were rich and noble, and now it was fair to give the other millers in the land a chance. But no other miller had so talented a family, you see. The best thing of all was that the prince and princess, who, upon the old king's death, themselves became king and queen, lived to have 10 daughters, each more beautiful than the others, and when they were grown up, the king their father married them to the 10 young earls, the sons of the Duke of Millwind, in token of his gratitude to that fine fat gentleman who was once a miller. And Hans, the eldest son, who married the eldest princess, he who had first shown his talent as a blower, Hans himself became in time king of the land of windmills, which was great fortune for a miller's son, as I think you must agree. So the miller's saying proved true, that they would blow themselves into fortune. Now it was in the reign of this illustrious pair that 2 wonderful inventions were made, squeaker balloons and soap bubbles. They were invented at the command of King Hans, in honor of his first infant, who was born with a perfectly wonderful talent for blowing. End of The 10 Blowers, by Abby Farwell Brown. Read by Maria Kasper.
Zehn Gebote von Kurt Tucholsky. Dies wurde aufgenommen aus Anlass des 10. Jubiläums von LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind in der Public Domain. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. 10 Gebote. Vor mir liegt ein kleines Bändchen, das im Buchhandel ganz vergriffen ist. Es ist nur wenige Seiten stark. Das kleine Druckbild ist auf jeder Seite mit einem kräftigen roten Rand umgeben. Die Blätter sind einseitig bedruckt. Und es ist wahrscheinlich von Schleiermacher. Bekanntlich fängt die Weltgeschichte immer 10 Jahre vor der Geburt eines jeden Menschen an. Was vorher liegt, lernt er zwar in der Schule, aber es ist ihm gleichgültig. Aber das hat jeder empfunden. Den Knack, den es zwischen seiner Generation und der seiner Eltern gegeben hat, den Fortschritt, die aufbegehrende Opposition, die da sagte, Achtung, jetzt kommen wir. Das Spiel ist alt und immer neu. Und weil es manchmal gut tut, sich zu überlegen, wieso sehr recht jeder Ben Akiba hatte und wie das mit dem Fortschritt so seine eigene Bewandtnis hat, hört zu. Im Athenäum, jener Zeitschrift, die die beiden Schlegel begründet hatten, erschienen zwischen 1796 und 1798 anonyme Fragmente, die zum Teil von den Schlegels, zum Teil von Schleiermacher stammten. Dilthey hat in seinem Werk Leben Schleiermachers, 1. Band, Berlin 1870, untersucht, wem die einzelnen Fragmente zuzuschreiben wären, und hat herausgefunden, welchen Anteil Schleiermacher an diesen Dingen hat. Nun findet sich im Anhang zu dem Werk Diltheys etwas so Wunderschönes, dass es einem jetzt eingetragenen Verlag, Ernst Frensdorf zu Berlin, nur allzu richtig dünkte, diese Idee zu einem Katechismus der Vernunft für edle Frauen abzudrucken. Das Büchelchen war bald vergriffen und ist seitdem nicht mehr neu aufgelegt worden. Kannte Schleiermacher Ibsen? Kannte er Winnecken? Ich glaube nicht. Wusste er etwas von den Menschenrechten der Frau? Wer hatte ihm das gesagt? Schmachtete die Frau damals nicht noch in den Eisenketten der Tradition, die ihr den Eintritt in das Leben verwehrte? Unsere Modernen behaupten es. Mag sein, dass die unbarmherzige Wirtschaft die Frauen noch nicht in das hinausjagte, was man heute euphemistisch Leben zu nennen beliebt. Sicherlich aber hatte schon Schleiermacher eins gewusst: Die Frau ist ein Mensch mit vollem Rechte, aber sie ist kein Mann. Sie hat Rechte, aber ihre eigenen. Und weil das so gar nicht pastoral ist, was er da sagt, so gar nicht eingedämmt und eingeengt, sondern frei und offen, und weil es auch heute noch, am Platze ist, Fundamentalwahrheiten zu hören, deswegen sollen diese 10 Gebote hier stehen. Erstens. Du sollst keinen Geliebten haben neben ihm, aber du sollst Freundin sein können, ohne in das Kolorit der Liebe zu spielen und zu kokettieren oder anzubeten. Zweitens. Du sollst dir kein Ideal machen, weder eines Engels im Himmel, noch eines Helden aus einem Gedicht oder Roman, noch eines selbstgeträumten oder fanatisierten, sondern du sollst einen Mann lieben, wie er ist. Denn sie, die Natur, deine Herrin, ist eine strenge Gottheit, welche die Schwärmerei der Mädchen heimsucht an den Frauen bis ins 3. und 4. Zeitalter ihrer Gefühle. 3. Du sollst von den Heiligtümern der Liebe auch nicht das Kleinste missbrauchen, denn die wird er zartes Gefühl verlieren, die ihre Gunst entweiht und sich hingibt für Geschenke und Gaben oder um nur in Ruhe und Frieden Mutter zu werden. 4. Merke auf den Sabbat deines Herzens, dass du ihn feierst, und wenn sie dich halten, so mache dich frei oder gehe zugrunde. 5. Ehre die Eigentümlichkeit und die Willkür deiner Kinder, auf dass es ihnen wohlgehe und sie kräftig leben auf Erden. 6. Du sollst nicht absichtlich lebendig machen. 7. Du sollst keine Ehe schließen, die gebrochen werden müsste. 8. Du sollst nicht geliebt sein wollen, wo du nicht liebst. 9. Du sollst nicht falsch Zeugnis ablegen für die Männer, du sollst ihre Barbarei nicht beschönigen mit Worten und Werken. 10. Lass dich gelüsten nach der Männer Bildung, Kunst, Weisheit und Ehre, denn sie, die Natur, deine Herrin, ist eine strenge Gottheit. O Hysterie, o Hedda, und das um 1797. Ich glaube aber, dass das 4. Gebot Schleiermachers die knappste und härteste Formulierung dessen darstellt, um das ganze Literaturen gerungen haben: die Liebe. Ende von 10 Gebote von Kurt Tucholsky. Gelesen von Availle.
"10,000 Men a Day" by Ella Wheeler Wilcox. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 10,000 Men a Day by Ella Wheeler Wilcox. All the world was wearying, all the world was sad, everything was shadow-filled, things were going bad. Then a rumor stirred all hearts, as the wind stirs trees. 10,000 men a day, coming overseas. Soon we saw them marching by. God, what a sight! Shoulders back and heads erect, faces full of light. Smiling like a morn in May, moving like a breeze. 10,000 men a day, coming overseas. Weary soldiers, worn with war, lifted up their eyes. Shadows seemed to fade a bit, dawn was in the skies. Hope sprang to troubled hearts, strength to tired knees. 10,000 men a day were coming overseas. France and England swarmed with them, khaki-clad and young. Filled with all the joy of life, into line they swung. Waning valor rose anew at the sight of these. 10,000 men a day, coming over seas. Still they come, and still they come, in their strength and pride. Victory with radiant mien marches on beside. Victory is here to stay, every heart agrees, with 10,000 men a day coming over seas. End of 10,000 Men a Day by Ella Wheeler Wilcox, read by Mary in Arkansas.
"10 Minutes in a Life" by Anonymous, from The Argosy, edited by Mrs. Henry Wood. This is recorded to celebrate the 10th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 10 Minutes in a Life. In the year 1065 of the Hegira, corresponding to 1687 of the Christian era, on the second day of the feast of Bayram, a large group of Mussulmans were assembled in a circle before the mosque of Saint Sophia. Some were standing and others sitting cross-legged on carpets spread upon the sand. By degrees the group increased as the Muslims issued from the mosque, and as passers-by, prompted by curiosity, remained to see what was going on. In the midst of a crowd of smokers, a young man of remarkably handsome features, though somewhat bronzed by an Asiatic sun, was seated before a small table which was covered with swords and brass bowls. He was dressed in a close jacket of green silk, admirably fitted to set off his light and graceful figure, a girdle of antelope skin, on which some mysterious characters were inscribed in silver, confined a pair of loose trousers, which were drawn close at the ankle. This light and attractive dress was completed by a Phrygian cap, from the top of which hung a small musical bell. By this costume, at once graceful and fantastic, it was easy to recognize one of those jugglers whom the feast of Bayram drew every year to Stamboul, and to whom was usually given the name of Zingaro. The juggler performed his exploits without appearing to notice the admiration he excited. He took a pigeon's egg from a small moss basket, and placing it upright on the table, struck it with the edge of his sword without injuring the shell. An incredulous bystander took the egg to examine it, but the slight pressure of his fingers served to destroy the frail object that had resisted the blow of the scimitar. This act of dexterity was followed by many others. The boldness of the young man terrified the usually impassive Turks, and what was yet more surprising, he made them smile by the amusing stories he related. Persons of his profession were generally silent, and their only power of amusement lay in their fingers' ends. But this man possessed the varied qualities of an Indian juggler and an Arabian storyteller. One of the most enthusiastic admirers of the performance was a man apparently about 40 years old, whose carpet was placed in the front circle, and whose dress denoted him to be of superior rank. It was the Bostanji Bassa, superintendent of the gardens and keeper of the privy purse of the Grand Signior. The tricks ended, the young man completed his story and gathered up his implements as if to depart. "Stop," said the Bostanji Bassa. "Since you are such a magician, will you tell me the Sultan's favorite flower?" "The poppy of Aleppo, it is red," replied the juggler without a moment's hesitation. "At what time does the Sultan sleep?" resumed the Bostanji. "Never," said the juggler. The Bassa started and looked anxiously around him, fearing lest other ears had heard this answer. Then, beckoning the juggler to approach and lowering his voice, he asked, "Can you name the Sultan's favorite wife?" "Asarach," replied the diviner. The Bostanji put his fingers on his lips in silence and, moving away, said, "Follow me." The young man took up his yatakan and, leaving the remainder of his effects to be carried by a slave, followed his guide towards the great door of the palace. The history of successive sultans often presents little beyond the melancholy spectacle of a throne at the mercy of a lawless soldiery. Mahmud was not the first of his race who sought to free the seraglio from those formidable guardians. Suleiman III had also formed this perilous design, but he was put to death by the Janissaries, led by Mustafa, his uncle, who came from the Morea for the ostensible purpose of defending the emperor, but in reality to seize upon his throne. The Sultan Mustafa, who had commenced his reign in such a tragic manner, experienced all the anxiety and uneasiness which must ever attend the acts of a usurper and tyrant. Sordid, suspicious, and perfidious, he broke through every promise he had made to the Janissaries, whose creature, nevertheless, he was. Instead of doubling their pay, he diminished it. Instead of lessening the taxes, he doubled them. He lived buried in the depths of his palace, the care of which he had confided to the Greek soldiery, notwithstanding the murmurs of the legitimate guards. The mutes, dwarfs, and buffoons of the palace could alone obtain access to his presence. At the time the juggler was amusing the subjects of His Highness, Mustafa was seated cross-legged on his divan, seeking to drive away his ennui by watching the columns of fragrant smoke as they slowly rose from the long tube of his nargileh. A slave stood beside him, holding a feathered fan of various colors. The buffoons of the palace had vainly tried to extort a smile from their master. The impassibility of the Grand Signior gave them to understand that their time was ill chosen, and that mirth would be dangerous. They had, therefore, one after the other quitted the apartment, waiting to re-enter at the good pleasure of the prince. The palace was silent. Shortly the hangings opposite the divan were gently raised, and a man stood in respectful attitude before Mustafa. "What wouldst thou?" asked the Sultan. The Bostanji Bassa, for it was he, replied briefly, according to the custom of the seraglio, "A juggler stands without. He might perchance amuse your Highness." The Sultan made an impatient sign in the negative. "This man," continued the Bassa, "knows strange things. He can read the future." "Let him come in." The Bostanji bowed profoundly and retired. Black slaves, armed with drawn scimitars, surrounded the imperial sofa when the juggler was introduced. After a slight salutation, the young man leaned gracefully on his yatakan, awaiting the orders of the Sultan. "Thy name?" demanded Mustafa. "Michele." "Thy country?" "Jugglers have no country." "Thy age?" I was 5 years old when you first girded on the sword of Ottoman. Whence comest thou? From the Morea, signor, replied the juggler, pronouncing the words with emphasis. The Sultan remained silent for a moment, but soon added gaily, "Since you can read the future, I will put your knowledge to the proof. When people know the future, they ought to know the past." "You say right, signor. He who sees the evening star rise on the horizon has but to turn his head to view the last rays of the setting sun." "Well, tell me how I made my ablutions yesterday." "The first with Canary wine, the second with wine of Cyprus, and the third with that of Chios." The chief of the believers smiled and stroked his beard. He was indeed in the habit of derogating in this respect, as in many others, from the prescriptions of the Koran. "Knowest thou," replied the sovereign, whom the Zingaro's answer had put into a pleasant humour, "knowest thou that I could have thee beheaded?" "Doubtless," said the juggler, undauntedly, "as you did the Spanish merchant who watered his wine before he sold it to you." Mustafa applauded the knowledge of the magician. He hesitated, nevertheless, before he ventured to put the dreaded question that tyrants, who are never superstitious, never fail to demand of those who can read the stars. "How long have I to live?" The Grand Seigneur assumed a persuasive tone, and even condescended to flatter the organ of destiny in hopes of obtaining a favourable answer. "Thou art a wonderful youth," said he. "Thou knowest things of which, besides myself, the mutes only possess the secret. I should wish to keep thee in my palace. I will make thee richer than all the merchants of Galatea, if thou wilt tell me the year when I must die." Michele approached the Sultan, and, taking his hand, appeared to study the lines of his palm with great attention. Having finished his examination, he went to the window and fixed his eyes for some moments upon the heavens. "The fires of Bayram are lighting up the cupola of the Grand Mosque," said he slowly. "Night is at hand." Mustafa anxiously awaited the answer of the astrologer. The latter continued in a mysterious manner, "The declining day still eclipses the light of the constellations. I will answer you, signor, when the evening star appears." The Sultan made a movement of impatience. Anger was depicted in his countenance, and the look which he darted on the mutes showed Michele that he had incurred his Highness's displeasure. Curiosity, however, doubtless prevailed over every other feeling of the prince's mind, for turning to the young man he said, "I am little accustomed to wait. I will do so, however, if thou canst amuse me until the propitious hour arrives." "Would your Highness like to see some feats of juggling?" asked Michele, drawing his sabre from its scabbard. "No, no," exclaimed the Sultan, making the circles of slaves close in about him. "Leave thy arms." "Would you prefer a story, signor?" "Stories that lull an Arab to sleep under his tent? No, I must have something new. Of all known games, there is but one I care for. I used to play it formerly, but now there is not a person in the palace who understands the chessboard." The juggler smiled, and taking an ebony box from a velvet bag, he presented it to the Sultan, whose wish he understood. The stern countenance of the Sultan relaxed at the sight, and the board was placed on the bowed back of a slave. Before commencing the game, the Sultan said, "We are about to play, so far so good, but shouldst thou lose, what should I gain?" "Since your Highness does me the honour of playing against me, I will stake all that I possess, this scimitar and my liberty. But what if I win?" added the young man, folding his arms. "Shouldst thou win, I would give thee a slave." "For a free man? The stake is not equal." "I would add to it my finest courser." "I need him not, my feet are swifter than those of an Arab steed." "What wouldst thou then?" "I have a fancy, sublime signor. Until this day I have been nothing but a wanderer, wearing the dress of a juggler. Were I to complain of this, I should be ungrateful, for this simple garb has ever seen me free and happy. I, however, renounce it. I become your slave. My mirth shall be for you alone. I will sing for you Indian songs, and above all, I will divine for none but you. In return, I will ask but one thing. It is, if I win, to allow me to wear your royal mantle for 10 minutes, to sit upon the divan surrounded by slaves, and to place upon my head that dreaded turban whose fame has reached to the ends of the earth." The proposition of Michele was received with a burst of laughter from the Sultan. "Thou wouldst sit upon the seat of the caliphs. Dost thou not fear the weight of this turban upon thy silly head? A fine figure thou wouldst make under the pelisse of Ottoman. I should like to see thee giving audience to the viziers and pashas." "It is in your Highness's power to afford yourself this pleasure." "Well," exclaimed Mustafa, "I will agree to the stake. A juggler upon the throne, such a sight the East never saw." The game was short. Though he played with skill, the Sultan was checkmated. It was fairly done, and he pleasantly prepared to fulfill his engagement. Mustafa loosened his girdle, took off his pelisse, and laid down his turban, while a slave assisted to invest Michele in the royal garments. These preparations completed, the Sultan, dressed only in loose silken trousers and a richly embroidered vest, approached a clock, and, placing his finger on the dial plate, "When the hand shall mark the hour of 8, said he, "I shall have paid my wager, and then I will appoint you my astrologer." The juggler ascended the divan, and having placed his scimitar at his side, he ordered the door to be thrown open that the waiting courtiers might be admitted. The apartment, which the dim light of evening rendered obscure, was immediately filled with muftis and ulemas, As of Janissaries and Pashas, great officers of the port and foreign ambassadors. He next ordered a new relay of guards to relieve those on duty, and then the withdrawal of all the personal attendants. It was the work of a moment. As the fresh soldiers were marching in, a sign from Michele caused the flambeau to be lighted, when, in the dazzling flood of illumination, he stood erect, received the homage of the assembly, and fixing more firmly on his head the scarlet-feathered turban, the emblem of power, he cried, in a commanding tone, Let the standard of the Prophet be raised on Saint Sophia. The people will salute it from afar at the fires of Bayram." At these words an officer stepped forth to execute the orders, but Mustafa, who had been sitting aside, at first amused and then alarmed, arose to prevent him. "Hagi Mohammed!" thundered the ad interim Sultan. "Obey!" The Aga bowed and retired. Michele added, "Let the Imams repair to the mosques and offer up petitions for the new Sultan. Kadiliskir, have the tomb of Mustafa opened in Scutari." The Sultan tried to smile. "Keepers of the treasury," continued Michele, "distribute among the poor of Stambul the hoardings of the late Sultan." "Enough, buffoon!" exclaimed Mustafa in an agitated voice on seeing how readily his servants obeyed these strange orders. "I still command," replied Michele with calm self-possession. "The clock has not yet struck the hour of 8. Art thou, then, so impatient to know the fate that awaits thee?" The courtiers were at a loss to understand the mysterious scene. They looked with terror on this bold young man, invested with the insignia of power, and the Bostanji was astonished at seeing his master tremble before a strolling juggler. "Mustafa," continued the diviner, "I am about to tell thee the time of thy death, for the evening star has risen. Mufti, advance." The president of the Umela came forward. The diviner proceeded, "You who read every day the book of our Prophet and explain it to the people, tell me how avarice and usury, drunkenness and murder, perfidy and cruelty should be punished." The Mufti replied in a low, grave tone, "By the Koran, any one of these crimes is deserving of death." "Thou hearest, Mustafa. It is the Prophet who condemns thee." As he said this, he beckoned to the mutes. Mustafa tried to rush to the divan, but was seized by the slaves, who had learned to recognize the symbol of power which Michele wore, and the cord was passed around his neck. "Thine hour has come. I am the son of Suleiman, who fell 15 years ago in this very place, pierced with wounds from thy sword. Thou hast counted the heads of every member of my family. Thou hast confounded the son of thy master with the child of a slave. I am the evening star. I am the Sultan Amurath." As he thus spoke, the young prince made a step forward. His lofty brow, his features, voice, manner, and commanding dignity of person inspired a deep emotion in the assembly. After a moment the cry went up, "Long live Amurath!" and at the same moment the body of Mustafa fell lifeless on the marble floor. The clock had struck 8. Before the hour hand had once again passed around the dial, largesse had been profusely scattered amongst the populace of Stambul, oaths of allegiance taken by officers of state, and the proclamation, "His Highness, our very magnificent Lord and Master, Sultan Abdulaziz Amurath, has ascended the throne," trumpeted by the public crier before the mosque of Saint Sophia. End of 10 Minutes in a Life by Anonymous. Read by Carolyn in Istanbul, Turkey during Bayram 2015.